Hello and welcome to the Empire State Maker Faire. I'm your host, Arlo, the spunky blue maker monkey. Now, get ready for a whole day of virtual fun. Here we go.
Okay, are we live?
Yeah, they said it in chat.
Okay.
Hi, welcome to Ray's Robots. My name is Ray Moy and this is my dad.
Hey, how you doing?
Normally we build in the basement, but for today we're hanging in my room. This morning we're going to discuss how you can build a large robot out of spare pound.
It's okay. It's all right.
Just wait.
It's okay. What is he saying? Sorry, he had a long night. A lot of Zoom classroom last today. So let's just get you back started here. Okay. You start with this morning.
Okay. This morning we're going to discuss how you can build a large robot out of spare parts found in your home. And by hunting for cheap parts online, order appliances, toys, gadgets, model kits, and food containers all make great robot bits and pieces. We're building a new robot over the next few months. Let's go through some of the parts we'll be using. Let me just switch cameras.
Just give me a second. Yeah, keep going.
Okay, fine.
Okay, let's get on here. Okay. So.
Okay, we'll start with the torso. We've been using an old computer scanner for his chest. We'll be able to drill into it to use screws to attach his shoulders, head, and pelvis. The scanner has a lot of interior space and a great hinge which will allow us easy access to its insides.
Okay. Some of the other parts?
This part would look good for a chest, or it just looks good in general, but it looks much too big for this one, as you can see. So we may have to figure that out a bit more with some of the other pieces we have.
Once we add shoulders and things, right? Like you said, we could drill This is great because it's hard plastic, so we can drill into it and attach the shoulder parts,
Yeah.
the spine and everything. And we're still looking at what his chest is going to look like. Not really sure. We might use something like this.
Yeah.
We got some of these parts like from motorcycle, from eBay auction for like $20. So we're still figuring out what his arms are going to look like.
Yeah.
We know his base is going to be one of these, the robot.
The
cat.
Bigfoot, yeah.
Yeah, Bigfoot. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go
Talk about Vort's core.
go from head to toe.
From head to toe, yeah.
Move this camera a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vort's torso comes from an industrial robot arm. It is pretty heavy and it's hard to run to, so we use different adhesives to attach to all of his shoulders, as you can probably see there.
So like you said, this was an industrial robot arm.
Yeah.
But after we bought it, we realized it's way, way, way too hard to drill into. So
Yeah, it's
anything
very
we
thick
attached
metal.
to him, we had to use an adhesive, like an
Indeed,
industrial
yeah.
strength adhesive to get that to stick. Okay.
Yeah.
Next part.
He also has a spine, which is made from a metal bar and a few different containers that we had. It can separate, so if we needed, we could put him on a different base.
And also
Connection.
It makes it a lot easier when we're traveling.
Yeah.
To come apart. And he's glued again with that same crazy industrial glue. Okay.
Similar properties apply to his arms, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Moving on to his head. His head's made of binoculars, a couple kits we bashed, chappy ears we got when that movie came out. His neck can come off for easy travel, but we're not going to take him off for now because there's a lot of wires connected up.
I know. So what do we got here?
We have a streaming camera, which is for streaming, yeah.
We also have other heads. This was one of his first heads, which
Looks a lot similar, but has a couple of differences.
yeah. When we took him to California one time, it was kind of rough because his head had so many different chemicals in it that all of his sensors were ringing like crazy.
Yeah.
But they tested him and he was okay. So what's the next part after the head?
The base,
Okay.
which is made from a robot golf cart we got off eBay. It can go up to quite many miles and can be used by remote to control it and can also follow you if you set it on follow mode.
So yeah, normally we'd have a remote control. We could go around the Maker Faire, and he has like a 9-mile range, and basically that battery lasts the whole day. And when we set him to follow mode, what do we got here? Sonar. Right?
Sonar, yeah. So that's how he sees.
So his eyes are actually on his shoulders. His microphone is actually right here on his chest because most kids are about this height, so we can adjust it. So when they talk to him, he can actually hear. Originally, we put the ears up, his 2 microphones here, but then we figured out that it was just easy to put this here. So,
Yeah.
okay, what comes out of that?
His
Base. We did
base,
that.
yeah.
Shoulder.
So the shoulders.
Okay.
His shoulders are actually made from what used to be his old chest, which we'll show in a video later, but now we use it as kind of how he connects up to the rest of his body. And as you'll probably see, another use of storage, this one we can take off because it's not really connected to anything, but his arm can just slide straight off.
Let me push. There you go.
Right there.
Okay. You can see the very put R on this, so we know which is which.
Yeah.
So these little camera mounts, they're like $10, I think we got them for. And they're really great because they allow us to disconnect his head, his arms. We could switch on different arms. He has another set of arms that we want to rebuild. And you can see that whole thing works. Okay, so we've got the arm. Now what are we going to do next? Oh, the arm, sorry. So talk about the arm.
The arm's made of a mechano kit, which originally wasn't the case, but now it is since his brain is also mechano. And we put motorcycle handbars on him, so he looks better and a bit less skeletal.
So after the arm, we got what?
We got the back, which was made from an old toy tank, which not completely sure where we got it from, but it makes a great use to get all these wires and just a good storage place in general.
And on the back, we also have a battery pack for
Yep.
his.
For his speakers, which connects to what originally was a Tic Tac can, but now is a way we can plug it in.
Okay. And that's the way the streaming camera connects to the. Where is that? Here it is. Connects to that. So that gives about an hour of streaming. So when we want, we could just pull the battery.
Yeah.
You just pull the battery.
Oh, yes.
It's okay. Okay. Where do we get the next part? So we got
The front, which can be hinged open for easy access.
He's got lanyards from some of the Maker Fairs. He has like Elijah put his little googly eyes on him there. And,
Yeah.
Maker Faire. Panel opens, and this is all part of the industrial arm. We made it so it's easy to get into there. So there.
That's also where his brains are and how everything connects. So as you saw the wires in the back, that goes up to all his servos, his arms, and how everything connects.
Yep. And in there, we've got plenty of space for batteries. You see here, it's a big cabinet space. During the summer, we have a little fan we put in here just to keep him cool because we found out that
He heats up, yeah.
He gets heavy. So you could just screw him back together. That should be good. Okay. Okay. All right. So now we're.
Okay, so now I'll show you a short video of how we built Vault. Stop video.
Hold on a second. Sharing the screen.
Vault Mark 1. The first version of Vault was very small. He consisted of 2 edge robot arms.
But I don't think it's playing the video. 1 second. Let's get the zoom. Where is that? Hold on. Let's see if it's showing. Sharing that. All right, I guess you guys can see this, so let's play it, okay?
Yeah. Vault Mark 1. The first version of Vault was very small. He consisted of 2 edge robot arms. His base was from an RC vehicle and his head was a pair of binoculars. His arms moved very slowly and his treads on his base disintegrated, and it became obvious we had to go back to the drawing board. The second version of my robot, as you can see, looks a lot different. It was a whole lot taller and had an articulated neck and highly maneuverable arms. His head looked a bit strange here, but that was only temporary and was almost immediately replaced by a much better looking one, even if it may have been missing eyes. We took him to my school's... Oh.
It's okay, yeah, the video is just playing. Okay.
We took him to my school's playground to test him out. Here we are testing at it.
It's okay. Yeah, when we took him outside, we wanted to see how he'd handle different surfaces like asphalt and grass.
Yeah.
And also how long he would last, because we bought it used on eBay, so we weren't really sure. But we took him out for a few hours and he was almost a full charge when we were done. So pretty much lasted the whole day. And also we wanted to test how it was controlling him when he got really close.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we took him. Okay.
Here we are testing out his servos.
So as you can see, his neck was full pan tilt. He had really big shoulders back then, and we actually changed them because he was bonking into doors and other things. So
yeah,
he's definitely a work in progress.
Definitely.
You can see his shoulders here. That's when we added the monitor stands, and his hands were actually from an anatomic kit. So they were fully controllable arms.
This version of Volt was much better. He began to speak, he could move on his own, and his intelligence was augmented, adding the Meccano Mecha controller. We built new arms and a head. I glued his spine to his torso.
I think this was your favorite part. You loaded it. And that's when you really got into the glue. You realized this thing could glue anything together. It's very strong. And then there's the last piece was putting on his face and starting him up for the first time.
Yep.
So we did a lot of tests with the servos because in the beginning his arms would kind of flip and lock in different places.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make sure the full range of motion was okay, and also we wanted to make sure he didn't swing and hit anybody, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's okay. Yeah.
On one of Volt's Maker Faires, much of him became damaged, so we built him bigger, stronger, and more intelligent. The only downside was he was a little less maneuverable, but considering everything we have gone through, it was definitely worth it.
Okay, I'm just going to switch your little camera on.
So that is how Vort came to be. If you like to discuss Vort and crafting, you can find us on Instagram and Twitter at VortRobot. Yeah. Have a great day.
All right, guys, thanks for tuning in, and hope to see you at a real life Maker Fair pretty soon. Okay, have a good one.
incorrect code.
Researchers have done a good job of programming what they want the design to do. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown in the logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, 7.
This condition is called critical.
Hi.
Stop right there! Don't touch that button! The Empire State Maker Faire isn't over yet. We still have a ton more makers left. Stick around.
Hi everyone. We are waiting a bit. You are not in the frame. Please come here. Please no. It's been so slow. Okay. Sorry for this delay. We are really slow, and half of our team can connect. They were supposed to talk instead of me right now, but I think I will do it. Oh, okay. Anyway, we are Ultimate Robotics team. In this frame, you see half of our team. Another half, I hope, will be joining us very soon. We're working on various open source devices, mostly medical ones, but not exclusively. Well, medical not in the sense like they're medically certified for any clinical use, but in a sense they are providing some data useful for medical perspective. Well, our most developed project is UECG. You see a lot of them on my hand right now and on Olga's hand in EMG mode, but initially UECG was an ECG device, well, and one of them is on me right now, and I hope you can see. Maybe yes, if you can show the screen to your camera. Where I have problems with screen sharing, but right now on me there is a sensor here. It blinks with heartbeats. Okay, thank you. And well, this project is our most developed one. It can be used. It can be actually used in practice, but we are working on it further. And for a long time, we wanted to make a device for muscle sensing. And while we are working on a specialized device that has more channels and is better suited for this task, we also adapted UECG to measure muscle activity. So you can see here, if I'm depending on which fingers I'm activating, they change color. Maybe you will see on the device, it's on your hand, it's better. You can see better. Whoa. Okay, and well, I probably will talk about our way to this state. We started in 2012, and it was well, we know basically nothing about hardware back then, and it was 2 people. Oh, sorry. I see that our team, another half of our team cannot connect yet. Sorry, one moment. Okay, we will try to resolve it, and meanwhile, I will try to do what was planned in a bit different way, but anyway. Okay, back then in 2012, we started to, our name Ultimate Robotics came because from that time, because we wanted to work on robotics. And we started with quadricopter, hexapod, and wheeled robots, some large stuff. It was interesting, we learned a lot. But also, as we moved on, we've seen that not only technology, I mean, practical use of technology available to people is not ready for this yet. It also
Hi. Finally, it was a very stressful situation because were 2 parts and one part connected, and the Zoom couldn't understand what's happening, and Dmitry and Olga, they were very stressed too. So please just continue what you were saying. We're very sorry for this. I mean, we couldn't. There were no buttons. I guess Zoom didn't expect this, or maybe.
Yes, please continue now.
Please continue. We really want to hear you. And
later,
yeah.
Okay. It's great that you connected, guys. It's I really wasn't prepared for this turn of events.
Yeah, I understand. So we had a different plan. Please continue. You're doing great.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, so where I was, 2012, and we started making large robots, and didn't really succeed with them. Well, we learned a lot, and we did some of them. They worked, they were moving, but they were nowhere close to what we wanted to see. We wanted to see some very cool stuff being made by us at that point, and it wasn't really great because we lacked basically we lacked everything. All electronics was too large, too bulky, too unreliable. Mechanics was even worse, and we decided that we cannot really make mechanics at home yet, but we can make electronics better. And we moved into that direction. We started to make, well, first of all, we started to produce PCBs at factory. It's a huge step actually from manual production. And we started to make them smaller and learn new technologies, new stuff, started to use better chips. And we worked a lot as freelancers, did, I don't know, well, basically, I think, yeah, back then we did a lot of various sensing. For example, this is quite a remarkable project in my hand. I will show it to you in a bit more detail. It is ultra-wideband radio. Okay, I will show it again because I'm not sure it was there. Here, yes, it's based on DVM 1000 module. It is basically system that measures how long radio signal takes to travel between two such modules with very good precision. So it allows to measure distance because we know the speed of the light and we know time, so we know distance. And it allows to localize objects in space quite well. Back then, there were no solutions that were available to make a community in this area, and we designed this system from scratch. It took us probably 2 years to reach good results with it. And after all, it was interesting, but also very complicated, and we were not sure how to move it further, how to make it more accessible, and it was quite expensive because of the price of these modules. And so it's well, we shelved it, and maybe since then we used this approach in several other projects just a bit, but never went too far with the system. Also, as experiments, not experiments, commercial projects on which we learned, we did, well, we started with very common prototypes like this connection of several breadboards, well, not breadboards, but stuff intended for breadboards. Then we transformed this stuff into modules like this on a single PCB after the prototyping stage was done. And we were measuring various fitness parameters or sports parameters like speed of motion, angular speed, repetitions, number of repetitions, how many times you did certain exercise, and so on. And we did several such projects. Some of them were really challenging because many sensors had to interact with very low latency. And we even made our own device intended for placing it on your feet while running. It should have told you the shape of your run, how good you are placing your feet on the ground. Maybe you are doing it not exactly the right way, so it was supposed to tell you that. But we were a bit stuck on the software side, and while it worked on a low level, it also wasn't converted into something useful. Then we worked a lot on a prosthetic hand. We tried to make a prosthetic hand that is open source and available. And while we tried to do both mechanics and sensing part, we concentrated more on sensors. And our goal was to use, back then our goal was to use not gel electrodes like are on USCG, but contactless electrodes like this device. This device has a sensing area on the bottom side of the PCB, which should go on a skin, but it doesn't need to, first of all, it doesn't have to be put exactly on the skin. It can work through fabric. And also it was supposed to be more robust. Unfortunately, we implemented it and it worked. We were able to get a reasonably good signal from this system, from muscles, from heart, and to a lesser extent from brain. But we realized that it's very sensitive to noise, and we cannot actually use it in practice for prosthetics. Unfortunately, because it was a very interesting idea. But we made a prototype of an EEG headset. Not sure. It's in a disassembled state right now, so it's not really clear how it is supposed to work. But it, well, basically this. Yeah. I don't think we can put it right now. It's not in the right shape. But it is supposed to be put on a head, and has this 8-channel sensing board and a set of active contactless electrodes. We assembled it once and got a signal from it, but realized that it's very sensitive to the quality of this contact. So it's all those active electrodes must be positioned really well and pressed to your hair in a very consistent way to get any useful signal. So we basically were stuck at the mechanical side of this project. We do hope to return to it one day, hopefully one day soon, but not today. And yes, this was our past previous to UCG. And when we were doing all this stuff, we realized that we want to make something that can be used in practice. And so we took the very basic thing. ECG signal is maybe the easiest signal of a human body to measure and to process. And we made this set of devices. I will show the one which I'm wearing right now because it is open in terms of enclosure. So this is
without case.
Yes, I can even take it out further. So on the bottom side there is nothing. All components are placed on the top side. I probably can even unglue the battery. Yeah. It's like most of our projects is based on an RF52 chip, which allows to send data via radio, and some analog part. We used precision amplifier, generic ADC, some hardware filtering, some filtering on the firmware side of the device. And well, it works quite good. You can really get a signal that can be practically used with it, and you can adapt it for other needs, like this EMG, which is a substitute for a good, smaller, more specialized EMG system, but still it works in a quite educative way, I'd say. So you really can see this muscles activating in real time with the same electronics and very similar firmware. Firmware for EMG mode requires just a couple pages of code in addition to the main system of the UCG.
You have few comments
from
Sandy Roberts.
I see.
You can answer something.
Okay. Anyway, that's almost where we are now. Actually, we have another project I don't have on my side. It is pulse oximeter, which we developed this spring. I believe it's on the other side of our team right now. And we
actually, can I? Actually, oximeter is on your side.
We just were looking for it.
Yeah, we just were looking all over it. Okay, maybe look for it. Maybe we can take. I don't
Yes,
see the comment, but maybe we can say something.
yes, say.
Because we just thought that you were talking about our, how we did stuff before. I don't know if the vertical video will be.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay, so we just dug up our old box. I just wanted to talk about how we do all of this stuff. Basically, Dmitry was talking about how we wanted to make sensors, but didn't have it. And I'm afraid we were making electronics all of these years. Like, we were really into it, I'm afraid. Like, to the point that we just now, like, for example,
I mean,
I don't know if you...
yeah.
These are just versions of UCG, and they're all been made by us, like on this stuff. Yeah, manually on this stuff. And that's like the high-tech version of it, because before we've been making like this, and we've made a lot of those. Like, so basically, right now I have here, I think, I'm not sure, but if Oleg Dmitry have oximeter, one of the first versions, I'm not sure if it is this, but I think this was it. Yeah. So and right now it looks better, because
right now
we discovered factories. We've begun to produce factories, and then right now the new board we should write is this.
It will look like this, but better with components.
Yeah, we just we're going to just bake it soon, but we actually are a bit slow because we've got a 3D printer. I know that 3D printer is the first thing that people probably buy to make stuff, but for us it's really high tech right now, because up to this point, this is probably not normal, but we've been making like these hundreds of boards by hand, like for example, this stuff, the UCG, that is a lot. We've made by hand all of the SMD components we can solder, and etc. And we've been like making versions and versions of that. And also, Dmitry was talking about EMG device. Here is it. It's I think, it's 4-channel. And we are going to revive it soon, and just make some enclosures for it finally, and make some proper wires. And we have ideas how to make the magical wires like really look cool, because right now, I don't know, the magical wires which people have that are usually like thick, like this. I have one of these here, but I think we can make them better. I don't know if we can find some wire as an example. I think we can make them like this. Don't know. It's Teflon audio wires, and if we could make them really small for our EMG device, it would be nice. So back to the printer. I don't know. I think it really comes down to perspective, because we're really deep into electronics, like elbows deep. And we've been baking them, we've been soldering them, and right now we really discovered bulk orders for passive components, and we'll be buying our first reels of capacitors and stuff. And we've recently discovered that Chinese people, they like on the factories, they like when we send them components. And up to this point, we've been ordering this stuff. I don't know, it comes like this. What is it?
Well,
so I'll just show. We're the production part, so we're excited about that. So it comes from the factory like this, assembled stuff with components in these boxes, in these bags, and we have also the second boards like this.
Base station.
The base station. And up to this point, we've been asking workers on the factory like to do everything themselves. Like we send the BOM, they buy components and stuff like this. But I didn't know up to this point that it was not convenient to them, and it was also more expensive. So we've been like digging up the Taobao to find like passive components, and they're really cheap too. So we can basically order them here and then just cut them in pieces, like send them like 600 of capacitors, like a set for producing our devices. And they'll be very glad, and they'll be not have to deal with buying all of the components. So we didn't know that. That's a discovery too.
Just in case anybody watching doesn't know, Taobao is like a Chinese version of Amazon.
Yeah.
It's a big online store for mainland China, and we buy there because we know the ways.
Well, the way is just a Chrome translator, a plugin translate, and you just and you can have a freight forwarder. You basically forward the address in China and you forward it here, because Taobao didn't sell to overseas until now. Maybe they start selling now, but until now we've been sending it to Chinese address. So what I wanted to say about the printer is really sorry if it's we've bought Enter 3 basically, but we know that people start with the printer, but right now we only have it's been 2 weeks since we discovered that printers are like really good right now, because we had an LG Maker original.
It's still somewhere in the back room.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about it because
show it.
Yeah, the axes were a bit bent, I think, and we've been and the heated bed. It was basically we've tried to print stuff for ECGs on that printer, but it was very bad. And right now we've been printing a lot. We've been printing on this Creality Ender 3. We've been printing a lot of stuff, and it's been doing really great. And yesterday we bought a new PTG filament, and we're going to try it. And we bought random colors, so we're really excited about that.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, this guy. Bought even a golden filament, I guess, with pretty opulence here and in Ukraine.
Or we just like shiny things.
Yeah, maybe. So anyway, I guess it really depends on the perspective, because we've been doing a lot of electronics and people usually print a lot of stuff, but we just now got a 3D printer. And we discovered we can make the enclosures for all of the devices. And yesterday we've been designing, it's another project. It's
the patient monitor.
Patient monitor. We've been showing it in another video. Right now we disassembled it a bit.
Oh, it's still okay. It just doesn't have the old enclosure, which was yellow and wasn't much of an enclosure.
So we've been doing tests of stuff for it. This white stuff is supposed to be the front part of its.
We actually found out that we can't fit the enclosure or even any part of it on our build plate, because it
flex 2 millimeters.
Yeah, the screen is exactly the size of it. So we were trying to
design around it, I guess.
And we still didn't do it, but we were working on it, I guess.
Yeah, and maybe turn this back to the guys. I just showed all of our, I don't know, what we have here. We're basically elbows deep in production and buying supplies. We love buying supplies, me in particular. Okay, so let's just give work back to.
You were right, oximeter is on our side. Here it is.
Oh, hi, oximeter. We've missed you.
No.
Yeah, it's the first iteration, but still.
Still alive.
The new one is a bit thicker, but less long. I don't know. I think we can make it. I think we can make it smaller though, because.
Definitely, we really can make it. Actually, we can make it much smaller. We just on this version we specifically tried to use is relatively easily available module with any ref and all stuff inside, and it's very large. Also, we use the large chip for ADC. Don't have to do that. We try to make it easy to assemble by other people. And probably it is, but it is too large still for convenient use. So we want to make it smaller.
Yeah, we've been investigating the different commercial oximeters so far, and they're pretty similar. And really, basically, ear oximeter is a thing. What you've been proposing about ear oximeter, they do oximeter on ear, but they're large. I think we can make it much smaller. People don't use it much because they're bulky, and it's not very convenient for people to use in hospital. It's pretty annoying for them. But I guess if they're not bulky, it won't be annoying.
I guess there is some story behind why we're doing an oximeter now if we were so deep into other sensors. Well, it's because when COVID hit in March and we were like quarantined and our order of meal boards like went through the roof or the other way around, we thought we should do something with the pandemic, and this was really the first thing we thought of. The second thing we thought of was the pulse oximeter, and back then everyone was doing either ventilators or oxygen concentrators. Dmitry actually made an oxygen concentrator board for a different project, not our project, so we don't really mention it. But then we like stopped working on the oximeter, and then we started selling UCGs, but we really want to get back into it because the pandemic isn't going anywhere. Like, really doesn't. So the same with the patient monitor. We actually wanted to get some funding and produce them, at least several prototypes for use here in Ukraine, but then like nobody cared. And right now,
yeah, there's a lot of barriers, and there's a whole topic in itself, and we don't have much time left.
Yeah.
So we could talk about barriers like for an hour. Like FDA and how we don't like FDA and that it exists, but I'll just give back to Dmitry. They've been really doing some nice stuff there. Yeah. And so from what I see, actually, Olga has been doing some nice stuff there. And I think that the point is, if you track these movements, you could teach people or like repeat these motions by robotic arm. Actually, yeah. We could just make our arm do it. Oh. Yeah, we've been slapping ECGs everywhere because UMG is not yet ready, so. But I guess they look futuristic, so there's a lot of LEDs.
Maybe you talk about your devices, about this concept as a concept. Maybe you will talk about your devices as a concept.
Oh, please do. Please do.
Yeah, well, we had an idea back in 2019 where we were still doing various ECG, UECG versions, that we could make our devices work in the same ecosystem, as they say. So they would exchange data together, and it would be processed, and people could view it. And for that reason, we called them U devices. And our original idea had the UCG, the UMG, the UMG is here, and the U-Glass, which was a augmented reality module for any eyeglasses. And Dmitry and Olga have it on their side, and maybe they can show us if they can, if it's not lost somewhere.
Lost somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been moving recently, so I guess they lost some stuff.
Yeah, really. Well, I probably should show you another part of our room, not intended for streaming, which represent our state of things. So yeah, it is somewhere. It is, but.
Yeah, we made that part of our room go into boxes.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. I mean, our room never looked so clean in a year or two. Like 2 years, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff on bed. Like there were components all over the bed because we really need to do some like what do we call it? Inventarization.
Yeah. Fuck.
I guess for Russians watching us, it's inventarization. For Ukrainians, for like
if anybody's speaking Russian watching us, yeah. But anyway, I think we should wrap up very soon. But about the, I just wanted to finish with the U devices. Like the original idea, and we could show you if we had the U glass, that it didn't quite work because we didn't have time. We were doing it for the last year's Maker Faire Rome, and we didn't have time like as usual. And then in 2020, there was the pandemic, and we added the oximeter and the patient monitor to our U devices family, but there's not actually a family right now. There's mostly prototypes in the UCG, but really things have been looking up, and we've been selling UCGs, and we've mostly resolved most of our problems that we had, the backlog of them from back in 2019, like not having any money. And with that, and we have the new printer, and with that we are ready to start doing the rest of the devices.
Yeah, there is a family of devices. Legit, there is like 6 devices, and 3 of them are beyond the first version, certainly. So yes.
Yeah.
But also the idea about these devices is that if you connect them all, like how do you use them in an ecosystem? You put on glasses, and you, for example, can see how is your patient feeling, or how someone wearing an oximeter is feeling. You don't maybe actually need the vital signs monitor anymore if you have your glass. You can see it on your glasses. That's a new media that people can use for seeing stuff instead of screens. So and right now they're inaccessible, like really though. They're very closed and they're very bulky. So when we thought of a module back a year ago, we really think we should continue with this module because people can just put it on usual glasses and it will be just light, and they will see all of the other stuff there.
And they would
not
feed.
only from the smartphone, yes, and it would feed. So that's the idea.
It's basically the whole idea, I think, behind our devices was to make them open source and cheap and available. And this was the idea with the patient monitor too, because they were hugely expensive and there wasn't any. So that's basically what we were doing. That's basically why we were doing stuff, to make it open and more accessible.
Yeah, because it's annoying.
Yeah.
Not only annoying, but it's like, this shouldn't be like this. Did you find something to show? I think they want to show us something. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Please show stuff that you want to show.
I won't say that all what we doing and show you it's open source, open hardware devices, and we write about them many things and files on Hackaday, and we have our project on Make project platform, and at the end of our stream, Dmitry will play some music for all people, all 12 people that watching us. I put camera on other side.
I like their table though.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Please show my hands. Yep. Can you see? Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm trying to understand if it's seen well enough. Yeah. Okay. So you will be able to see how sensors are activating together with fingers and.
Wow.
Wow, yeah. One thing though, maybe we should decrease the sound a bit because I think it's very loud.
Maybe I remove a bit camera from the piano.
Yeah,
Just make it a bit further.
I will do it.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, that should be better, I think. Wait.
Woohoo!
Okay, that's it.
Hop.
Okay.
I hope it was not too bad.
It wasn't bad. The sound was disappearing. It was really a pity because sometimes the mic on the phone, it just dropped the sound, like dropped some frequencies. And we couldn't hear the music like third of the time, like a third of the music, like some frequencies.
I hope that it's better on the recording, to be honest.
Well, we will make a recording showing that in a better
Yeah,
quality.
maybe it's just a phone also. Maybe.
Yeah.
But it was really cool looking because of the lights.
Yeah, like very cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
So I guess that's it. We kind of have some time left, but not a lot of it. I think we should wrap up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks everyone for watching.
Thanks.
If anybody has any questions, I guess there will be a Q&A session after this.
Yeah.
On last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
No, we don't talk Espanol.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, that's
okay.
Maybe all.
That's it. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
How do we stop this thing?
There is a Q&A button. No open questions. Okay.
Thanks for checking out the Empire State Maker Faire. There's been a lot of amazing makers, and the fun isn't over yet. Thanks for sticking around.
I'm Lily. We are from Corning Community College, Japanese Language and Culture Club. Today, we are going to show you the story of Kaguya Hime, the glowing princess, and how to make an origami glowing princess in bamboo. Hope you enjoy! Check us out at Make Project Site 2. So before we start making the origami, let's watch the short video of the story of Princess Kaguya featuring our club members' voice acting. Enjoy, and I will see you in a few minutes. Sakitori Monogatari, the tale of the bamboo cutter. A long, long time ago, deep in a bamboo forest, there lived an old man and his wife. They made a living cutting bamboos and selling baskets and other items they made from bamboos. They worked very hard, but were poor, and they had no children. One day, when the old man was working in the bamboo forest as usual, he found a glowing bamboo.
Oh dear, what is happening to the bamboo? Well, I shall cut it and see.
When the old man cut it, he was surprised. He found a lovely little girl inside.
Oh, how precious.
The old man carried the little girl gently and took her home.
Oh dear, what a surprise. She's so little and beautiful.
The old man and his wife named her Kaguya Hime, glowing princess, and raised her as their own daughter. They loved Kaguya Hime very much. Ever since Kaguya Hime came into their life, many miracles happened. Every time the old man worked in the bamboo forest, he found a glowing bamboo with gold inside. The old man and his wife became very rich. Kaguya Hime grew fast like bamboo and became a beautiful young lady.
Kaguya, you are so beautiful. Everyone is talking about you.
Kaguya, a lot of rich and noble men have come to propose to you. Who are you going to marry?
I don't wish to marry anyone. I'll never marry. I want to be with you, Father, Mother. I will never leave your side. The old man and his wife wanted Kaguya Hime to stay with them, but it was getting difficult to ignore all the proposals.
Please marry me, Kaguya Hime.
Kaguya Hime, if you choose me as your husband, I will make all your wishes come true.
Kaguya Hime, I will never leave here until you agree to marry me.
She refused all the proposals, but some men did not want to give up.
Kaguya, some men will never give up. Choose one of them as your husband.
If you wish so, Father, then I'll marry the man who brings me the treasure I want. Kaguya Hime asked each man for a different treasure. All the treasures sounded very difficult to find, but the men immediately went on a journey to search for the treasures. One man sailed a stormy sea and lost his ship. One man climbed up a very tall tree, then fell to the ground. One man brought Kaguya Hime a big treasure. No one was able to bring Kaguya Hime the treasure she wanted, so she did not marry any of them. One day, the emperor came to propose to Kaguya Hime. The old man and his wife were very happy for her.
How wonderful. He will be the best husband you could have, Kaguya.
But Kaguya Hime refused the emperor's proposal.
Your Majesty, I'm very sorry, but I do not wish to marry anyone.
Kaguya Hime, I am not going to give up easily.
It was fall, and the moon was beautiful. Whenever Kaguya Hime saw the moon, she began to cry.
What is the matter, Kaguya? Why are you crying?
What makes you so sad, Kaguya? Why don't you tell us what is wrong?
Father, Mother, I must tell you something. I was born on the moon and have to go back during the night of the next full moon. Messengers from the moon will come to take me back to the moon where I belong.
What nonsense. I do not believe you.
Kaguya, please do not leave us.
The day of the full moon had come. The emperor ordered thousands of soldiers to guard Kaguya Hime. When the full moon appeared, messengers from the moon arrived. The soldiers shot arrows at them, but none of the arrows hit the messengers. When the moon came over the mountains, it shone brightly and made all the soldiers freeze. Then they all collapsed and fell asleep. The time had come for Kaguya Hime to return to the moon.
Father, Mother, I must go now. Thank you for everything.
You really must go, Kaguya?
We will miss you so much, Kaguya.
Father, Mother, I will never forget you. Please, think of me whenever you see the moon.
Kaguya Hime moved slowly up into the sky with the messengers and disappeared into the night. She went back to the moon.
We are back! Are you ready to make the origami?
I hope so.
Whenever I ask my friends about the last time they went a whole day feeling awake, or light, or limber, or energized, or vibrant,
Okay. Right, sorry about that. We are back. And ready to make growing origami. Origami growing princess with you.
Hey, Lily.
Hey, Cuckoo, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing origami.
Cool. I know origami. It means to fold the paper, right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to learn new fold. Can you teach me?
Of course.
What are you folding?
Well, I'm making glowing bamboo Princess Kaguya.
Glowing?
Yes, I'm thinking about using this tea light to make her grow.
That's so cool.
Okay, let's fold. This is what you need. You need origami paper. I got 3 origami papers. I got the 1/4 the size, and then I got the full size. I got the glue, the scissors, and of course to make her glow, I need the tea light. If you have a printing paper, so if you don't have an origami paper and you have a printing paper, thanks, Lily, then what we do is we are going to make a right triangle with this. So you are going to fold this to make this one of the edge meet the other edge, making a sharp corner at the end. So I'm making a right triangle right here. Make sure they are matching perfectly. So when you fold origami, origami is always a perfect square. So we have a square out of this. What you're gonna do is you're gonna cut this portion and you're set to go. So I cut it off. And if you open it, you got perfect square.
Cool.
So you can use this one. You want to use a white one for origami. So you can color the dress later. You don't want to use a colorful paper if you're doing with a printing paper. All right. Are you ready, Lily?
I think so, yes.
All right. So we need the color that you are folding. So
I want to use the yellow one.
I'm going to use pink one.
Okay.
All right. So this is going to be a body of Princess Kaguya.
This looks small. Is it small origami paper?
Yeah, that's a 1/4 the size of original paper.
Can we use a big one?
You can.
Okay. But let's make a small one today, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm gonna make it on here so you guys can see the entire screen. So I'm gonna use smaller one. If I use a big one, I don't think the people can see it better, right? So I'm gonna use tiny one.
Use the small one.
All
You
right.
can use the big one.
So what we're gonna do is the color you want to face it down.
Okay.
And we are going to fold the paper to make a right triangle. So I'm gonna fold this all the way to the top and make a triangle.
I can do that. That's easy.
I'm glad. Make sure you have a sharp edges.
Yeah. Like that?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
I'm gonna crease it well with my nail.
Okay.
All right. And then we're gonna fold this in a half again to make 4 1/4 a triangles.
Making the smaller triangle.
Yeah. Some people like to unfold it and then refold it, but I'm lazy.
Easy.
Yay! So once you get this, you are going to open this up.
Okay. All the way. Okay.
And you're going to fold upwards to make a right triangle right here.
So this point meets the center?
Yes.
Okay.
You're gonna make that 90-degree angle meet the center of the.
Okay, like that.
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
And then here's the funky part. You are going to fold that in, lift it up. So you get the white part is a right triangle, making a 90-degree angle right here.
Okay.
And this is a trapezoid.
So use the center line and fold the paper like that.
Yeah.
And then what did you say? What?
Trapezoid.
What is a trapezoid?
Well, trapezoid is a quadrilateral, which is a 4 straight sides. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4 4 straight sides with only one pair of a parallel side. So this right here is a parallel side.
Oh, I see.
Great. Now we fold this. So this is a funny part. This corner right here has to meet the center right here. So you're going to fold it in so you can, so make sure this stays a parallel. And you're going to make this corner touch the center.
Right. That's a little tough. So this corner needs to meet that center.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm folding like this. Bring the corner to the center like that.
Yes. And you want to make sure the bottom is straight.
Oh, okay. All right. So, like this.
Yes. Perfect.
You see it? Okay.
So you see this corner have touched the center.
Right, again, so this corner touching the center.
Yes.
Okay.
I can mark it right here.
Oh, that's easy. So
touching right there.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So what are we going to do after this is we are going to open this up. So we are making a scaling triangle right here. So from the center, you're going to make sure the center doesn't move, and then you're going to open it on the bottom.
So this point stays where it is, and then we are going to open this flipping thing. And okay, like that.
Yes, that looks beautiful.
So, okay, let's see if I got this. All right, so we are opening this up, so keeping that center where it is, and then flip this to open this up. And
yes,
make a shape like this.
That's right. So this is the two scaling triangles, which means the triangle with no equal sides. So these are all different.
Oh, I see.
And do the same thing on the other side as well. So you're going to make this touch the center again.
All right, let's see if I remember. So this corner meets the center part.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, let's see. Let's make this corner meeting the center part. And then keeping the bottom nice and flush. Straight.
Yeah.
Okay, like that.
Yes. And then we're going to open it up.
Okay. So we open the same way. So
yes.
Keeping the center part is where it is. And one there. Oops. Think I'm moving the center part. I'm gonna mark it on there. I think my center part is a little bit up. I'm trying.
It's okay. It's her arm, so if it's a little bit crooked, it's still okay.
Oh, so that's going to be her arm?
Yeah. So it's her dress. So if it's a little bit off, it's okay. That means she's probably waving or something.
Okay. Look at her sleeves?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I think I got it. Yeah. How does it look? Good?
That looks beautiful.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do is we are going to bisect this. So we are going to open. We are going to fold. So think of this angle right here. We're going to bisect them. We're going to separate it into two equal angles. We're going to fold it in.
Okay. So the sleeve part you want to fold in half.
Yeah.
Like a half like that.
So whenever you fold it, you see the two.
Like that?
Yeah. And we're going to do the same thing on the other side as well.
Got it.
Ta-da.
That was a little bit easier.
I'm glad.
It's pretty already.
It is. Perfect.
Yes.
So what are we going to do after this is we are going to flip it to the other side.
Okay. All right. It looks like a rocket.
It does.
Or it looks like a frog.
Frog too.
It's going to be a princess, right?
It will be soon.
Okay.
Soon.
Okay.
If we put everything together, it will be. Well, once we flip this paper, we are going to fold this straight edge right here to the center of the, so this edge right here, gonna meet the center line in the middle.
Okay. Show me how.
So we're gonna make this edge come to the center line. Now you are going to have to fold some of the parts in from the bottom, so you might be like, oh, am I folding this right? But you are.
Oh, because there are so many layers there.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit tough to fold.
It will be. Got it. But you've got this. Little bit of power and press it down with your knife.
Yeah, I guess we don't have to be worried about pushing it down and folding it hard, right? We can't do that, right?
Right.
Okay. So, okay, I see the difference. So you fold that part. And so I'm going to do the same. It's going to be like that and pushing this part down hard so that it's becoming flat.
That's right.
Okay, just a little bit. I think I got it.
Good. If it's too hard, you can use the edge of your scissors and press it down.
Okay. It wasn't bad at all.
Yay! You're gonna do this other side as well. You're gonna meet this corner.
Okay.
You're gonna make it to see the center line.
Okay.
I need to press it down hard.
I'm sure it's easier to do with larger paper.
Yeah.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just we will be framing out if you use the bigger.
Okay.
So today we're gonna use.
Well, cute little princess is cute.
Yeah. I think yours one is gonna glow, right? Yours one is yellow. Yours gonna glow. All right. So what we're gonna do is we are going to fold the 1.5 centimeters, but since I'm using smaller size, I have to go half of that.
How big is a 1.5 centimeter, Cuckoo?
Well, 1.5 centimeter is about this much. But since we are using half of the paper, we need to cut that in half. So we'll be folding a little bit, about 0.75.
Okay, so that's like quarter inch.
Yeah,
a little bit longer than a quarter inch. I can see. Okay.
We're gonna fold it in. Let's see. I folded about 0.5.
Okay, 0.5. So I guess the 1 centimeter looks like, the size of a fingernail, right? Fingernail, like index fingernail. Or pinky, maybe a little small. So divide that by 2, that will be 5 millimeters. Okay. So 0.5 centimeter. This is a math. Huh?
I know. It's easy to see the
0.5 centimeter, 5 millimeter is about 1/2 of your index fingernail width. You can see. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, like, it's a little bit bigger. Is it okay, Cuckoo, you think?
Yes, it will be fine.
Okay.
When you flip it up to the other side, that's the body part of the Princess Kaguya.
So that's going to be like a face part?
Yeah, it will be.
Okay.
So I'll just put this aside.
Okay.
All right, so that's done. So let's make her hair, shall we?
That's a good idea. She needs hair. Let's make like a long hair for her.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use this other paper, the same size as the Princess Kaguya's paper.
It has to be square?
It has to be square.
Okay.
So what you're gonna do is you are going to bisect this to make a rectangle. So
Okay.
I'm gonna make, I need to see where to go. Corner to corner.
That's easy.
Good. And notice I'm using origami here that is a single color paper. So you will see the black in the front, black in the back, because this is going to be her hair. Worst scenario, if you are seriously using origami paper, what you can do is you can color it later.
Okay.
If you want.
So if we use one side black and one side, white. My princess may have a gray hair.
No, your princess will have a wider end in the front, but it usually covers all of them.
Okay.
So if you use here, I will use the black paper from my origami set, so you can see what it will look like. You can do it with the black in the front, black in the back. But if you use a black origami, you're gonna fold it in. It's gonna turn out pretty good, but white part might show. Maybe Princess Kaguya have a
gray hair. That's what I was asking. So she might have a gray hair.
No, she might have a gray hair. What you're gonna do is you're gonna cut this half.
Gray hair on her.
Cut this in half.
So we're going to cut this in half?
Yep. So where you fold it, you're just gonna follow along on that line. Make sure you guys are not licking this paper. You better not take your mask off here.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so use scissors to cut.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So from here, a bunch of rectangles we're gonna deal with. And as a matter of fact, I really like Lily suggesting me to use a white and black one so they can see the colors.
Yeah, I'm genius.
You sure are. We are going to fold this in half to make a square.
Okay.
Because we folded in a rectangle, so now it's going to be square.
Okay.
We're gonna reopen this. And what we're gonna do is we are going to fold this in a half of a half. We are technically making so half of a half. All of in mathematics is multiply, so half times half is a 1/4. So notice I have 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 1/4. I'm not gonna fold the bottom part.
Okay.
We're gonna open it up, and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna fold it into a half again. So we're making
smaller rectangle.
Yes.
Rectangle.
Yes, 1/8 of a size.
Okay.
All right. So now what you do is you are going to make 2 acute triangles that are right triangles. By folding this edge, you are going to pass the middle line. So this one right here, the black part, you're going to pass a little bit.
Okay.
And acute means you have a 2 sides that's same.
Okay.
And then this is a right triangle because I have a 90-degree angle right there.
Okay.
And you need 2 of them, so you're going to do the other side as well.
Okay. They look like the ears of a dog.
Oh, maybe we can make a dog out of this too.
Oh, maybe.
We need to be creative. All right, so what we're going to do is we need a glue here.
Okay.
Get a glue. You're going to take out the body part, flip it to the back. This flap that you made, you are going to glue it.
Open the flip and then put the glue.
Yes, if you go over it, that's fine. No. Oh, you're going to glue it in. Yep.
All right. You keep the flap on.
Yeah.
And then put the glue on it. Okay.
And then we're going to slide this hair in here.
That's why the face of the Princess Kaguya, it's like putting a wig on her.
Maybe she is old.
No. She's a beautiful young lady.
Beautiful young lady. All right.
Like that, Cuckoo?
Yes, that's perfect. Make
Okay.
sure you line them well. So make sure they're in the center.
The center. Oh, okay.
You're going to turn it around. And what you're going to do is you are going to fold this edge. So it's a little bit difficult, but do you see this angle right here? You're going to think like there is a straight. So there's a straight line right there. And then you're going to fold this flap to that straight line.
Ooh.
If it's too hard, you can actually see the back. Just leave her a little bit of hair, like, 0.2 millimeters.
Like that?
Yeah.
So So you want a little bit of hair covering her face?
Yes.
Like that. Got it.
That
Got
was
it.
a Japanese beautiful hair long time.
Okay, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
And you want to do the same thing to the other side.
Okay. Got it.
And
I'm getting this, Kaguya. This is fun.
I'm glad. There's that straight line. I'm making the vertical line, and I'm gonna meet this edge to the vertical line.
So again, on the other side, my princess got a little hair covering her face.
Yes, and they like to flap out whenever you're folding, so make sure you don't flap it out.
Okay. Just hold very tightly. Here we go.
Yay!
Okay.
And then we are going to fold this edge to this line on the bottom. So we're gonna fold it, folding vertically. If you're a little bit off, that's okay.
To make the width of the hair the same as width of the dress.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do the same thing on the other side.
I can do that.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I flip?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
So there is a center line in the middle that we have folded earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you fold it up to the line, if you do that, then your Princess Kaguya can stand.
Ooh.
So notice mine have some gray hair. So since mine is a young, beautiful girl, I'm gonna go ahead and color her hair. So, you did not see this. She's dyeing her hair. So this is useful for the people who is using the copy paper too.
Oh, can we draw a face?
You can.
Yes,
I'm not good at
draw
drawing her face. Okay, let me get a pen for you. You can use this pen. You're welcome.
Okay, I will try to make it clean.
And yours one is cute. Maybe I will make my Princess Kaguya out here.
Okay, mine is so sleeping.
How she was found.
That's right.
Sleeping in the bamboo.
They're both cute.
Yay! All right. So that's done.
We got two beautiful princesses here.
Yes.
Now, what are we gonna do next?
Well, I think I'm done though.
Oh yeah, it was fun. Is it possible to put them in bamboo?
Oh, that's a great idea.
Bamboo princess?
That is a great idea. Let's do that. So I got green paper. And what we're going to do is we are going to flip it to the other side. Bamboo is the easiest one to make. You're so genius. I didn't think about that. You're going to make the corner go on the top. You're going to leave about 1 centimeter on the top.
About the width of your index finger.
Yeah, about a 1 centimeter. And you are going to fold the bottom part about the same length of that. So we're just gonna.
So about the 1 centimeter.
Yes.
Again, the width of index fingernail. Okay. Got it. Easy so far.
Freeze it well.
Okay.
And if you wrap this around, and what you can do with this is you can tack one of the side in.
Ooh.
Yeah. Sometimes it's nice is that you make it a little bit slanted. So it's easier to fit.
I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, that like that?
Yes. You fit it all the way.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
That's good enough. So there's the bamboo. And all we gotta do is we put Princess Kaguya in here.
Oh, cute.
And then I'm gonna put tea light behind it so you can have a nightstand at night.
Wow.
The glowing bamboo princess at night.
Well, what about putting something here? If you don't have a tea light, can we put something like tissue paper?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So she can stand.
Okay. You just put the tissue paper at the bottom.
I'm gonna fold her hair a little bit.
Mm.
Oh, you genius, baby.
Okay, so I need to fold hair of my princess a little bit so I can put that in my bamboo right now.
Yeah.
Well, that's so cute.
Yay! So that is the bamboo Princess Kaguya. Princess Kaguya in the bamboo.
It's so much fun, Gugu. Thank you for showing me how to do that.
You're welcome. It was fun to actually make one, and I never thought of putting in a bamboo. The bamboo was the easiest fold.
Yes, it was very easy.
Yay, we're done.
Hope you guys enjoyed.
I hope you guys enjoyed. If you guys have any questions, we will be here for another 9 minutes, and you guys can ask us in the chat section on the side of your screen. Anything we can answer?
Oh, you know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
Can we make the dress of princess look pretty? Can we put like a sticky?
Yeah.
Stickers.
If you actually buy a genuine origami, they come with this lovely golden, silver color. You guys can
There's so many. What about? Look, I see. Coco, I see the beautiful origami over there.
Which
Your
origami?
left.
This one?
Yeah. Like that one has a lot of beautiful patterns. Can we use something like this too?
Yeah. You can actually make a Princess Kaguya out of that.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And she will have a patterned dress.
Oh, I see. So since ours don't have any like design and the patterns on the dresses, oh, look at this. You can put a lot of stars and butterflies and flowers and nice.
You can buy all of this from like a nail salon, or you can buy these from like a Hobby Lobby. I bought mine from Michael's for like tons of them for $2.
It's already pretty. Yeah, look at this. I put the little pink flower.
That's pretty laying on the sleeve.
Ah, that would be pretty too.
No question yet. Was some good resources for teachers or kids to use to get interested in origami. You can buy origami anywhere, but you don't. The nice thing about origami is that you actually don't need to purchase any origami papers. We can just use any scrap paper you have. Instead of recycling, you can use it to do origami. You can make, for example, this bamboo princess, if you put it in a tissue paper, make a hole punch, and then put the string. It can be ornaments, or you can put it in your room from side of the rooms. The origamis are for teachers. I'm a math instructor. I use it for teaching geometric shapes. I teach angles, the words that you need to use for math, like a bisecting, a right triangle, acute triangle. Those are very easy to introduce to the kids through using origami. What are some of your favorite things to make? My favorite things to make, I like to make something called units. So the units are, at the beginning of the video, you saw some shapes. Thank you, Lily. So this is called Osaka fold. This is called a Tokyo fold. But units are something that they link together. These are separate pieces, and you can put them together to make a shape. But no glue, no tape is used here. You just fold it, and each one of the pieces are like puzzles. They fit in. They are really fun to make with your geometry students when they're learning about the shapes and units and how many pieces makes what. Those are fun to make.
So how many pieces?
I think I don't remember. I think there's one.
You ever made a
2,
big
3,
one
4,
too.
I did. So I think this is like 30 pieces, if I'm correct. But there's a bunch of YouTube videos you can find. It doesn't have to be origami papers. It can be just normal white papers and fold it, and it still looks beautiful. White they are. You can put more like Christmas lights. You can put Christmas lights in here.
Let's put the lights here. Can it go?
I think so. Ta-da. Oh, it actually will stand too.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, so nice skin. It's really fun to make it with like LED lights, hang it from the ceiling. Those are fun to do. You do a science, Lily. Do you ever use origami in your classes before?
No, in my classes.
What would you use it for?
You could use it in like physics class maybe.
Oh, that's very true.
Yeah, physics class. Oh, you know what? Oh, this looks like, so I teach biology, and this looks like Woodturning
molecule.
Virus. Virus, the molecule. Yes, I agree. Yeah, so I guess you can make something like that too.
Yes, origami is really easy, really cheap because you don't need to buy actual paper. You can just use a copy paper. They are fun. They are educational, easy to access. My kindergarten teacher just give me an origami paper and she'll say, "We can do origami today. Have a great day." It was really fun because you don't have to have a pattern too. They can create their own patterns, so you can use them to find a different fold.
Yeah. So anybody can do this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we find a lot of instructions on the internet?
You can. So we have decided to put it in a make project. Thank you. So if you go to the make project, you'll find a PDF files of the body part, the hair part, and then you'll find one for bamboo. I do have any other folds. We do have them like a frog, the actual units, not this one, but different units. I have a dog and a cat. If you guys want me to share those, just email us.
Yes.
We're also selling a shirt with your name on it, but we only have 25 of the shirts. So if you want me to put your name on the shirt, just let us know and we'll just do that.
We can put their names in your names in Japanese.
Yeah. Any other questions we may answer?
I wonder what kind of origami they have made before. I know there are a lot of people who like doing origami, and crane sometimes is a popular one.
Yeah.
Right?
I have an origami crane, but this one been plated. But it kind of looks like this.
Yes. So that's not too difficult and easy to fold, right? And you make something three-dimensional. So, and then I can see that it does have a string. So I guess you can put the string like that to origami to make into an ornament, like you said, like a Christmas tree ornament, for example. You can put the string on unique origami like that, or even princess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make a hole in the bamboo, and then you can put the princess in the
bamboo. You know what? We can make a black kitty for Halloween too.
Oh, that's very true.
Right? I'm sure you can find instruction on the internet. Right?
I'm pretty sure you can look for the YouTube video for a black cat, or just simply a cat and fold it in black.
Yeah.
Well, sadly, it's time to go. It's 12:15, so I better let them go. Well, I hope you guys learned quite a few things about origami. We hope you guys explore origami at your own time. It's a perfect tool for communications and family bonding time as well. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video today.
Thank you.
The presentation.
It was fun. Enjoy the rest of making.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for tuning back in to the Empire State Maker Faire. Hope you're having fun. I know I'm learning a lot.
Hello, hi everyone. Yeah, welcome to Woolbuddy and Maker Faire. So hi, my name is Jackie, and I'm the creator, founder of Woolbuddy. I'm very excited to be here. And yeah, today we're gonna have some fun to learn how to needle felting. Yeah, let me introduce a little bit about my company. So our company name is Woolbuddy. So we're focusing on the needle felting, and we make some fun little animals, characters, and we also have the DIY kit to actually show you how to make those fun little animals and characters. You can see on my table, I have those little characters. So like little browser, the character from the Missing Link, and your Yoshis. And needle felting is really fun and very simple and easy to do. And today we are going to work on a little quick characters for the Halloweens. So before that, let me show you what's the, so basically I want to show some of the material and what do you need to make those characters, right? All right. So because this is a wool felt, so you need a material. So you need a wool. And so there's another bag. So this is actually from our kit. It has all the different colors, really fun. And it's a needle felting, so you need the needles. So there's so many different types of needle. And so you want to look for the felting needle. So felting needle actually has, let's see, here. So has a little L shape in the back. So this way you can load in the tool. And then this is another kind of needle, so you can load it with the single needle. So load the needle into the tool. So this is actually easier for your hand. So this has 3 needles, and also you can use. So there's another tool has a 6 needle. So I'm not recommend for beginner if you use this one. I recommend once you have more experience, because this is very heavy. It's a little hard to use. And one thing very important is to use a good felting mat, because you are working on the, if you work on hard surface, it might break your needle. So you want to use a felting mat to work on this. It's better. So, but if you don't have a mat, you can use a styrofoam or some pillow even works. Just not work on table or your bellies. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about my background. So I was an animator. I used to work in the animation industry. I was working on the Star Wars at Lucasfilm. I also work in the video game industry. About almost 10 years. Actually, we celebrate our 10th years, Woolbuddy 10th years this year. And so 10 years ago, I was one make toy for my daughter, and I start to see, oh, how can I make like a soft and friendly, and she can enjoy it. And I saw my friend was working on a felt flower. I think, oh, that's very interesting. And then I get started. So I started making those fun little animals and creatures. So those are really fun. All right. So, yep. Let's start doing some demos. And also, if you have any question, you can type in the chat. And we are at the end, we also will have some Q&A section, and I will keep talking when we are doing the demos. Okay, so yeah. Let's switch the camera, see if you can see better. Okay. Okay, so let's see. So you guys can see it. Okay, so the first thing you need is the material. So this is the wool. and wool roving. So first thing you want to do, you want to organize your material. So you want to because when you get your material, sometimes they pack because they're packaging, so everything is just so packed, and you want to kind of open it up and let it breathe a little, so the air get into the fiber, so that way it get relaxed and easier to felt. So first thing you want to do, so you want to roll this up. So you want to roll this into a shape. So it's kind of like a folding a sleeping bag. Okay. And then poke the fiber. So just really gentle push your fiber down. And the key is to do it slow, because when you just started, do it slow. And but this is not how fast you poke, it's more of where you poke it. So like really gentle. And a lot of people ask me how deep you go. The beginning definitely go a little bit deeper, but it's not like you try to pull all the way into the mat, because that just wastes your energy. And then you can see my hand is walk around the shape. So you can see this is kind of like a little cocoon shape. But I'm gonna start pushing this end in. Yeah, because we are making a little pumpkin today. Yeah, and also next week, next Saturday, we are having a Zoom class. We're working into more details. So if you're interested, you can join our Zoom class. You can find the information on our social media or on our website. And then as you can see, now it starts shrinking down, but still it's not quite the pumpkin shape, right? So I want to put more material to it. So I want to build a more precise shape. So I want to make a little ball here. The idea is here to make a ball. So I can grab another fresh layer and then put it in the middle and then just poke the fiber. You can see I just poke a little bit and then wrap it around. And then poke it again. So now I have enough material to start with. So it's a very fun process. And also remember, so a lot of time we're just too focused, and sometimes we forget to relax. A lot of time we need to relax our back and hand. So because we are going to do this for a while, especially when you just start to felting, it might take a while to do. So now you can see it's start getting more like a ball. So just poking the fiber, poking the fiber. Okay, so, but you can see still kind of a little fluffy, but it's totally fine because the pumpkin is the orange, right? So the orange color, so it's not white pumpkin, even there's a white pumpkin, but we are making an orange pumpkin. So just test it, see if this is good. And I think it's good. It's not falling apart. I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, it's actually good to make it soft and squishy, better than too firm, because if it's too firm, you might take first, it takes a lot of material to make it really firm. And the second is once it get like it's all tight, it becomes very hard to change and become very hard to fix it. Okay, so now we have this a little felt ball. So the next I want to show you another tips is to prepare your color. So a lot of time we got the color is the pure color, like just pure color. So, but a lot of my work is actually mix the color. So I want to show you how I mix those colors. Let's switch the camera. Okay, so you need a brush. So this is the brush. But if you don't have this brush, and you can use a dot brush, it's actually the same thing. So smaller, but it works the same. So you can see those brush has a little tiny thin needles, and so they have a direction. So they basically you brush those out, right? So what I can do is this is a pure color, but I want this have a little bit of green in it. So it kind of like play with a watercolor. So you just load it up. So you can see, I just load it up. Some of the orange. Okay, this is actually really fun to work with a kid, and you can ask them to choose. If you have a younger kids, you can ask them to choose a color for you, and you can blend. Let them guess what's the color will be and how they change the tone. Like if I want this darker, or I want lighter, or I want to. So I load a little bit of green. So and then can see I want to do the reverse. Right, so this is a go this way, this go that way, and then kind of brush them into each other. And then I can take it out the same direction and then reverse direction. So brush it. Do this a couple times. If you want more texture, so you can do less. But if you want to, they blend in very well. Become one color. And then you can do more. But here I want to keep the texture. So you can see now it's complete change the color. So I create a new color. You can see it's a little lighter here now. Okay, so now I like this one. So I probably need more. I will make more later. And let's switch the camera. So we have a little felt balls, and so one later color. So first thing we want to also make it smooth, make a flat like a thin layer, and then we can put this on top, and then just poke the fiber in. Yeah, you can put it in the chat if you have any questions and while I'm working. And I will try my best to answer those questions. So just poke the fiber, poke the fiber. Yeah, so now here I loaded 2 needles, but I will show you how to use so this is a 6 needle, and I can just poke that. But be very careful, so you can see my hand is placed here, and then I just poke the fiber down. And one very important thing is to make sure when you poke the fiber, you just do up and down, up and down. So a lot of time when you poke it in and you turn it and you break the needle. Oh, so the mat is 100% wool. So the same material. So it's a very, so yeah, we have a question. So about asking what's the material is the mat made from. It's a wool, 100% wool. So the technique is different to make the mat. The mat is using wet felt. So the mat can last many years. And also because it's been wet felt, so your work, it won't stick to it. Okay, so now I put a thin layer, but you can see there's still some blank spot. So that's totally fine. And I will put this one. So that will be the bottom. So this color a little darker. Okay. Yeah, the mat actually I invent the felting mat. Actually, I discovered the technique by accident. I was at the Comic-Con, and I forgot to bring my foam block. You know, almost like old people when they started, they use styrofoam as their work base, right? So, I forgot that at Comic-Con, I forgot to bring my foam block. I can't show people how to do this. So our kids is not selling because I have to do demos to let people know what this technique is. And I use the R2 head. Let me show you the little R2 head here. So I use his head as my work base because I found I need a soft base, softer surface to let my needle poke through. So I use his head to help me. And I said, oh wow, actually, felted on wool on felt it actually works very well. And then I start to do a lot of R&D to see how those felts do not stick to the mat. And then we start creating those felting mat. So we have another question. Why neutral wool always the base with? Yeah, it depends. So I like to use the white wool as the base because first it's cheaper. And second is I can focus more on the shape because sometimes I have very limited the color, right? So I just mix this color just a little bit because if I make the whole thing this color, it might take me a while to do. So that's why I always like, you can use what any wool to the base is fine. Some people actually even use a recycled sweater to put in the center as a core. But the outside, you need to have enough of the material. Yeah, the good benefit is you focusing on the shape. And then you don't have to worry about use out all your, like, for example, if I have only this much of this color I need, but I have a lot of different colors and I don't need, I can use that, put it in the center, and then I wrap it around so I can save a lot of my material. And okay, so now another technique is you can see there's a little blank spot, right? So I want to put a little green, but if I put a hole just like that, it pops. So, but I want to kind of more of a blend in. So I use my hand to separate, make that like a net, and then put on top. So you can see it's kind of like a watercolor. So almost like you drawing, you pen orange. Yeah. Okay. So here, so another white spot here. Okay, now we make this kind of like orange, but we're making that into a pumpkin. Okay, so now I have this this orange ball, right? And then another tip is you can squeeze this a little because pumpkin is kind of a little flat, right? So you can use a hand to squeeze that a little, and then you figure out the shape. So now it's like this. So I squeezed it a little bit because this still not like super firm. Okay, so now I have that, and now I can do is I can start creating those crease, those lines. So first, tips is to, so this needle is very special. I believe this brand's Clover. So that's called a pen needle, pen style needle, felting needle. So I load, this tool can load 3, but I load 2. The reason is, then I have this very nice line. You can see, so because the 2 needle is put side by side, so I can cut this line. So first I want to find the middle, kind of poke the same area a little bit. You can see this start giving a dip. Even interesting, it actually, once I poke more, it actually create a shadow. And then I can start to create a line. You can see. Just poke the same area, the same line over and over. It actually creates it. Because the needle has a barbs. So now I have one line. So we can do another. So if anything is not perfect, you can always fix it. You can always go back and fix it. So now I have another one. So I like to use the technique I think most artists do is do the rough. So we rough in the initial design, and then we work on the details later. So that, and then you can see my hand movement is not move much, right? So my hand is not like doing like this, because that will waste a lot of my energy. So basically, I almost keep my needle keep inside the piece. And you can hear the sound of felting. Okay. One more. So a couple more. And also you can see I always move my piece than this. This is more like a steady station. So that way I know where my needle goes. Okay. Let's see, I need 2 more. And also you can use your hand to squeeze a little. Yeah, the needle is very sharp. So you need to pay attention on where the needle goes, and then leave your enough room, your hand. Okay, so now we have all those lines ready, and then I can squeeze a little bit more. You can see that, but sometimes the problem is I squeeze, and after I squeeze, it looks fine, but once I release, it pops back. So I need to actually I need to press it and then poke. Okay, we have a question. It's easy to make a mistake at this point. No, actually, needle felting, we always say there's no mistake. You can always fix it. So if you don't like it, you can tear it apart, right? You can take it apart. Or what you can do is you can grab a fresh layer. So if at this point I think, I don't really like the shape, I want to change it. So what I can do is I can grab another layer and to wrap around, and then this becomes another thing. Maybe I can make that into a potato, right? So it's actually very very simple, and actually you have a lot of freedom you can enjoy. So especially like now I always find this actually kind of meditate, right? It's because you keep doing the repeating, you're doing the repeating movement, and you have some goal in your mind, right? So the shape in your mind, you want to make this shape, and you use your hand to do it. You can see I start using my hand to press it. Okay. Because I want those lines be more clear. Okay. So now we have this the shape, and then I can start to fix it a little bit. Like that. Okay. Here's another white spot. Let me put it. Yeah, I can see it's like doing watercolor. You paint in, and then you can put there. So kind of like I like this overlap a little bit, so you go more natural look. Okay, good. We have so we have the pumpkin base, but still a couple of things missing. We need the head. Let's see what color we should use. Use this color. Let's see. We can always kind of test it a little bit. I think this that color might be too bright. So, and I don't need much. And then I can have this little darker brown here. All right. So I can make it some more color. So that's why I always keep one set of brush next to me. I like this smaller one because it's used less energy to make it. So I have load this one, and then I can put the darker. Okay, and then even sometimes like I find out there's a little bit of green mixed in here, but it's actually totally fine. So you have a lot of freedom. So it's not like a crochet, and if you create a round loop, and you have to do it over. This is you can just fix it. And we like to say that as not a mistake, it's more of an artistic choice. Okay, the brush, what it does, it actually blends the color. So it was the color like this, and now I want this darker. So this is a dog or cat brush, the same as the color. You can see I use this reverse direction, so they brush into each other to blend it. And then I use the same to take it out. You can see that. And then I can brush it again. Yeah, so this is kind of like it's like my watercolor. If I do watercolor, so this is my blend in the color. I create my own unique color. You can see this is two from this. the base is this color, but I add a little bit dark brown so you can see this start getting textures. Okay, so now I need to do a little, so I need to work on parts. So this is, let's see, okay, good. So same thing, so this is smaller and I can poke that. So this is how I use the mat. So if I want to create a shape, I kind of I poke a little bit to lock that in place, and then I can start tweak it. So to tweak into the shape I need. And then remember, you need to move this a little bit. So you don't want to work on the same area over and over, because eventually this will stick if you keep working on this for hours. So that's why I like to move on a different area. Not just a mat, even you work on phone, you still want to move a little bit. So your whole, your mat can last longer. Let's see, and then take it out, poke it in. And then you can do is you can use your hand to reinforce this. To press. Okay, and also you can see the base is still very soft, right? So I intentionally make sure this is like this. So when I connect, I have enough material they can grab into the piece. Okay, now I want, so now this is a stray, so I want to turn it. It's better I work on the mat when I sculpt. So you can see now this has a little handle. Okay, so now it's time to connect these two pieces together, and I can separate the base and then put this on top and then just push it in. So here I'm using the I'm kind of 45 degree angle, because if I go straight, it actually separates it. If I do 45, it actually move those inside. And I also turn my hand. Yeah, so the kit, the question is the link. That is our newest kit. That is for the wool collections, but we will include the needle for the show special, for the special. So the kit, this is our brand new, very nice wool collection kit. Has 24 different colors, and those are our newest. And we found a great supplier. They have a great material. I like their wool, and it's really easy to fill. So if you order this weekend, we will include a set of needles, so 2 needles for you to use, the single needle like this to use. And also we'll include a Zoom call link in the box. So we will ship those on Monday. So if you order during the weekend, you will have all those promotion for the free Zoom class next Saturday. Those should be really fun. We almost sold out because we sent out our invite email last 2 days ago. We almost sold out. I think we only have a little bit left. Yeah, if you want to join our felting class, so on Zoom, and then you can show me your work, and then we can work it together. That'll be really fun. Yeah, but our other kit, the starter kit and the other kit they have a needle in there. So we include the needle. Just this new Zoom class. That's our special. We designed this for the class. Okay, so now we have this little handle here. All right, now it's time to make that into a character. So let's find a good place. Okay, I think this area is very clean. And so can see the characters. So this one, yeah, because I and my kids, we are playing Mario Kart recently. So I really like this character. So I decided to make that into a little needle felt characters. And actually my daughter did this guy, little mushroom, and also she did the shy guy. It's really fun to hands-on to make that into the actual physical items. Okay, so I want to make a little eyeball. So make that into a little jack-o'-lantern characters. So, and I like to make sure to put a little shadow. Little shadow. So because a lot of the time the character design is white, right? So if you put white eyeballs on white, it's hard to see. So I like to put a little shadow, so make the eyeball pops. And to make an eyeball, I just grab a small chunk of a white wool, and then use my finger to kind of roll that into a ball, and then put it in the middle, and then use a single needle, just poke the fiber. Do very slow, because I just want this lock in place. And do the base first. And also shape the same time. You can see top, bottom, and poke. So now I have a little one eyeball, and we can make another one bigger. So we can roll this. Okay, almost there. And yeah, put it in the chat if you had any questions, so I can answer. Yeah, and also if you want to find out more information, you can check our Facebook and also our website. So it's woolbuddy.com. Yeah, if you search Woolbuddy, you will find us. So now I put another eyeballs. Now I need to put dots. So for the pupil, right? And the trick is to kind of test it a little bit. You want to see where the dots should be. So it's looking up, looking down, and it's a lot of times it depends on how you display it. So I think right in the middle is fine. And you poke on the same area over, and put another one in. So now we have this little eyeballs, and then we can put a mouse. So the mouse is a line. So I have this mouse here, and then I want to do more of a little more decorations, and then we can do that. It's like kind of like a sewing line, right? Yeah, and also this is great to make into a little ornament for the holidays too. So you can just sew a little loop, and then they become an ornament. So Poke, poke, poke. Yeah, and it's our little pumpkin. Okay, so let's switch the camera. All right, we're almost at time, and we are. So this is what we make today, the little pumpkin, and yeah. So any question last minute? We have about 5 minutes, and we will yeah, and we will end the section for today. Yeah, any last minute questions? So anything you want to see, talk about? Okay. Yeah, so the felting, basically things you need is to have the material and have a needles, or the single needle is totally fine. And also the felting mat, the work surface. We found this is the best work surface, but you can use a sponge or styrofoam. And so you're not just limited in making a character, you can make a plant. So like I have another one, is I use that as my needle holder. So that way I always have my needle, can put it here. Yeah. Okay, so the question is okay, let's answer some questions. The needle and the poking, so the hole. Yeah, so the needle actually hold the material is a wool, so they actually intertwine, so they lock. So the needle actually hold all this together. So there's no sewing line. It's just the needle poke the fiber together. It's like a sculpting wool, make that into a shape. You can see all this is just a needle poking together. And because the needle has a little tiny barbs, so it capture the fiber. So they intertwine. They become a solid and firm. Try it. You will find really amazing how they hold up together. So this actually really firm. Okay. Yeah, just a needle. Do you just get a feel for how firm you want it? Yeah, so the rule of thumb is to, especially if you just started, you want to test it. So you don't want this too soft. If it is too soft, what the things you can go for is, if it's really soft, it's really easy to take it apart. So you might lose some fiber later on, right? So, and then you don't want your shape is not holding up. So you want to test it. You just feel it. So it's not taken apart. Like here, I didn't put, so it's still kind of squishy, right? So you can see, I can still squish it. So that's actually totally fine. And this one, I make a lot more solid because I try to make the shape. I spend a lot more time, but you can see the back. This is actually really soft. This is not done yet. So you can see it's still really soft. So that can easy to peel it out, the material. So this is not good. So not done. But this is already hard. There's no loose fiber can take it out. So basically just not falling apart, that'll be fine. And the softer is you have room to change, to fix. And if it's too firm, it's hard to manipulate, to fix. Okay, any more questions before we end the sections? Yeah, so in the chat we have a link, and so that link will direct you to our new the wool collection kit, and we're running a special promotion for this weekend, and we are hosting a live Zoom call next Saturday, and so the information will inside the kit and also include the tool, the needles you will need for the kit. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, check out the link and also find more information about Woolbuddy, about needle felting. Yeah, needle felting is very, very fun. It's great for holiday, great for people work together, bring family work together. Yeah, yeah, it is a wool. So wool from the sheep wool. So yeah, people asking, is a wool or woolly? It's a wool, so you can call this wool roving or batting, or it's a material as a wool. Okay, yeah, thank you so much for watching, and hope you enjoy needle felting, and check out Woolbuddy. All right. Thank you.
computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, seven.
This condition is called critical.
Incorrect code. Please re-enter.
Hello, hello. Are you seeing me? There you are.
Well, we hope you are enjoying the Empire State Maker Faire. I know I am. Make sure to stick around for more awesome learning.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's workshop on zine making for you and me. There's my face. So I am Philomena Jack, and I am a maker. I make books and paintings and murals and things that look like graffiti, but they're actually legally painted on the sides of buildings. But today we want to talk about making zines. And I hope that maybe your first question is like, what the heck is a zine? What is a zine? Well, it's short for magazine, and it's a small handmade book or a booklet. Oftentimes, if it is Xeroxed or if it's photocopied, oftentimes it's less than 100 in a series, but for every rule that you can come up with, you can come up with another rule, because these are independent created little books. And that means that individuals come up with ideas and they want to share those ideas with other people. So they will make maybe a zine to talk about their ideas. And most of all, they are fun. They are fun to make. So what is it that you're going to need today? You're going to need a piece of paper that folds pretty easily, like a piece of paper that you might put into a printer, or you could take a piece of paper that a big square of paper that you'd use for scrapbooking, you know, those big 12 by 12 inch squares. But you don't need anything super fancy. So we're going to use some sort of piece of paper. And you can see this is a scrap of paper that I got from my printer when my printer did a test. You need a pair of scissors, and make sure they're scissors that it's okay to cut paper with, because sometimes we have scissors that we only use for, let's say, cutting up fabric. So you want to use scissors that it's okay for you to use on paper. And eventually you're going to want to decorate your zine. So what is it that you like to decorate your zine with? So this is my favorite thin Sharpie marker, but you know, I have a lot of these markers around, these black Sharpie markers. You can use colored markers. If you had paper that you could make water marks on, it's like watercolor paper. If you were able to fold it, you could use watercolors. You could use alcohol inks. You can use things that you get out of a magazine. So if it's okay for you to cut up a magazine, please make sure you ask first. You can maybe get inspired by some images that you see on a magazine. So I saw this in an old magazine that was being discarded. It said The Catnapper, and that made me excited. And then I went and I found this picture of a kitty, and then I started drawing on it. So we'll get back to the different kinds of zines you can make, but just so you know, in the beginning, all you need is regular, easy to find paper, a pair of scissors that's okay for you to use for paper, some sort of marking tool, and your imagination. Yay. So let's talk a little bit more about the history of zines and why we make them and what are they for. So some people say that the first zine was found during the Revolutionary War here in the US. It was used as a way to promote a propaganda campaign for the war, or maybe against the war, depending on how you were looking at it. So there are some theories about that, but a lot of zines really started being put into the public in the 1930s and the 1940s in Chicago, with a group of folks who were really enthusiastic about sci-fi fiction and fantasy. So if you've ever thought about creating fan fiction for something in pop culture that you like, maybe a zine is the way to go. Maybe you want to continue the story. Maybe you want to continue the story of of Hermione from Harry Potter. Maybe you want to continue her story, and maybe you'll make a little zine about it. Maybe you want to have a zine that is your own. You create your own world, your own sci-fi world. That would be appropriate, since it seems that the first zines were created in the 1930s and 40s, all having to do with sci-fi and fantasy. Then in the 1970s through the 1990s, and I would say even today, the punk rock scene really got excited about zines. They were easy to make, they were easy to distribute, to talk about bands, to talk about the music culture, to talk about punk rock culture. It's really especially exciting that a lot of women got involved in zines during this time, the 70s through the 1990s. And again, I would say even today, because I am a woman artist and I make zines. So still, I think it's important in the history of publishing, the history of bookmaking, that zines are really important to the punk rock movement, and especially women. If you look up the Riot Girl movement, you'll see a lot of zines were created in that time. There's a lot of people who use zines for activism and underground groups. So maybe, so for instance, maybe you want to help people understand why they should eat more vegetables, and your activism is around eating more vegetables. Creating a zine is a great way to do that. So let's go to our next slide. Our next slide is, before we start folding and cutting our paper, I think it would be a good idea to think about, what is your theme for making a zine? Maybe it's poetry. So why do you want to create a zine? Do you want to teach somebody something? Maybe you want to teach them how to cook something, how to make something in the kitchen, or how to make a fill in the blank. Maybe it's how to make a puppet. Maybe you took the workshop earlier today here at Empire State Maker Faire about making puppets. Maybe it's how to make a fort out of pillows, and maybe you want to teach everyone the best ways to make a fort. Maybe you want to create a zine because you want to share. Maybe you want to share some fun facts. You could make a zine about the fun facts of making a zine. Oh my gosh, that would be terrific. Maybe you wanted to share highlights from a trip that you took. Maybe you went to a museum and you wanted a place to put your name tag in there, or maybe you wanted to share a postcard and you could put it into your zine. Maybe you wanted to share some poetry that you wrote, or that you heard somewhere else or read somewhere else, and you wanted to do commentary on the poetry. Or maybe you wanted to create a zine that is full of stories that you're creating. Or maybe you want to create a zine for something that you're collecting. Maybe you like to collect stickers. I remember when I was younger, I used to collect stickers, and especially scratch and sniff stickers, where you could scratch the sticker and it would smell like root beer or something. Maybe you collect stamps, and creating a little zine is a perfect way to collect your stamps. So, you know, the sky is the limit. I want you to use your imagination. So we're going to use paper, and we're going to use some pens and a pair of scissors, but mostly I would love for you to create a zine from your imagination. Okay, I'm going to move this out of the way for now, and we will talk about Patreon later. But for right now, I would like to start talking about what kinds of papers you could use. We talked about this earlier. So again, this paper that comes right out of your printer is very good, but here is my suggestion. So if you weren't paying attention, ears up, people, ears up. If you're going to be making photocopies or Xeroxes of your zine, don't use colored paper. Don't use colored paper if you're going to be creating multiples of this by making a scan and then printing it. Use white paper, because if you use colored paper, the scanner will try to replicate this yellow color as well. It's much better if you make your original on white paper. You want to make your original on white paper if you're going to be creating Xeroxes. You can eventually make photocopies on any color you like, but start with your original design on some white paper. If you are going to make a one-off zine, and a one-off zine is sort of like this one I was showing you before, where I don't intend to make a photocopy of this. I'm just going to create this little magazine all about the story of this cat that is very tired, and he is the catnapper. So I am going to go through and create a story based on this. I don't intend to make photocopies of it, so I can use any kind of paper I want. But I would suggest that if you're going to be using this in a photocopier, use the right size, which is photocopy paper. This is 8.5 by 11. And use white paper. Okay, are you ready to start folding? I'm excited. Listen, I want you to take a deep breath. I want you to relax your shoulders. I want you to not worry if you don't get this perfectly perfect the first time. It's okay. We're here to practice. So let's start by folding our paper like a veggie burger. So I teach in an elementary school, and whenever we're folding paper, we talk about hamburger folds and hot dog folds. So I like to say a veggie burger. I'm going to create a veggie burger fold. So if I turn my paper so that the short side is closer to my belly, I'm going to make a fold so it's folded right in half. And friends, don't make the folds too perfectly perfect right now. We will make the folds perfectly perfect in a little while, but for right now, just a loose fold is good enough. You can see that I haven't squeezed down on this fold very hard. Don't worry about that for right now. Then I can open up. You can see my center fold here. I'm going to take the left side or the right side, it doesn't matter, and I'm going to fold into the middle again. So I'm doing another fold, and I'm folding lightly. I'm not making perfectly perfect tight folds yet. If you are used to origami, sometimes in origami, you have to make really crisp folds, and maybe you'll use a bone folder or something to get really tight, crisp folds, but right now we don't need that. So I did one side, and now I'm going to do the other side. And I am trying to fold this as neatly as possible, but again, if it is not perfectly perfect, it is fine. So right now, I folded this in half, I opened it. Now I fold to one side and I can open, I can fold to the other side and I can open. Now we will do the veggie dog fold. So the veggie dog fold, the hamburger fold is like this, right? The hot dog fold is like this. Ooh, and I have some glitter on my table from other things I was making. So I am going to match up those folds that I made before. I'm just gonna try to do my best. If it isn't perfectly perfect, like I said before, no a big deal. And I'm gonna fold. And again, I don't have to worry too much if I don't fold it perfectly tight, get it really crisp just yet, because we're going to be doing some magic sauce, and that magic sauce is going to give us other folds in other directions. So that's why we don't have to fold perfectly just yet. Okay, so our page is back open, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different areas on our page. And let's see, I have a sample on my table of what that looks like when I open up. So this is the same thing. I just did the same thing, and I did the cut. I will talk about the cut in a minute. So right now we have 8 sections. We have page 1, 2, 3, and 4, page 5 and 6. We have a back cover and a front cover, and you'll see that all in a moment. Okay, so we have our paper. I'm going to hamburger fold that again. And now we need to make a cut. So I have my paper open. I fold it back like that veggie burger. And right here, and I'm going to use a marker so that you can see exactly where I'm cutting. I am stopping here and going all the way to the edge. And at home, if you've been folding along, you'll see you have a fold line there because that was one of the first folds that we made, where we started and where we stopped. And it's important not to go beyond this intersection here. So we have an intersection of folds, but we don't want to go past that intersection. I made a little dot there to indicate that. Now I'm going to take my scissors. I'm cutting through both sides here. So I have the fold of my paper and I am cutting. And I am stopping right there. And so now I have this sort of mouth. Okay. If I were to open this up so that you could see it from an aerial perspective, here's my piece of paper, and now I have this cut in it right here. And that is all you need as far as other tools are involved. You can put your scissors away. Don't run around your art studio with your scissors. You can put your scissors away. Okay, so here is the least easy part. I didn't say it was hard. I'm just saying it is the least easy part of what we are going to be doing today. Are you ready? Are you ready? We need to get our page to fold in sort of a strange way. So maybe the best way to start this is to make a tent. So this is, let me get my hand out of the way. We're sort of making a tent. And I have my left hand here and my right hand here, squeezing the paper, holding it between my fingers. And if I bring my hands together, I am creating this sort of diamond shape. And I'm eventually going to get it to meet as closely as I can, like this. So we have our flat piece of paper, we make a tent, we hold the paper on the left side and the right side, and we push the paper together. Told you there was some magic in here. Okay, so now I've got this area right here, and I've got this area right here. Maybe you think it looks like a star. I've pushed it together. And now I'm going to put it down on my table. And this is a good thing to do on a table. So not so much on your lap, not just hanging out in the air. You know, sometimes, you know, you just get so excited and you just want to put stuff in the air. I'm going to ask you to put it on the table, squeeze together. And now I'm going to make this page, because here are some pages that we've created, go in one direction. And this page go in the opposite direction. And now you just take a couple of moments to get things aligned. So see how I move the paper left to right. And now is the time, if you have a bone folder or something you want to use to get your folds very crisp, now is the time to make crisp folds. In the beginning, we didn't make crisp folds because this thing happens where the pages kind of have to fold backwards. And so by not making super crisp folds in the beginning, we saved ourselves a little work. Okay, so now it looks like this. And now you're going to just fold it into a book shape. Da, 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 da. And then you're going to give yourself a high five. Woo, woo. All right, so I'm going to do all of that again. I hope that's okay with you. I want to make sure you get this. So we have a piece of paper. And guess what, friends? It doesn't matter which way you start. If you start with your veggie burger fold or if you start with your veggie dog fold, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter the shape of your original paper. You will get different size zines depending on what you use. So this is a paper like we have right now, 8.5 by 11 just out of the printer. And this is paper that's used for scrapbooking that is 12 by 12 inches. So you can see they are different sizes, but whatever you decide to use for your zine, it doesn't really matter unless you are making photocopies. If you are making photocopies, it is a lot easier to use paper that is photocopier size, photocopier shape. So that's something to think about. But otherwise, it doesn't matter what size paper. You could use a huge sheet of paper. You could use tissue paper. That might be really cool. You can experiment with all different sizes and shapes. So we start with our veggie burger fold. Then we open up. And then we fold in one side. Again, you don't have to worry about making your folds too perfectly perfect. Then we fold in the other side. Bada bing, bada boom. Then we fold it in half, trying our best to line up those folds. Okay, so now we have our 8 divisions, which will be the 8 pages of our zine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, back cover, front cover. And it may look a little weird to you that you notice that page 5 and 6 is upside down from pages 1 through 4, and that the back cover and the front cover are right next to each other. My goodness, I feel like that feels like magic to me. It may be a good idea for you to create a template like this for yourself. So fold a piece of paper and then mark it up just like I have here so that your life will be easier when you're actually designing your zine. So back to our folding. So I have done my hamburger. I have opened it up. I have done fold in, open up, fold in, open up. I've done my veggie dog, open up. And now I turn it into a hamburger, a veggie burger again. And I'm going to cut just until that first segment. I'm not going to go further than that. Now I make a tent, hands left and right, and I push together to make kind of a star. Oh, and I see, I wasn't as careful as I could have been. I was rushing. I should not have rushed, but I have a little lip here. I'm just going to go with it. This isn't going to be the most perfect one I've ever made, but it's okay. I'm practicing along with you. So I have this star shape. I'm folding one side to the right. I'll fold one side to the left. And then I will turn it into a book shape. And now is when I make sure everything is nice and secure. Okay. So you have some options now. You could design your zine right here, right now, with it all in book size and shape. So if your zine was going to be about, let's see, I'm going to make a zine. I'm going to call it Philomena's, because that's my name. Philomena's zine about Halloween. I like how it rhymes. Philomena zine about Halloween. And then I could take my time and decorate it, right? And then I could flip open and my first page, maybe it is, maybe I'm going to do some artwork that looks like a pumpkin. So I can use both of these pages at once, or I could have just made one page at a time. It's a couple of ghosts hanging out. I could have just designed one page at a time, but I can use this as a double fold. Same thing here. If I go to this page, I could use one page at a time or a double fold. Same thing here. And then I have my back cover. And on my back cover, I always put the date. I always put the date. Or you could open up your paper. You could open up your paper and design it like this so that it's flat. You could actually do this before you even cut it. You don't have to cut it right away. If you wanted to design your insides of your zine before you cut it, you absolutely could. And because I have this template, I can be reminded of what page goes where, which pages are upside down, and where my back and my front cover is. So if I decided I wanted to start with my front cover, I know my front cover is actually at that fold. To turn it around, and this could be zine about soup. It's all going to be recipes about soup, right? And I know this is my back cover because I have my handy dandy template here, and I always put the date 20. And if your name isn't on it anywhere, please put your name on it by Philomena. Okay, so I could design my zine with it flat. Again, I didn't even need to cut it right away if I didn't want to. And because I have my template, I now know that page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, 5, and 6 are upside down. I hope that the folding is working out for you at home. If for some reason your folding isn't working, you could always send me an email. I am at philomenajackstudio.com, and there is a link to send me a note, or philomenajackstudio@gmail.com. If this isn't working out for you right away, I would love to be able to help you. Okay, so some other super fun things about zines. They can be interactive. So I've created what I call Zine TV. So this started out as a piece of paper, just like we've been using from the printer. And I went and I cut a square out of page 2. So you can see right here, I've cut this square out. Boop, 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 boop. And then I folded a piece of paper that will fit into that square. I've made some glue marks, or rather, on this one, I use some washi tape. And I put washi tape so that this paper wouldn't slide around too much. And now, if I go quickly, you can see I have this animation of a heart coming in and out of the scene. So this is just a very simple animation. But think about all of the different stories you could tell in this zine using this very simple animation device. You could also work on the back side. I didn't have to cut this, but I cut this area too. And I could tell a story, go top and bottom, just like this. And the same thing, I just made some cuts. I just made some cuts here. So maybe we'll try one of those. Let's see. Maybe I'll try another one of those on a new sheet of paper. And again, if you are Xeroxing this, please start. I'll give you something to look at while I'm getting some more paper out. Please start with some white paper, because it's going to be easier for you to make photocopies if you start off with white paper. Okay, maybe I'll start with this zine that we started with before. So this is, again, we had it cut already. We pushed it together. One went left, one went right, and then we folded. So how I got this Zine TV action to happen is I started with, let's see, here is my cover. So I'm going to do it, this time maybe I'll do it on a back page. So I'm going to need to make a cut right about here so that my paper will slip in. Or let's see, I have pages that are already cut. So this makes more sense. So I'm going to use this page here because there's already a slit in it. So all I'm going to do is decide on where my TV screen is going to be. And you can use a pencil and a ruler if you like. Let's see. I'm using a marker so that you can see what I'm doing. And this is one of my favorite markers. So let's see. I like drawing things freehand. I don't always use a ruler, but they are super handy, I have to say. That's very nice. It's very square. It's very close to being a square. So how I get this to be cut without cutting up the sides of the zine is if I just fold this a little bit and make a snip. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. And now I can cut right to those lines I made. And if I didn't want to see my lines, I would cut on the lines, but I'm cutting just inside the line because I kind of like that border. There we go. And here we go. I often sing as I am making things. Do you do that too? My dog likes to give me the strange eyeballs when I'm singing. She's like, "What are you doing?" Okay, so there. I've got my window open, and maybe I'll decorate it some more. Maybe I like making dots on things. It's very simple. And just some dots. But again, you can use your imagination to do all kinds of cool things. And I would love to see what it is that you make with this process. So let's see. Let's see if my original, so this piece of paper was just a long piece of paper that I folded in half. And I liked these diagonal stripes because that kind of reminded me of an old TV. So let's see. So now you can just pull, and maybe you could give if you were giving this to someone, you could give them a hint by putting arrows going in either direction. Just tell them that it should go up and down, that they should go up and down. I had a zine on my desk moments ago that was really fun. It was about popcorn. I created a zine all about popcorn. Maybe I'll have to make another one. Okay, so let's see. If we had a zine that was all about popcorn, what would we want to add to it? What would we want to add to it? So we would want to have a nice name for it, right? And I'm going to open this up so that my ink doesn't go all over. So I know this is my front cover and that is my back cover. So let's see. We're going to, let's see, purple popcorn coming out of a bag. I guess those bags are usually red and white, aren't they? Like those popcorn bags. I can't ever go to the movies and not have popcorn. I have to have popcorn when I go to the movies. So I'm making a zine right now about one of my favorite foods. But you could be making a zine about something that you really care about, that's really important to you. So maybe it's about climate. Maybe it's about how you're feeling right now. You know, we're living in a world with this COVID thing going on, right? So maybe you want to write a zine about how you're feeling. It's a good way to express your feelings. That's one of the things I love about art is that art is freedom. Art allows you to express yourself. Art allows you to connect with people in different ways. I'm going to call this How to Popcorn. So art is really about freedom. If I decide that I want to live in a world where I have a rabbit friend, and this is my Bunsy character that I've developed, and he and I travel all over and do fun Bunsy stuff. If I want to live in a world where a bunny is my friend and we have adventures together, art allows me to do that. If I want to just, if I decide that I want to create my own publishing company, you could create your own publishing company by creating these zines. You can do that. Art allows you to do that. This is my back cover. Remember, we talked about that. So I'm going to put by Philomena 2020. I also think it's a good idea when you're producing your zines to have a theme about what your zine is about, but also to have a visual theme. So for instance, on this catnapper, maybe I will continue to use this purple marker and these wavy lines. It already has this cool dots as a theme, but maybe your theme, part of your visual theme is that you have these brackets on every page. Maybe that's part of your design. Or maybe your design is, part of your theme is that you are only going to work in black and white, especially if you're making photocopies of this. If you're making photocopies and they're just going to be black and white, maybe that's your theme for your publication. Again, historically, underground zines were usually made in a series of 100 or less. But again, you know, every rule is meant to be broken a little bit in this concept. You know, if you decide that your zine only gets 7 in a series, and you're going to number them 1 through 7, and that's all you're going to do, that's just fine. You can go along and do that as one of your parameters, one of the rules that you have for your zine. So on this first page, and I remember that this is my first page because I created this template to remind myself of which page is which. So if this is my front and back cover, I know that this is my first page. So this is my first page. And I could, if I wanted to, I could number the pages. 3 and 4. And then remember, these two are upside down, 5 and 6. So what do I need? So I need unpopped popcorn as an ingredient. I need some sort of maybe a butter. And for me, I would choose a vegan butter. So let's see. So I'm giving everyone the ingredients that they need. Let's say salt. And one other thing, let's say I'm also going to put some cinnamon. Cinnamon, or maybe these are, pepper. Maybe I'm going to make a salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. And just because it's fun, I'm going to put exclamation points on everything because it's my publication and I can do what I want. Okay, and then I'm also going to need a pot to cook my popcorn in with a lid. That's very important. So I need a lid and I need a pot. And I need some sort of heat source, so flames. And if you feel like you're not really good at drawing, first of all, I would ask you to please just keep practicing, because that's how you get better. Like I said, you can always cut out images that you find in discarded magazines or even newspapers. You can take copyright-free images off the internet that you've printed and size them and cut them out. Heat, and we'll say, be careful with the heat. Okay, and then this would be cool. So because we have this TV section, we could show the life of a popcorn kernel going through the heat process. Oh my gosh, that's so fun. Okay, so I'm gonna find a way to get some paper that is the right size for that opening. So I'll just do a short one here, but you please take your time. I may be rushing a little bit just because I'm doing this as your class, but please take your time. So maybe our TV will be up too wide. Got to do some more snipping. So maybe our TV will be what the popcorn looks like as it's popping. So I put my strip in, and I'm just gonna put some dots so I know how far, how large I can make each of my drawings. So then I'll drop the dots down and I'll make some more dots. 2, 3, 4. And let's see, can I get another one? I can. Excellent. So 2, 3, 4. So this is going to be in my my zine TV. So maybe we start off with just what a kernel looks like. So it's kind of this shape, and it's a little bit shiny, and it's kind of got this hard section. And then it starts to pop. It starts to explode and turn into popcorn, and it's still a little shiny there. So again, you'll take your time. I'm just kind of doing this off the cuff. And then eventually it turns into delicious popcorn that you can eat. Oh, you know what? And I'm gonna make it like a kawaii popcorn. We're going to say, whoa. And we're going to say, this is a sleepy popcorn. Okay, so here we go. So we start off with our kernel there, just kind of sleepy. And then it gets hot and it's gonna explode. Oh my goodness. And then before you know it, it's happy popcorn that's ready to get snacked on. Okay, we have just a couple minutes left here. So I'm gonna go on and finish this off camera. I'm gonna call this popcorn TV. I'm gonna continue on with this project and eventually post it on my social media. You can find me all over the place at philomenajackstudio.com. And again, I would love to see the zines that you make. Please, please, please send me some pictures of the zines that you make. And I will eventually post the zines that I make here and that I finish up in my art studio. And you know what? Maybe I will actually create a huge zine someday. Maybe it'll be really big and on the lawn of like my favorite library or something, because libraries and zines and books, they are all of our friends. Okay, we've got 1 minute left here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Remember, make yourself a template so that you can see where all of your pages are going to go. If you need any help, you can find me at Philomena Jack Studio. And if you're on Patreon, guess what? So am I. You can find me over on Patreon. I have had so much fun here. Thank you to everyone at Empire State Maker Faire. This has been such a fantastic weekend. I can't wait to go back and look at all of the videos. I had a video yesterday where we did watercolor, and that was really fun. You could come and join that. Go find the video. I hope that you keep making art and that you keep making zines. Sending you love. Bye.
How's that look? So you sure you don't need a light? That's just warmer. Julia?
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. There's a lot more makers coming right up.
I'm going to get rid of this. I have to get. Just share screen. Oh, there we go. But I'm going to share. I need to put this in presenter mode, right?
Yeah,
Share
but
this
did you
screen.
hit share screen? You're not sharing screen yet. So this is what we see. Now hit share screen.
I can share just that though.
Oh,
Okay.
well, that's okay. Now hit present.
Does that work? Yep. Okay. Maker Faire.
Are we live? Are we on? The session will begin in just a moment. Which one is it?
Or you're in a chat. So that's the thing. You need to have your chat up.
You're live. We're live. Hello. We're so glad to be here. It is different, very different being remote and not being able to go table to table. My children were a little bit sad that they couldn't see every session of Maker Faire. I am Sharon Peck, and
I am Amy Shima. Go on to our next slide there.
we're going to talk. Oh, so go ahead. Whoops. You went to. Go back.
I think that's because we both have
Go
control.
Back. No, I don't have control. There you go.
There we are. Who are we? So I'm Amy Shima, and I am a professor at SUNY Brockport. I teach in the education department, and I also am the director of a summer program where we have kids in elementary school come out to campus for academic enrichment over the summer. This summer we did do it virtually. We worked as part of a collaborative, and we're able to serve over 600 kids here in Rochester. I also wanted to point out here that we have some pictures. All of our pictures are from classes that we've taught or projects that we've worked on with our students. As a professor in the teacher education program, we try to integrate a lot of our theory about games and play into our own classrooms. But the three amazing people that are on the slide are my niece and nephews, and they are teaching me a lot about play, the importance of play. And I make a point to, every time I get to visit with them, to play a game. So take a new special game to play.
And I am Sharon Peck, and I am in the School of Education at SUNY Geneseo, where I work closely with teachers on how to teach literacy and literacy instruction. And I have an urban literacy clinic where I teach my teachers how to play literacy games with their students and looking at the role of play in literacy learning. So I have two play teachers at home also. I have twin boys who are 8 and who remind me every day about the importance of play. And Amy and I have been working for several years together, working on integrating play, looking at games, teaching teachers and others about games, and we just have a lot to share. So let's get right to it.
Sounds good.
So we're going to share ways that you can make, modify, and skin games for your own use at home or in the classroom, and just make games more engaging.
So why board games? There's so much emphasis right now, especially in our virtual communities, of using video games and online platforms. We have actually decided to take the old school approach and use face-to-face, in-person games, which are considered tabletop games, and those include board games, card games, dice games, puzzles,
card games.
In a space where you get to physically interact with another person.
And that physical piece we think is really important. The physical touching is such a big piece of learning, being active and interactive and learning how to interact and talk with your buddy. And it's okay to say, hey, I can't believe you did that to me. Whereas you can't say that when you're sitting quietly at a desk in your classroom. The game theorists talk about the space that's created when you play games as a third space, or the magic circle. And it really is a dynamic thing that happens when everybody is in the moment, engaged in gameplay, planning for their next piece. We also think it's exciting that game play is iterative. Every time you play a game, you learn how to make it better.
It's true.
And that's really exciting, because that's part of the reason why Amy and I love teaching, is that's what teaching is all about to us.
It's the practice, it's the trying, it's being able to go back and do it again. And then there's also the teaching. So every time you get to play with a new person, there's the practice of being able to explain it. And even Sharon's son, Asa, really likes to tell his strategy, which is kind of maybe not the best for winning, but at the same time, it's fascinating to hear how he perceives a game and the strategies used, because they're different than ours, and his work very well. He wins at often.
Yeah, and we all know gamers who are very good at teaching games and others who aren't. So it really is a very powerful skill to understand a game well enough to teach somebody without controlling their moves. So we feel that that engaging piece is really important, that kids today often in classrooms don't get that chance to be active, to be hands-on, to stand up, to react, and to have such immediate control over what they're doing.
The other is the idea of having it be low tech is accessible. We can have games and play in every place, from the laundromat and flipping quarters to really minimal amount of materials. So anything that you can find around the house, from a dice or cards or
can lids, whatever you have, you can play with it.
That's right.
And of course, one of the buzzwords today in education is differentiation. And that means that no matter what the game is, you can find a way to play it at the skill level of your players. So in some of the work that we've done in studying the outcomes of playing games, especially in learning situations, is the value of that social interaction, learning to plan, learning to negotiate, taking on language and rules and humor.
The other is thinking about how you can use games to extend the curriculum, and taking a concept that you have or you've been talking about if you're a teacher in class, a skill that you want to build upon in practice. This is a nice way of doing it. It becomes less risky. You're taking less of a risk in terms of trying out different concepts or how to engage.
Higher order thinking skills are the essence of game design and game play, and even video game designers, they start by learning how to create board games. So it's a fabulous thing to be teaching your own students.
And of course, engagement and motivation. One of the things that we often hear teachers using games as a reward for finishing work. Oh, once you finish your work, then you can go play a game. And we really believe that there's value inherent in the game itself, and that there should be time just to play. And that play is where the learning is happening. It doesn't have to come as a reward. And I think this is something that if we could put a message out there that play is learning and play is not something peripheral to learning, I think we would have a whole new generation of players.
Playing is how we learn. So some of the other pieces, here's my son very engaged in playing Mastermind. The vocabulary that kids use, is it contiguous? Is it subsequent? Is it adjacent? Just in going over the rules and understanding, you're automatically engaging in really rich vocabulary.
And some of that vocabulary becomes domain specific depending on the game. We talk a lot about content area literacy. So being able to participate in games and play in the way that mathematicians may think about it, or engineers may think. How do engineers think about this kind of strategy, which may be different than in a game that's about a more cooperative game that's about social interactions. There's also the flexibility of thinking about how to revise your play as you're going along. Often you have a strategy in mind and you're headed that way until somebody intersects and thwarts your path. And you go into a new direction. So you really have to kind of think on your feet. You have to be able to revise quickly.
And you have to be able to plan a few steps ahead so that you can set yourself up for those winning moves. And of course, on the early childhood level, we're thinking about just matching, counting, turn taking, just those simple pieces that without kids having enough social interactions today, turn taking can be pretty tough.
That's right. And then there's the conceptual thinking. So how do you think about games in a larger context and think about it as a whole, but then breaking it down into its pieces so that you're able to come up with those specific strategies for a certain game. And then those strategies can also be applied elsewhere.
So we just wanted to go over that whole notion of what is included in a board game, because we want you to be ready by the end of this session to be able to go out and make your own games. So a board game is a goal-oriented experience. There may be sub-goals. There should be a certain configuration of obstacles that shouldn't be completely easy to get there. You should have to work. There are resources that you can draw on. There are rewards and penalties, and that's something I'll talk about a little bit with a third grade project I did. It is rule-based. It has an inherent structure that all the players know and understand, so it's not going to be completely chaotic, unless, of course, you're playing Flux. There's various types of information that the players can use to forward their objectives.
The board game is also a place to practice competition and cooperation. This is something that we expect children especially, to be able to regulate their emotions, but we have to also practice regulating emotions, and board games are a safe place to do that. Taking turns, having the cooperation, knowing who's going first.
Not giving up when you know you've lost or you're about to lose, but handling it well.
And being able to continue play until the end.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
There should be a degree of uncertainty. If the game was too easy, you wouldn't play it. There's got to be a level of challenge. There should be equal conditions for fair play. So Amy and I both should have the same opportunity to win the game. She shouldn't be preset to, even though she's smarter than me, to be able to win more easily. It should be fair for everyone.
It has an appropriate level of challenge. So this is where the differentiation comes in. If it's too hard and there's no chance of winning, then that just leads to frustration. But there has to be enough opportunity for a glimpse of possible winning or being able to overcome an obstacle. It could be if you're paired. So you may work with teams, so you're working with somebody else who's a more knowledgeable partner to be able to then engage in an appropriate level of challenge.
Flexibility in your decision making, so you have lots of those choices. And I think the key thing that we've been talking about is interactivity. How much you get to interact, the registers you get to use, the way you get to talk with each other, the types of roles that you take on as you're playing the game. What's really interesting to us is that the board game industry has experienced a 20% year-over-year growth since the year 2012. And board game cafes are popping up in most larger cities. It is considered one of the fastest growing hobbies today.
Right now, there are different definitions and kinds of games that are often included in sales of games. So it may be role-playing games or models that also are included, but collectible games would include board games and card games. And we're now seeing that's an astounding number, $745 million in games alone. And after COVID and some of the sequestering, we've seen now that huge jumps in games.
And this image is fun because it comes from a game cafe in Troy, New York. But despite this huge resurgence in games, we don't see a lot of them in use in schools and in after-school programs.
We often also, the games that we do see are the very common ones, which is fine as a start, but the more that kids are exposed to a range of games, types, and strategies, the more that they're able to create their own and then be able to make those the modifications to a game.
And be more engaged. They don't play more games because the games that they have are okay.
We hear this a lot, that teachers will say there just isn't enough time for kids to play games. And I was talking to some of the student teachers, and I asked them to observe in a classroom to see when do kids get to play. I think it was a third grade classroom. And the student teacher was in a placement, and she said, well, the classroom teacher said that they can play on the computer once they finish doing their work. Which is unfortunate because there's so much to be learned, as we're seeing here, in not just the playing of the games, but also the modifying and designing of games.
Play is the work of children. Teachers say they don't have extra funding to purchase games. We're going to solve that problem for you right there. And then the biggest problem that we see is that parents and principals don't always see the value in playing games. Teachers say they have to call their playtime discovery time or inquiry time because they're not allowed to even have playtime during the school day. We're going to change that.
We do believe that games is learning, and which equals teaching. Here is an example of my pre-service teachers at Brockport who were playing some games. And I start off this semester, actually, our first introductory class of students playing games. I find that it just sort of is a great icebreaker. They have fun because they're trying something new. They can be silly. They can take on, it may be one of those uncomfortable first night classes, and now they start playing, and all of a sudden you hear laughing. And there's this new sort of shared vocabulary that we hear. And then they also start reminiscing about their play and what the games that they played when they were younger, and how much fun and how much they miss it.
So we both use it a lot in our teaching. And then we teach our students and our teachers how to make games. So what we wanted to talk about today are 3 things that you might be able to do at home: skinning games, modifying games, and creating your own games. You want to mention Professor Penguin? Or?
This is Professor Penguin. My nephew, Aiden, wanted a button-down shirt for his penguin. So I sewed this for him last year, and immediately he put it on and he said, "Oh, Professor Penguin." And this to me just is another example of kids' imaginations, and they're able to take on roles and also project those roles onto their stuffed animals.
We just have to follow their lead. In thinking about mechanics is central to game design. So we just made this little chart here to help you think about different types of games. The games that children know best are random games, and they are the games that I dislike the most. Because games like Candyland and Chutes and Ladders, you have absolutely no control. It's the draw of the card, it's the roll of the die, it's the flick of a spinner. There's no skill involved, the skill of counting and following directions, but there's no skill that will allow me to play better or have a better chance at winning.
I just thought of something. So random game there, Chutes and Ladders. That would be a whole new game if it was that kind of shoot. Instead of, did you ever read the book?
Oh yeah, Chutes and Ladders, yeah.
Yeah, Chutes and Ladders. We should come up with that game.
You're right, there's a little misspelling there, isn't there?
Exactly. Go with it. Go with the flow. Our strategy games are whenever there's planning, that there's the forethought for your moves, and you have to think several moves ahead. So there's the planning, and then also thinking about your opponent's plan and how you're going to respond to that. And these again are common games that we have. So our secret is that we get a lot of our games at Goodwill, and you can often find used games, and Connect 4, Clue, Chess, Checkers are options.
Word games, obviously, like Scrabble and Boggle, which you have some control over. They're not a random design, and they definitely are mentally engaging.
And then we have creative games that either take on words, it's a word play, and we're acting out, like charades. Pictionary is, again, thinking about how you're going to depict an image of the vocabulary.
I was looking for who, what, when. Who, what, where is one of a drawing game that we absolutely adore. Then there are many games that have a mix of random and strategy. So there's just enough randomness to keep some mystery, but then you have strategy and the ability to improve on the game. So thinking about that will help you think about how you can modify games at home or in school. And there's 5 pieces that we want to talk about, and we've got lots of pictures and examples to share with you. So we're going to talk about how to change the mechanism, how to shorten or change the objective, how to explore the possibilities that the game pieces offer or what you have offers, how to add an element related to what you want to practice, so you know your principal will think it's fine to do that, or how to create a home version of your favorite game and mix it up.
So if we start with change the mechanism, this can be as simple as adding a house rule. So for example, you could, even if you are playing something like Monopoly, adding the extra $100 at parking, or adding a rule to it. Another possibility is adding dice. So you now have multiple die or multi-sided die. So you're changing the percentages or how you're using numbers. Another is just spinners. So adding somebody's name to a spinner, adding a number to a spinner.
My son one of my sons is really into exploding kittens, so he wants to start making our own house cards, so that he's got a better chance of getting set up to have detonator. No, what's it called? Diffuse. So this just nods to some of the really interesting trends going on in gaming today, where there's a lot of roll and write, where instead of having detailed boards, you're rolling and recording. So it just leads to so many possibilities. For example, here is a very popular game, Settlers of Catan, and this is the roll and write version. So you roll die and then you're recording and making your choices that way instead of having the larger game board that is still one of the most popular games.
This is taking something like Twister, and this was students in our summer program actually developed a Twister version that focused on socio-emotional learning and acknowledging and recognizing some of the visual signs of emotions. So they used the spinner, they had cards, and this was also connected to one of the books that they were reading.
Pig the Pug. This is an interesting game that one of my students made based on the Frog and Toad books. And so those green pieces are lily pads, in case you couldn't tell. But what I like about this game is that with those cards, your layout is different every single time. So with Settlers of Catan, you've got your pieces that you lay out, your world that you're playing in is different in every single game, and you can do this on any level game. So it just adds so much to the variability of gameplay, keeping it very fresh.
So Ace and I are playing a game called Word Pirates, and this was a nice example of having multiple mechanics. So this game included the rolling of the die.
Which told you whether you were creating words with letter die. It told you how many die you could have. It told you whether you could have a deck piece you're trying to build from your ship to the treasure, or whether you have rocks so that you can block your friends from getting to the treasure. Another way that you can modify for home or school is to shorten or change the objective. Teachers will say there's just not enough time for play, and there certainly is. This is another one of our family favorites, Splendor, which you play up to collecting 15 points, and the first person to hit 15 wins. You could set it at 6 points. You could set it at 10 points. You can play with what your kids are most interested in and make it fit into the time that you have.
Or you can also adjust the directions and slowly increase the challenges. So for example, in Splendor, you may not use the nobles, and then add that in later once children have a better understanding of the mechanics of the game.
Same thing with Carcassonne. It's not adding the shepherds, yes. You can really have fun with alternate gameplay. Give your kids the game and ask them to create a completely different game. This is Who Knew, which is also a very good remote game for right now. We play it a lot online with our cousins who are far away, where you kind of in an apples to apples kind of way, you have 4 cards. Whoever the person that you're picking for, you want to pick a card that represents something that they will like. And if you end up being the one who they rank their order, the cards and from what they like most to least, and giving you points.
So the other day we had this game and we just took the pieces apart, and I was talking to the boys and said, what can we do with these cards? And they started making up stories. So they started laying down the cards and then making up a connection to lay down a second card to go with it. And then they got into these elaborate stories, and then this whole grid happened, and they were talking for quite a while. It was really creative. I think this is also a good reminder that if you lose pieces to a game, it's not, you're not completely at a loss.
It's a new beginning.
It becomes a new beginning. You get to try something new and create your own game, even if the original game pieces aren't there.
So don't ever throw those game pieces away. Amy and I both have stashes of all kinds of parts and pieces because you might use them in making a game. Make it collaborative is another way to really change it up and make it more engaging. One of my favorite games is reverse charades, which we have here, where instead of one person acting it out, one person is guessing and everybody else in the room is acting out the same thing. So it becomes really silly, and of course it becomes a lot of fun because you see everybody's different connotation of the word. Another favorite is to play Scrabble by giving everybody all the tiles at the beginning. You work in teams so that you're trying to fill your board to get the highest amount of points possible. So you're still using all those wonderful skills and word awareness and letter awareness. You're doing all that math and you're playing and cooperating together. There's a real place for cooperative games, and they're becoming more and more popular.
What's Outfoxed? Is that the
Outfoxed is a favorite. We should have had a picture of that. If you don't know Outfoxed, check it out. It's a fun game for younger kids where they are trying to beat the fox by uncovering clues and finding out who is trying to steal the pie, I think is the.
And then it's a game based on deductive reasoning. Then there's another one with the dragons. Dragonwood?
Dragonwood, yeah.
Where you have to work together to beat the dragon.
Other things you could do to modify and make it more engaging, you can change the number of points. You can just make the whole grid smaller, as in Battleship. You can just cut away some of those lines so that you only have room for so many ships, and then you'll be able to have time to do it, but still get in that really exciting and engaging gameplay.
Battleship is another good one that you can play remotely. So as long as you both have the same battle boards, the same grid, you can play it remotely.
And it's nice because you can leave it up if it takes longer. You can play it over several different remote sessions, which we have done. And you can explore the possibilities that the game pieces offer.
So this is a inexpensive game called Flip. And we started playing it. We've got all of the rules. There are 3 variations that are in the game itself. And then Asa had this idea of like, what else can we do with it? So we started adding components and replacing the symbols, or we made these into math problems, essentially. And Asa was quite excited because he essentially was doing algebra. And he realized he was doing junior high math, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and it's exciting because on each card there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of a fruit, and you have to determine how many fruits there are. So it just lends itself to so many possibilities of games. It's kind of like the game Point Salad, which is another one that just you could play so many spin-off games from it.
The other thing that I like about this is that it's self-checking. So we can go back and say, oh, show me how that works. Or are you sure it's that? Let's count. And then there's ways of being able to self-check. And I think that's one of the things that, especially in math, that we want to encourage kids to do is reverse engineer their problem and see if they still get the same answer.
So look around and think about what games you have, what pieces you have, what collections you have. The sky's the limit in the terms of what you can do. Amy's made up some really interesting card games, but all you need are some sort of tokens of any kind. Dice add so much to the mix, and of course using different sided die ups the challenge even more. So start with what you have. You can do a lot with an ice cube tray, which you'll find a million of at garage sales, or an egg carton and just dice and toss games. Oh, or you could create your own version of a game. Like here's Lego City, a city game made out of Legos. You can use your Legos and blocks and other toys to recreate your favorite games. Another thing that you can do for modifying is to add an element related to what you want to practice. So this is an easy way to think about it in terms of classroom time and space. Here's Candyland, which you know is not one of my favorites.
But whenever you go beyond Candyland, you can make it into a word game.
A word game. So in order to be able to move to that double yellow, you have to be able to read 2 different words. So it brings that little skill practice in a more meaningful way. And as we know, kids need to meet and greet those words several times before they own them. I thought this was an interesting use of the dot game, which we play a lot when we're waiting at restaurants, to put your math problems in there. So in order to claim that square, not only do you have to have the line creating the box, but you have to be able to answer the question.
A lot of times, teachers or in-service teachers will say, well, this is nice. I see how games can be used for younger kids, but how do we incorporate this into our content areas? This is an example that actually a high school teacher, one of my graduate students came up with, and it's taking the concept of Guess Who and made it into civil rights Guess Who. So this was a way of both learning the content and understanding more about the people and events, key history makers related to the civil rights, but using a familiar game.
Where you're deductively trying to determine which one you have picked. And this game, you will find a lot of them at Goodwill. You can skin them. There are also several skinned versions out there, like Star Wars or Civil War. I don't have the image that one of my students did a really interesting Civil War Guess Who. So it really lends itself for noting characteristics. You could do it with any sort of book characters. It's got so many possibilities.
Another option is for, again, one of the older grades, this is a practicing the periodic table of elements in a battleship model. So using that periodic table, instead of having your ships, you have these different beakers and graduated cylinders to be able to use as your battleships.
Or you could just do it with vocabulary words. So you could draw a ship that took 1 or 2 squares, and you have to be able to read the vocabulary word. Maybe in order to sink it, you have to be able to define the word. Just that more repetition with using the play to give the students the practice that they need with those skills. So this is an interesting game created by a 3rd grader in the Rochester City School District. The 3rd graders were studying animals and habitats and predators and prey. So they had to make up a game, and they used some pre-printed game boards, but then they had to really understand, how do you set up obstacles within a game? How do you decide what's going to happen? And how do you put a little edge on it? So I have a few different examples because I have some strong feelings about follow the path games. They need to have those key elements of having enough challenge, having some ways to be able to have a modicum of control over what you're doing. So this Poison Dart Frog was one of my favorite games, though, because there were lots of different things that happened depending on what kind of an animal you stepped on, what it would do to you.
So as kids are making games too, we're going to think about there's a lot to consider. So not only is there the game design, but the directions are being able to create clear directions for somebody else to be able to follow really is a skill and requires thoughtful literacy.
So, there I spelled it correctly. So one of the things that you can do while you're combining games or game elements is taking those games that are completely random and giving you a modicum of control. So here, one of my students created chutes and letters. So he added the Scrabble tiles and magnetic vowels. You roll your die, that tells you how many letters you get. You can create a word with those letters. You can use any of the vowels that you want, and you can create your word length to avoid a chute and get yourself to a ladder. So now you've got some agency, you've got some control. Oh, and you're playing with words at the same time.
And the nice thing about this is that it's not necessarily changing the original game or pieces, but you're actually adding to it. So that now there's both options.
Yes, and you can just tuck them right in the box and have them for the kids who want them. Do you want to talk about this?
The other day we were playing games and we started thinking about how you can combine games. So are there ways that you can combine elements from one game and then to sort of make another one more complicated or complex? So this is an example of using Boggle. And we decided that we would need to, came up with this idea that you have to be able to earn your players, your gobblers. Actually, so Goblet Gobblers is another really fun game. It's a take on tic-tac-toe, but it's actually your goblets can stack on top of one another, like the Russian nesting dolls.
Until you get to the biggest one. Nobody can step on your biggest one.
Right. So we had to make words out of 3, 4, and 5 letters to be able to earn the
right to use your gobbler. And it was interesting because we played it a few different ways, and the kids decided that you should wait until you knew what your play was to make the word, so that you were keeping it fresh and it wasn't just make a bunch of 3 and 4 and 5 letter words and then play. So you always want to think about, what is the other player doing while it's your turn?
So we've been talking about skinning, modifying, and creating. And the difference is skinning is really taking a game that you, the basic parameters of the game, the rule, the mechanics of it, and then changing the theme.
So you're only changing the theme.
So for example, the
Monopoly is
civil rights.
Oh, yes.
Civil rights. Guess who is a skinning. Whereas modifying is taking a game that you're using some of the base pieces and base elements and then incorporating something different to it. Students, third graders were reading the book Wonder and ended up making a game that was based on Scrabble Junior. So we have that here. Another game was also based on Wonder, but now as they're moving around the board, they had these the elements of the spinner. There are the Wonder trivia, character traits.
Also almost like Cranium.
Yes.
4 different choices.
Again, I think this is what I like about this image is that they've made the players the characters from the book. So another thing that we have done, and I'll get to it about the other players.
There's just so much you can do with skinning. So these were some 6th graders who had never before played a cooperative game, let alone a game that wasn't Uno or Connect 4. And we played the cooperative game Hoot Owl Hoot, where you have to work quickly to get your owls to the nest before so many days have passed, or hours have passed, because of course owls are nocturnal. You don't want the sun to come up. So we were reading Percy Jackson's The Lightning Thief, and they created their own Follow the Path cooperative game, but using characters from Percy Jackson and the same idea that he had only so many days to complete his Odyssey. So it was really neat to see the parallels between the books we were reading and the games they were creating. Here's another example where they were learning Love Letter. We did some cooperative games, deck building games, and dice games so they could learn different mechanics. If you don't know Love Letter, it's a really fun game. But each of everybody gets the same 8 cards, and you're all working together to try and discover who's got the love letter. And each card has a different role. So we had to compare the roles, the characteristic of the card, to the characteristics in the book. Mm-hmm. So it was a lot of fun. And then the third game that we did with 6th grade was we created our own Settlers of Catan roll and write. And we just used wooden blocks to create our die, and had to think about the imagery in Settlers was different, what imagery would be most relatable in Percy Jackson's The Lightning Thief. So that was really interesting. Here's another example of a teacher-made game that goes along with holes. Same as Follow the Path with the question marks. I'll give you the cards, and there's a lot of comprehension-based questions around the book.
Another text-based game with Strigonona. Same kind of follow the path, but along the way there are questions and maybe some obstacles. Twister.
Twister is so much fun to do because you can easily put numbers on there, you can put words on there, letters on there, and of course, who doesn't love Roald Dahl? And here's a simple one, thinking about your littles. Instead of chicka chicka boom boom, chicka chicka vroom vroom, where they had to match the picture to the letter sound. This is a fun one. If you don't know Mo Willems' books and The Pigeon, and don't let the pigeon drive the bus. So these were apples to apples cards with characteristics based on the characters from the Pigeon books, because there's so many different characters. Mm-hmm. So it was a really nice way to be intertextual and look at the characters across all of his books and then think about character traits. So as long as the goal of playing board games is the enjoyment of the players, the value of classic board games in teaching and developing core educational skills will remain strong. That enjoyment piece we think is really important.
This was our kindergartners made a version of Kinderopoly, in which they made a life-size version of Monopoly. You can see that there are we took the large pieces in this next slide. I said they were life-size, and then shrunk them down so we had a board size. But you'll notice that our players and our player tokens are pictures of all of the kids. So this is actually a fun thing to do, to be able to take a child's photo and use that as their player token.
With a binder clip, how easy. You can take any game and skin it. So here is a game that we created at School 50. Their edition, I'm sorry, of Helen Barrett Montgomery School 50, they like their whole name, to be to the locale of the school. So we went around and took pictures of the school and of the different teachers, and we even decided what would the weapons be in a school, maybe a pencil or poison ink pen. So it was a really motivating exploration in creating our own Clue game. And then working with fifth graders, everyone had a different strategy of how they played Clue and recording every single question that was asked. It was fascinating.
So we hope that we've given you some ideas and food for thought. If you are stuck for ideas, the dollar store is amazing. You can get quite a lot, actually, for relatively inexpensive.
Yes, they have tokens. They have dry erase, giant die erase dice, so you can draw a word, a letter, a number on them. You can get spinners. You can get so many pieces that lend themselves really well to games.
Garage sales and Goodwill is another, and then also some of the free sites to find games that are inexpensive. Often we actually keep the price tags on our games that we take into and to do workshops just to show how many of them, even brand new.
Here's Goodwill.
Goodwill tags. Brand new games unopened that you can get at Goodwill.
And then thinking about all of the pieces. You want to show them your wooden blocks?
Like taking something as basic as a wooden block and adding letters to it. At doing the mathematical symbols. So
using all kinds of pieces. Amy has some wonderful game pieces that are soda lids.
Soda lids. The other thing is definitely we want to promote your local game stores. Here in Rochester, we have a few that are really fantastic. They even let you rent games so you can test it out before buying.
And they'll let you bring your classes there, and they'll help you plan for your college classes also. They're fantastic. They would love to help. There's not a game store anywhere that they would not love to sit and talk with you about strategies and ideas. Go to the Strong Museum of Play. They have an incredible game collection, and they have so many games out, or you can work with them to look in their game archives.
And check out a book. We have a few that we reference.
There's with this resurgence in games, and this, of course, popularity of video games and game design, there are some fascinating books there about how to create your own board games, role-playing games, card games. So there are lots and lots of resources out there for you.
I think it's time for us to write a book.
I think we should. That's a great idea.
We welcome your feedback and suggestions, ideas, questions. This is our contact information. Please feel free to reach out to us and share your favorite ideas for how to skin, modify, or create a game.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, are there any questions you can put in the chat? If you're in the live Zoom, you can put in a chat if you have any specific questions for us. This has been really fun to look at and to think about. There's so many possibilities, and you can just take any game and make it into something else.
I think I've found that the more games I play, the more likely I am to want to adjust or modify a game. You have to have some of that background knowledge. I think that helps with the modifying.
Is that just because I win all the time, or?
Well, you always have to mix it up. Actually, that you kind of joke about that, but what we have found is Sharon and I, and then and the boys as well, we all have different kinds of games that we like.
Yes.
So when it's Ace's turn to pick a game, he tends to go to a certain kind, more of a buying and commodity building game. I like games that have that pieces need to fit together. So
yes.
they're kind of the strategy.
Azul, yeah.
Azul.
Summer Pavilion.
Yes, or Blockus, for example. Sharon really likes the roll and write games.
I like dice games.
Yeah. And Skylar likes
Well, he likes Exploded Kittens. He likes random games. But so what's really wonderful is no matter how old your children are, there are entry level and gateway games at every level. There's just so many possibilities of what you could be out there and playing. So just go out, go find a game cafe, and sit there and play for free and have a lot of fun. Thank you very much for letting us be a part of this fantastic Empire State Maker Faire. We're really excited to be a part of it, and hopefully we'll be able to see more people face to face next year.
And maybe we can build some games together next year at the Maker Faire.
Oh, what a great idea. Boy, do I have a storehouse of stuff we can make them
bring
from.
all those pieces together and come up with our own games.
And if you need to have a Scrabble tournament, call me, because I probably have 15 Scrabble games at my house waiting for the day that we have a Scrabble tournament. Thank you very much. I think we'll be here in case there are any questions that you might have. Okay.
Water, don't touch that button. The Empire State Maker Faire isn't over yet. We still have a ton more makers left. Stick around.
Hello, welcome to the Empire State Makers Faire. I'm Ed Siegel, I'm a wood turner, and today I will be demonstrating turning a wooden bowl. So this machine is called a lathe, and this is used to turn wood. So in most woodworking, the wood stays stationary and the tool moves. So if you're using chisels, you're pushing the chisel, or saws, you're moving the saw. With a lathe, the wood moves and the tool stays stationary. So today I've mounted a piece of maple, and we're going to turn a bowl out of this. So this is going to be the bottom of the bowl, and I'm going to turn the outside first. So the first thing I'm going to do is get this round. Very important. I normally wear a full face shield when I'm turning for protection, but if I do, you won't be able to hear me. So today I'm just going to wear some extra safety glasses. But safety is obviously critical doing any kind of wood turn. So I'm going to crank this up to about 1,000 RPM. The block is spinning, and I'm going to take a very sharp tool. It's called a bowl gouge, and I'm just going to make sure that this is round. And then I'm going to move to the outside and start working on the bottom of the bowl. So I'm going to turn the bottom of the bowl in the outside shape first and then reverse it. So the first thing I need to do is make a recess in the bottom to show, so that I have something to grab when I turn the bowl around. A little foot I'm going to put on the bottom, deep enough so that I can grab it with the chuck when I turn the bowl. This tool is very sharp. I want to get a nice clean cut. I don't know if that's quite deep enough, but I'm going to flatten this out. Tool rest a little. I've got to get this just right because it's the only chance I get at this piece. That's pretty good. Got a little deeper here. Okay, so now I've got my foot, and now I'm going to start shaping the bowl. And we come in from the side because I want to make sure that I'm pushing the fibers of the wood in the right direction. Tear them out. I want to get a nice smooth And this is the first time I get to see really what the wood will look like, because every tree is different and every grain of wood is different. And I'm getting some interesting color in here. So I want to make sure that I save as much of that as I can, not cut it away. Well, one thing I like to do on my bowls is I like to create a little foot, because it lifts it off the table a little bit. So I'm going to come in a little deeper here so that when it's sitting on the table, it doesn't look very heavy. And then I'll come back out. That's good. Looks a little better than how they get sit heavy down to the ground, down to the table. Okay, that's a pretty good shape. Maybe a little bump right here I'm going to get rid of. I'm going to take a nice light cut just to smooth it out. Actually, I'm going to crank it up. It's getting a little smaller and it's balanced, so I can turn the speed up a little more. And that'll give me a nice, clean cut. I don't have to do too much sanding. Okay. I do want to sand it just a little bit because I don't really get another chance at it. Again, normally I would have a dust collector running. I'm not breathing a lot of the sawdust, but it makes a lot of noise, so you wouldn't be able to hear me. Sanding is not the most fun thing to watch, so I'm not going to do too much of it. There's some tool marks in here I'd like to get rid of. Get my tools back. Probably a better cut. Sanding, and I'm going to turn this around. I still have a little line in there I'd like to get rid of. Take a nice light cut to get rid of that line in there. smoothest cut I could get. Okay. So now I'm going to take this piece off. Got a nice round shape, a little foot, good recess. And right now I've got this screwed on using a faceplate. I'm just going to unscrew this. Away from me. There we go. I'm going to mount this using a 4-jar chuck into that recess that we just turned. And I have to be careful not to make it too tight because I crack it. Should be good. Okay. I'm going to stand off to the side just in case this flies off. Usually it doesn't. And turn it up slowly just to make sure it's on there securely. There we go. Looks good. It's running true. And now I'm just going to flatten what will be the top edge. Now, next thing I really need to do is start hollowing it out, make it into a bowl. But I'm going to take a minute because I have an opportunity here to make this a little more interesting, to decorate it. So, there's some nice grain in this wood and some interesting colors. But sometimes we get a very plain piece of wood, and I want to do something special on it, just to highlight it. So there's a couple of things we can do. So first, I'm going to take this very pointy chisel, spear point chisel, scraper. And I'm just going to cut a couple of lines to add some interest to it. Now they look good, but they're a little hard to see because there's nothing really highlighting them. Okay. So I want to darken those lines, and the way I can do that, I could take a marker or paint and paint that, or I can take a piece of wire. This is guitar string wire or piano wire, with some handles on it for safety again. I can get the piece turning really fast and hold the wire in those grooves, and the friction will heat them up. See the smoke coming off. Burn the lines. So now I have some nice decorative lines in here. Now I want to take this one step further. I want to change the color of that decoration. So again, I could paint it, or I could use markers. I could use a wood burning tool to burn that in there. But I'm going to use something natural. I don't like to color my woods with paint. This is another piece of wood from Africa called paduk. It is a bright orange colored wood. I cut a little piece off of it. And if I rub this piece of wood against my bowl, it'll stain it, just like rolling in the grass. It's called burnishing. And it'll leave some of that orange color on the wood. So I have a natural orange band just to highlight my bowl. Just to add a little more interest to it. Some rough spots, I didn't really sand it very well, but for the most part, it looks right. So now I like the outside, I'm ready to go. I can sand it a little more, get it a little smoother. But just for time's sake, I'm going to move forward. And now is when we turn this from a block of wood into just a bowl, or into a bowl, right? So I'm going to move my tool rest to the front of the bowl, crank the speed up again. And now I'm going to start cutting into the bowl. Each time cutting a little deeper and a little wider. Swing my tool around as I come across the bowl. A little catch. That's what I didn't really There's a couple of things I have to watch here. A couple of things I'm watching while I'm doing this is I don't want to get too thin. I want it to be a nice the inside to match the shape of the outside, but I don't want to get too deep. The bottom of the bowl, the foot, is lower, or the foot of the bowl is lower than the bottom of the bowl because I left that foot there. So I can't go as deep as it looks on the outside. So I just have to be careful. A little thinner on the top here. think I'm getting very close to my final thickness. I'm going to use a pair of calipers. They're called figure-8 calipers. And I can see that up here, I'm at a little over 1/8 of an inch thick. But when I come down here, I'm way thicker. There's much more room. So whatever this opening is how thick the wall is. So I can go deeper and thinner down here towards the bottom of the bowl. I can feel it's getting close, but still thicker down here. I think the bottom thickness is good. I just have a little ridge in here that I need to clear out. But I'm going to use a smaller tool. It's a little less aggressive. It won't cut quite as fast. And I'm also, just for support, going to move my tool rest inside the bowl. Make sure it's not rubbing on anything. Pretty good. Okay. Now I'm going to come across the bottom with another tool called a scraper, just to get the last final cut just the way I want it. And this tool lays flat and has a little burr on the end. It gives a nice clean cut if it's sharp. If it's not sharp, it'll just tear the wood. Not bad. Do we have any questions so far? All right, so I think we're ready to sand the inside. I'm going to sand everything, so I'm going to start at 150 grit. Turn my speed down a little bit. Inside and out. Be careful not to crack. I can still sand this orange, but if it's stained pretty good, it's not going to take all that orange off. You don't get any tool marks off, and any ridges that might have come up, and any torn out wood where the fibers didn't cut cleanly. There's a little bit in there. I'm not going to go crazy on it today. because then you don't want to cut yourself when you're reaching for your peanuts. Go to 240 grit. There's a lot of different ways you can decorate the bowl. And every piece of wood looks different. See, there's lots of color in here. Sanding. And now, we call that finished today. I can actually put some finish on the bowl. And this is, because it's a bowl, I want to make sure that the finish that I put on it is safe to put food in. Most finishes, like polyurethane or lacquer, are food safe after they dry. But I even use something more natural. This is beeswax that's melted down with mineral oil. Both food safe, both digestible. And I can just rub this right on here, right on the lathe. And this will go in, it'll highlight the wood. You can see how the grain changes a little bit, makes it a little prettier, shinier. And I get that on there. And then I turn the lathe on and hold it, and I use the friction of the lathe turning to buff the wax to a high shine.
We have a question from Robert. What is your favorite wood to turn?
My favorite wood to turn. My favorite wood to turn is wood that I find because it's free. I really like turning maple and cherry. This piece of maple is really nice. I think the wood that I really enjoy that I don't get very much anymore is mesquite from Texas. A lot of wood, when it's cut down and it's on the tree, has a lot of moisture in it. And when you turn it, it'll warp and turn oval. It'll crack as it dries. But mesquite is very stable. So when you turn it, you can turn it when it's wet, so it's easier to turn. But it's also stable, so it won't change shape as it gets as it dries. It won't crack.
From YouTube, from Douglas, what are the basic tools I need besides the lathe, and when do I know it is time to change to a different tool?
So the basic tools besides the lathe are the chisel. And you can see I have different size chisels. There are different shapes of chisels. I probably have 40 tools around my shop, different shapes and sizes. There's roughing gouges and skews, and they all make different kinds of cuts. I probably do 90% of my turning with 3 or 4 tools. I do a lot of bowls and hollow forms, so I use what's called a bowl gouge, the one that I was using earlier. It's a deep flute, long bevel tool. I can turn almost anything. Now, if I'm turning very small things, obviously I'm using much smaller tools. I have tiny little tools for tiny little turnings. When do you know when it's time to change tools? Well, they all make different cuts. You can see that they have different shapes on the ends. The angle of that bevel, the angle of that shape, and how it's ground to a different shape determines what kind of cut it makes. It also depends on how your wood is on the lathe. So for example, this piece was in the tree where the tree was growing this way. So this is this would be the side of the tree, which means the grain of the fibers in the wood are running this way. A lot of times we'll turn things like I turn this ice cream scoop where the fibers are running this way, so the top and bottom of the tree. I use different tools making this kind of cut than I do on this, so that the tool doesn't catch on the fibers as it's cutting.
Question from Randy. Are there some other colors of wood that are good to use to stain like you did with the Paduke?
For the burnishing, I've done it with Paduke, and I know that ebony works really well. I don't have any here right now, so I can't show you. But any wood that has a deep color and has a pretty oily base will stain the wood as it's burnishing.
Something like a Brazilian bloodwood or something?
Bloodwood might, cocobolo, something like that.
Okay. One more question from Robert. How can I learn more about turning? Maybe some resources that you know of to look into it?
Yeah, so the American Association of Woodturners, AAW, it's at woodturners.org. Great resource. In New York State, there are local clubs in most regions. I'm a member of the Woodworkers of Central New York. I'm actually the chairman of the Woodturning Special Interest Group. We love new members. A lot of our members will teach. People who are interested in trying it for the first time, we do workshops. There's also groups in the Finger Lake regions, in Buffalo, Long Island. I used to be a member of a group in the Hudson Valley when I lived down there. So find your local chapter. If you go to woodturner.org, AAW's website, you'll be able to search for and find a local chapter, get in contact with them. You can learn from YouTube. However, there's a lot of really good, safe instruction on YouTube, and there's a lot of questionable videos on YouTube. Wood turning is a great hobby. It's a lot of fun, and I've been doing it a long time. It can be very safe. If you make a mistake or don't get good instruction up front, it can be, you can have an accident. So find somebody in your area that's willing to teach you. Contact me. My website is bayberrycrafts.com. My contact information is in there, and if you need help finding a chapter, I'm happy to help you find somebody.
Another question from YouTube, from Cheryl. What's the biggest project you've ever made? I don't
typically turn very big. This lathe will handle up to 16 inches. Just about a month ago, I had a request for a salad bowl from somebody who wanted a really big salad bowl. So I turned about a 14-inch. It was actually from the same tree that this piece came from. It was absolutely beautiful. It was one of the few pieces that when I sold it, I was sad to see it go. But that's the biggest piece. I can turn big. I don't enjoy turning very large as much as I do something this size or comparable.
Do you have any other examples of things that can be made on the lift?
Sure. So I do a lot of bowls and what we call hollow forms. So this is a English walnut hollow form. It's turned down to a 1/16 of an inch thick and pierced using a dental drill. So I do a lot of work like this. Like I said earlier, I've done ice cream scoops, candlesticks, salt and pepper shakers, bowls. Somebody asked about color. This is also another hollow form where I didn't take a solid piece of wood, but I took lots of small pieces of wedges of wood and glued them together into rings to get the color pattern that I wanted. This is called segmented turning. Any other questions?
More. Are there any good ways to stop cracking in your final projects as they dry?
There are. So, like I said, wood, when it's turned freshly off the tree, has a lot of moisture in it. So, as it dries, it'll move, it'll crack, potentially. This piece is actually fairly wet, and I'm not worried about it cracking because I've turned it thin to a very consistent wall thickness. I don't think I'm going to have any trouble with this cracking. If you want it thicker, there's several ways to do it. So a lot of wood turners will turn a large bowl while it's still what we call green, has a lot of moisture in it, down to a thick wall, 10% of the diameter. So like on a 10-inch bowl, it'll leave a 1-inch wall. And then take it off the lathe and let it sit for 6 months or 8 months or a year, let it warp, and then put it back on the lathe and turn it down to a final thickness. I'm just not that patient. And I also like when the wood moves. It doesn't bother me that if this becomes oval tomorrow morning. Other methods are turn it to its final thickness and then put it in a microwave oven in short blasts to get the moisture out. I've done sometimes where I turn it down to final thickness and I soak it in denatured alcohol for a week or so. The alcohol displaces the moisture that's in the wood, and when you take it out of the alcohol dries out quickly. That seems to work. There are guys now who are using desiccants, those little packets that come in, in your electronics or in your clothes that ship overseas that say do not eat. Those are desiccants. They absorb moisture. You can buy the desiccant in bulk. If you turn your bowl and then bury it in desiccant, it will draw the moisture out of the wood. So there's a lot of different methods. Some work, some don't, some work sometimes.
All right, a couple more questions from Sam. What kind of glue do you have to use to assemble a segmented piece?
I use regular wood glue, Type Bond 2. is my favorite. It's got a good working time, and then dries basically waterproof.
All right, and this is from Rod. Where do you sell your items?
I've done some, excuse me, local craft fairs, and I also have my website, bayberrycrafts.com, which is up on your screen now. If you go into the Woodturning section, then you'll see a large display of some new stuff, some older stuff. If somebody contacts me, like I said, somebody contacted me looking for large salad bowls, then I can, work with you and turn what you're looking for. All right. Well, thank you. If there's no other questions, thank you for having me at the Empire State Makers Fair. If you do have any questions, again, contact me through bayberrycrafts.com. Happy to answer it. Thank you. Thanks for watching.
computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, 7.
Thanks for checking out the Empire State Maker Faire. There's been a lot of amazing makers, and the fun isn't over yet. Thanks for sticking around.
Hello, hi. My name is John Kaipoff, and I am really excited to share this data visualization that I've been currently working on. For the longest time, a lot of people ask, hey, John, what do you do? And I've always had a hard time explaining that to other people. So I used to say, well, I make things with computers and glue, but people don't quite understand that because, like a lot of you, I like to play music, I write code, I love design, I have an entire digital fabrication shop, I work with electronics, I'm into film, I own a business, and I'm also an educator. So I teach creative coding, electronics, digital fabrication, product design, digital media, and data visualization in the interactive multimedia department at the College of New Jersey. And because it's the Empire State Maker Faire, I also teach digital fabrication at the ITP program at NYU. So one of the things that I love about data visualization is that it's an opportunity for me to take all the things that I love and you can put them all together, right? And so what I'm doing in this presentation is showing you how you can use code and all these things to build something that you can literally hold in the palm of your hand. So let me show you really quickly the finished product. Literally the glue is still drying. The technology is working. It hasn't fallen over. So I'm really excited to show you at least the final product, and then we'll talk about how I got there. So what is going on there? So let me try to explain this a little bit. So we're going to talk about the prototypes in just a second, but this is the first prototype. And this was developed using Python code, right? And so the way this actually works, it's a clock. I'm going to go to my shop cam real quick so you can see what it looks like. And so each ring is an hour. So the very top ring, that's midnight. And the bottom ring, that's 11 o'clock p.m. And you'll notice that there's a light sort of a little bit more than midway down, which means it's 4 o'clock, or about 4:30. And so what this data visualization shows is how much sun radiation, and if I'm looking at this right here, how much sun radiation, and this is October at 4 o'clock, how much sun radiation is shining on this at my exact location in my garage at this exact time. So you'll understand what I mean in a minute. So my garage, check this out, this is pretty cool. I live in on a suburban street. And so right now the sun's shining over my garage. There's a certain amount of sun radiation that happens at this time of the day. So that's my workspace. And so this data visualization can show that. So let me show you how that might work. So all of this started with a line of code. So a lot like many of you, I'm naturally curious and I like to tinker with things. And instead of watching Netflix, oftentimes I have a much better time just sort of playing with code. And so I stumbled across this library called PySolar. Let me bring this here. Hopefully you can see this. Cool. So this PySolar library, I saw that if you put in just a little bit of code, it tells you how much solar radiation happens in a given area, which I thought, well, that's really neat. So I installed the library and I'll run it for you. So here's the code, right? Just that little bit of code there. And if I open up terminal and I run that line of code, it gives me a number. So 30.91. That's kind of cool. But what if I change one of the numbers? What if I make this number like an 8? I'll save it. And maybe let's try playing this again. It's a different number. Well, that's kind of cool. So what can you actually do with that? And so that is where like the whole journey began, right? So we have these numbers, but what does all that mean? And so I think the website actually has some kind of data visualization, but it doesn't look like that. It's not something you can hold in your hand. So I played with it a little bit. I went back into in brackets and I started playing with the data. And I said, well, maybe I can get all of, all the solar radiation data for every hour of the entire year for a given location. And then once I had all that data, it's just a ton of numbers. What are you going to do with that? So then I brought it in and I wrote some JavaScript to start turning these things into shapes. And once I did all of that, then I decided, well, you know what? Maybe I can make an app that can do it for any location. So I'm going to put in, my hometown because that's where I am, Stockton, New Jersey. And I'm going to build that map. So we found something there and I can hit build. And it takes a little while to run because it's doing a whole lot of math, but in about 10 seconds, it'll start building each model. So it's using Python, it's using JavaScript, and a bunch of backend software to run this. And essentially what it's doing, it's writing SVG files to, that you can download when it's all done. So now we're starting to get some real kinds of shapes. And this was a very exciting thing to be able to see something like this. So we'll let it run its course because you're going to see something similar to this a little bit later when we get further in the presentation. Almost there. And when you're done, you can download that zip. And that's basically going to give you a lot of different shapes that you can bring into Illustrator and you can cut them out. So the inspiration behind this project, one of the things I love to do, and I don't do it a whole lot, but I love to travel. And I love it. So like when you travel, you get off the airplane and you're on you get out into the world and the sun feels different depending on where you are. So if you're in Florida, the sun just feels different on your skin than if you're in California or New Jersey or in Spain or wherever else, right? So I'm fortunate to live in a really, really beautiful area right along the Delaware River. And I fly my drone a lot, and a lot of times I like to get like scenic views. And so some of this drone footage was the inspiration behind this project. Let me show you where I live, and then we'll get into some of the code. So it's a small town. It's called Stockton, New Jersey. And it's got this bridge that you walk across. And every morning and every night, it's just like a really nice walk. And that's my town. The small town, there's a little farmer's market, and used to be an old railroad and a lot of farming still. New Jersey still has farms. And there's also a lot of history, a lot of events, and a lot of artists work here. And, I always have the saying that I wish I could capture the sun like in a bottle, especially as it's getting a little bit colder out and things like that. And I wanted to just sort of keep that right in a model. So I got all the shapes, I wrote the software, I downloaded all the shapes, but now you want to see what it looks like, because it's one thing to see it on the screen. And so what I decided to do, I own a Glowforge. It's one of my favorite tools. It's a prototyping tool that I use for pretty much everything. It's quicker than a 3D printer. And so what I did is I took those initial designs and I brought them to my Glowforge and I tried cutting out the shapes to see what they look like. So let me show you a quick clip of me doing that. In fact, I just upgraded to the Pro, so I got the Pro coming in on Tuesday. So this is my basic. So the laser, it can pretty much grave or cut anything. And then you got to start putting these models together. So I just got like a little skewer and you just glue it. You just glue it all together. And in the end, you get to see what it looks like, which is extremely satisfying, as you'll see. I don't really work this fast. It's like my Jimmy DeResta speed up. You guys like to pick on the table. And also, I'm happy to answer any questions as they come in. Feel free to put them in the chat. Yeah, my workshop isn't always as clean. It's usually just where the camera's pointing. Right now, my workshop looks more like it's lived in. Yeah, actually, it's still not bad though. It's not bad. I got everything tucked away in the closet. That's basically how it works. So this first model, check this out. So this first model was really satisfying. So this is right my garage is, right? But what about other places? So since this is the Empire State Maker Faire, I also made one for New York. Now, the two look very similar, right? There's not that much difference, but there are slight differences, which to me is the most fascinating thing in the world. So yeah, New Jersey, New York, at least when you compare the sun radiation, they're basically the same place. But what happens if you move a little further away? Like, so let's just say if we go to Siberia, Russia, what does that look like? So Siberia, Russia is a much smaller model than some of the others. And you can see that like basically in the summertime, it's light out quite a bit, but in the wintertime, it's like, it's literally almost completely dark. So that was pretty interesting. That's way up north, right? I also have, these are all places I haven't gone to. This is Rome, Italy. So Rome, Italy looks a little bit like New York, but if you have them side by side, they look different, right? So then I got curious. So of course you're going to want to test the extremes. Like the first thing you want to do is like check out your backyard. But then what about something that's like maybe like one of the brightest places on the planet? Where is there the most sun radiation and what does that look like? And being dramatic here, I'm going to pretend it's heavy. So this is Ecuador. And so Ecuador, it's huge. It's when it's sunny, it's like crazy sunny, like basically all the time. And then when it's dark out, it's dark out. One of the other things too, because I know somebody's going to ask, you're going to notice that Ecuador has these nice round shapes. But when we looked at New York, it was it has like all kinds of spines and things on it. It's like, what's that about? Well, I mentioned I was doing all this rapid prototyping on the Glowforge, and my first models, everything started to look like this. And when I decided I was going to make it a clock as well, something didn't quite add up. So the importance of rapid prototyping is again, like testing your data. And I realized, well, Ecuador doesn't have daylight saving time, but New York does. And so what I had to do is write a little bit more code to compensate for daylight savings time. So that dip right there, that's the morning like that we set our clocks back and essentially like it's dark out. And we're like, oh, I can't believe it's dark out already. So like you can actually see that in the data, which is pretty cool. But moving on, so another extreme from New Jersey is Australia. So Australia is literally like the opposite of, because it's in the Southern Hemisphere of New Jersey. So it has similar looking shapes, but everything's inverted, right? That's crazy. Another one I just wanted to check because of the pyramids, right? Is Egypt. Egypt has a lot of sun. And then, of course, you got to try the biggest extreme, which is, if anybody could guess in the chat, although I think there's a slight delay. So I don't know if people are guessing. Let's grab this one. Anyone want to guess what this one is? I literally just glued this one together this afternoon, so it's still fragile. Oh, so I just showed it. North Pole. The North Pole would have looked like this. This is Antarctica. This is the it's one of the stations. So if you do like South Pole, and I did that, and I think I lost that model. It's somewhere out of reach. Mathematically, it's like perfect, but still not a very interesting shape. So this is the South. This is basically the South Pole, where basically, you know, during all these months, it says the summer months. So I think hopefully I put this on right. In the summer months, it's like completely cold, completely dark. And you can see the shape here, like in the other months, it's like daylight 24 hours. So like, I always knew this in the back of my head, but be able to see this and hold it in your hands, like that's a different thing, right? You can't show that in a chart in the same way you can show it in a visualization like this. So the class I teach at NYU is called Making Data Tangible. And essentially that's the premise of the class. We go out, we collect data, and we record data. Sometimes it's through code, sometimes it's through, you know, just observation, because all the folks in the class, they come from all different walks of life and all different skill sets. So it's really easy to be able to collect data, even if you're just observing things. And then you put it in a data visualization in the best way you know how. So if you're a musician, you can create data visualizations that are songs. Or if you're like a quilter, you can make data visualizations that are in the form of quilts, or pretty much, you know, all kinds of different ways. So I love data visualization because in a way, it makes things like coding more accessible and design more accessible and things more accessible. It's a way to bring people together. So yeah, I really love data visualizations. So anyhow, I got these prototypes done, which was pretty cool. But they're just prototypes, and they're cool in their own right. And so I decided I wanted to make the one that I showed you before, which is this guy. And so I want to talk through that process a little bit, because this was harder than I thought. And you know, it's funny. I messed up a lot, but I still love the process, and I wish it didn't take till like an hour before this presentation to sort of finish it. You know, it's hot glued together, but there we are. So the first thing I had to do was make the discs. So let me show you my overhead cam. I started making these discs like this, and I had a couple different prototypes here. This one I didn't stand. This was an extra one because I thought I was going to break it on the CNC. And to get even this far, I had to try lots of different kinds of acrylic, different kinds of glues. I broke some drill bits because things were binding up. I tried all different thicknesses and things like that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, let me show you how I made them. This is Willard Brothers, my favorite store in the whole world. You can buy any kind of lumber there. So here I'm resawing the wood because you got to make it thinner. And then here, we're gonna make an acrylic sandwich. So we're just using CA glue here, and then 16th inch acrylic. So I own a ShopBot Desktop Max, love the machine, it loves me back. And here we're gonna cut out all the discs. And so now that I had all the pieces, first thing I want to do is how they all went together. And then you roll them out and you got to number them, because once you take them off the CNC machine, you really can't, you don't know which time is which, and that's important. So you write them all down. And then the next part, I started filming, but it was such a mess that I got frustrated and I stopped filming. So I had this idea where I could 3D print this jig, because I needed everything to line up. So the idea was I would put these pieces on here, and then I put some glue on that piece and then slide one in, and then put glue on that piece and slide another one in, and then put glue on that piece and slide another one in. And that worked great, right? Everything was perfectly lined up. And, you know, I did tests to make sure that glue didn't stick to PLA, right? Because when you're making things, I probably spend more time testing things than actually making things. So I did my tests and I clamped it, and I woke up in the morning, I peeled it apart, and everything was great. So I had this all together and I glued it all up. I had to do it in 2 halves. And the first half, it didn't budge. And so I didn't know what to do. So I'm pulling at it and this and that, and it's not working, and it's not budging. So then I take a hammer and this other pole, and I'm hitting it and down into breaking the thing apart, and the pieces are literally flying all through the shop, and everything's breaking, and I'm practically crying because this is so it didn't work out, but that's okay, because a lot of times when that happens, you just come back the following morning and you try it again. So I got all the pieces, I cleaned everything up, resanded it, and just sort of glued it by eye, and was more careful and used paint cans and weird things to prop it up. And that seemed to work pretty well. And then I did the other half the same way. And then my friend Brett, who's on this call, watched me try to assemble the whole thing. So that part was good. The next part that I wanted to do, because I had already done the coding, I'd done the design work, I had done the fabrication, but now I want to do the electronics part of it. And so I wanted it to make it a clock. So let me talk you through that a little bit. And it's actually pretty simple. It's pretty simple electronics. So I was using a timing circuit, essentially, where it keeps time, and an Arduino microcontroller. And the code is basically just mostly taken off of the example code. And essentially, every time the hour switches, the lights move up. And so that's what you're seeing there. So depending on what time it is, that ring is the one that's glowing, which is pretty cool. It's a clock, right? And a lamp and a data visualization and all those things. So that was pretty simple, but even getting that and the tube with hot glue, make sure things didn't short circuit. So there's a lot of planning and prototyping that happens in there. And then finally, I wanted to make the base, and I'm going to go back to the shop cam, and I'm going to have to tilt the camera down so you can see it better. So just give me a moment. I'll be there in a second. So I'm back. So what I want to do for that, you probably noticed I'm actually using a piece of redwood burl that was salvaged from a forest fire, which, because it's the sun, I'm doing a solar, it makes sense that it came from fire, and that this wood looks like fire. And I wanted the base to look like the sun, right? That was the basic idea. I wanted the base to look like the sun. And then I wanted, I was either thinking brass or stainless steel to put as the base, where you could laser mark the months on there for the base. I asked Instagram, and Instagram was saying, we like the brass, although I still like the stainless steel. I might try stainless steel as well. So yeah, so that's the project. And it's one of many visualizations that I've made. And I love doing this stuff. And if you're an educator, I think that data visualization is one of the easiest and most accessible ways to teach a whole lot of different disciplines and concepts. And they're fun because you can approach it at any level. So I'm going to see if there are any questions. I'm going to wrap this up, and thank you. So does anybody have any questions? Anything you want to talk about? Okay, cool. Good. Questions are coming in. So the question is, what is one of the hardest concepts to visualize that you have come across? Well, the thing about data visualization, it's in many ways, data visualization is a form of storytelling. And sometimes you collect all of this data and you spend all this time mining data, and whether you're doing like page scraping, you're working on API calls, you're doing like direct observation, you're recording it all, and you finally put it all together. And sometimes the story's just not that interesting. And that's like the most disappointing thing. So even in my classes, like they'll spend all this time collecting it. And then when you see the data, it's like, there's not really a story there. And you can't fabricate a story because that's, you just can't do that. You have to visualize it like, truthfully. But one of the hardest concepts to visualize that you've come across. Every project has its own I don't know, its own difficulty. So one of the more recent ones I did was the emerald ash borer. We have these, at least on the East Coast, we have these, essentially these bugs that are killing all the ash trees. So trying to visualize like how many trees are actually killing. I did a project like that, and figuring out, once you get that number, like how do you visualize that number? How do you make that number something that people can relate to in a meaningful way? Because there's one thing to just state some kind of statistic, but it's another thing to show it in a way that people understand it. So I think that's the hardest thing. So what I love about these data visualizations that I built here is that you can instantly see, like in 1 second, from all this data, you can see the difference between summer and winter, and actually see like the nuances between all the different seasons. Okay, next question. You are using so many methods. What tools are your favorites to use? I love my Glowforge. I have a laser cutting video that is on YouTube. You should check it out if you're not subscribed. I'm guessing most of you aren't. So like the laser cutter, and these are Maker Faire things. So the laser cutter can cut and etch into a variety of materials. So we got leather. I should have been naming these. That's cork fabric. That's paper. That's wood. That's slate. We have metal. So the laser cutter is probably my favorite because it's so versatile. After that, I just love the CNC machine because you can make really beautiful things with it. But honestly, it's just code. I love coding because code, once you learn how to talk to a computer, it's like any other piece of software where you could just use it to get the information that you want, and be able to write your own software. The fact that I could write my own software that other people could use to generate their own solar visualizations, like that's an empowering thing. And yours don't have to be out of wood. You can get the shapes and cut them out of fabric or cut them out of acrylic to make jewelry or something like that. So code and digital fabrication tools are my favorite, really. And honestly, just some time to think and to like have an afternoon. I think time is the most important tool. Setting aside time to sort of just use and tinker and experiment with things, even if the experiments don't always go somewhere. So cool. Love that. Next question. I love that you admit that things didn't always work. What are some of your favorite mistakes? I don't have any favorite mistakes. Mistakes are painful. They're almost all very painful. But if you didn't have the mistakes, then when things worked out, and which they normally do, by the way, it wouldn't feel so good. Like pride comes, I think, in part from working through your mistakes, right? If everything just worked perfectly all the time, you wouldn't be proud of anything you're doing. If you're not proud of what you're doing, then you don't have the motivation. To be on the motivation, then you're just going to watch Netflix all night, which is cool, which is fun. But making things, it's, there's a saying, and I'm going to screw it up, but that a mistake is basically just an experiment. I'm going to mess this one up. Yeah, basically you learn from every mistake, and it's just an experiment where the results didn't quite pan out the way you had hoped. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, data can be used wrong. Have you seen examples of bad data? Absolutely. So in one of my classes, in my data visualization class, a lot of times we'll see, like, for instance, things that I'm thinking of a ton of different examples in my head, but it's not that always the data is bad. And sometimes the data is bad, but oftentimes it's represented incorrectly. Like, for instance, if you have two bar graphs and that they're both not on like at the same plane. So it looks like one's a lot larger than the other. So there's ways that it's represented that's wrong. Yeah, there's a lot of bad data out there, and when people have like an agenda for some reason, you want the data to work in your favor, and there's ways to manipulate it where it appears that way. But part of like having I guess like data literacy is to be able to see through that. And so the classes that I teach at TCNJ and NYU, I like to think students learn some of that, at least know where to look. Great. All right. So if anybody here is into data visualization, I think the best place to start, honestly, is like a lot of people, it's like, well, how do I get into that, right? Is like just observation. So like if you look at the world differently and start observing the world and recording it and recording that data in some format, you'll often start to see patterns. And it's really interesting to see what mediums you can use to basically tease out those patterns and share them with people. And so if you have kids, you can look around your house and make data visualizations of all kinds of things. For instance, how long is everybody on the phone in the house? Can you record that and visualize that in some meaningful way? Like maybe put it in a metaphor or a song or a drawing, or maybe using Legos or something like that. Another question, what are some other projects or ideas you are trying? I am trying lots and lots of projects because I have so many different hobbies and I like to mix them all together. I think the next thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to make, it's actually a desk. And this desk is going to be, I guess, how do I explain this? The desk is going to be the ultimate desk and it's got a lot of gears in it. So that's the theme. The theme is gears. So it's very mechanical and it's going to have all these different tabletops. And so it's a lot of experimenting with materials, with water jet cutting. Some of it's going to be written using code, like the shapes and the geometry and patterns from nature. And so it's every project that I have is usually a culmination of a lot of experimentation. And for me, it's the process that's the most important thing. To be honest, like the lamp itself is cool, but it's just a lamp. What I love the most is all the process that helped get you there, all the experimentations and all the lessons learned along the way. And it's nice to share it when you're all done, because after this, nobody's probably ever going to see that lamp. It's going to sit on my desk that I'm building. Yeah. So. What is your background? What did you study? So my background, originally I was going to study music. And I went to college in the year 2000. So we didn't do a lot of research. So I got to the college, or I was thinking about college, and I learned that if you're a music major, you have to play other people's music. You can't play your own music. And I was writing a lot of songs at that time, but at the same time, Photoshop was pretty new and I was learning that on the side. So I thought maybe I can do graphic design. And they needed this thing called a portfolio, which I didn't even know what that was. But I made a portfolio in a couple of weeks and somehow that got in, and I went into art and graphic design. And I loved being able to, for instance, like doing branding work, where you take all the ideas behind a company and you condense it down into its like simplest shape, right? So after graphic design, I was doing a little bit of that. The web came out and I started designing for the web. And then the coding seemed more interesting than the design. So I spent 12 years writing code and apps and educational apps and things like that. After some really tough freelance projects, I decided I need to get away from the computer, right? Got some woodworking equipment and never looked back, sort of. For a while, for a couple of years, all I did was woodworking. Eventually computers found their way back in, got into digital fabrication. I learned everything from YouTube. So then I bought a bunch of camera equipment and I'm currently starting a YouTube channel. And eventually I'd like to start making products and start my own school someday. So I'm always bouncing around like all the time, right? And I realize if anybody in the audience is wondering like what they should do with their life, that's something I hear students talk a little bit about. It's really good to figure out patterns in all the things you like. So I've realized that I like taking little things and putting them together to make bigger things. So if you're doing coding, you're taking little lines of code and you're building it to make a game, or you're building software. If you're building something with digital fabrication tools, you have like these basic ingredients like wood and acrylic and plastic and shapes and this, and you put them all together and you have something like that lamp that I just made. If you like, I love to cook, simple ingredients, you put all together and you have a dish. So I can pretty much, any career that involves me taking small little things to make something bigger, for me, that's the reason I want to wake up in the morning and get to work. So finding those patterns is more important than what you do. It's just figuring out the kinds of activities that you like. All right. Anything else before we wrap things up? The sun's beating in on me. It makes sense. Like right now, the sun it's a solar visualization. It's like I could feel that solar radiation on me. All right. It seems like there aren't any other questions in the meantime. I'll wait just another minute or so. Do I have any sites that I want to share? Please follow me on Instagram. If you want to see more data visualizations and more experiments, please follow me there. But as far as sites, I think it's important, if you're, no matter what you're doing, whether you're doing data visualization or film or music or design, you need to find heroes in your life, and they might be online, and maybe they're people you've already heard in Maker Faire. But go follow them and view their sites, because you need somebody to look up to as you're going through a journey of becoming a musician or becoming a data analyst or whatever. Find those heroes and the spaces that they're working in, and you know, aspire not to be them, but to be sort of like them in some ways. So I think it's probably my best advice. I watch a lot of YouTube. I think everybody watches a lot of YouTube nowadays. It's everything in the shop that I built, I learned from YouTube, right? And also any site that has some really cool data visualizations, colossal.com. That's one site that's pretty neat. Any other questions? All right. So I'm going to ask the moderator, should we wrap this up now, or? All right, great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you tuning in, and hopefully I'll see you on YouTube or Instagram. Look forward to seeing the rest of the presentations. Take care. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
computer is quick to point out any breakdown. 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 The computer is quick breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, 7.
This condition is called critical.
Hello?
Yes, Professor, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, all right, good. So yeah, so I sent you the
Thanks for tuning back in to the Empire State Maker Faire. Hope you're having fun. I know I'm learning a lot.
All right, welcome everyone. Let's make sure that everybody can hear us. Let's see. Okay, all right, I think we are good to go. Hi everyone. My name is Anurag Purwar, and I'm joined here with my colleague, Amia Khale. I'm a professor of mechanical engineering at Stony Brook University, and I have been going to the Maker Faire for a very long time. In fact, we have always had a presence in the Long Island Explorium Maker Faire for several years now. It was canceled, of course, this year for the obvious reasons. So I'm super excited to be here virtually with everyone with something really very different. This is going to be a hands-on virtual workshop, and both Amia and I are very excited to bring this to you. So Amia is from Mechanismic. It's a New York State startup, and I'm part of Mechanismic, and Amia is also part of Stony Brook because he graduated from Stony Brook not too long ago. Amia, you want to say anything to our attendees?
Yeah, just want to welcome everyone to this workshop, and it's going to be a really interesting experience for everyone here to know about how robot motions are designed. And Dr. Purwar has immense experience in this field, and he'll be guiding you through this quite wonderfully. So just make sure you participate, and it will be really fun.
Good. I see we have basically only 4 attendees, so we can really keep it very hands-on, and we can answer their questions. So that should be fun. Okay, all right. So the title of our workshop is Magic with MotionGen, Learn to Design Robot Motions. So this is quite of a mouthful, but I assure you, when you start working on designing these robot motions using the app called MotionGen, you will find that it's really not that bad. Okay, all right. So with that, let's get it started. So first thing is, I would like you guys to take a moment to introduce yourself in the chat. Just include your full name, if you feel comfortable doing that, your location where you are, your role, if you're a student, you're a teacher, you're an admin, and if you come from any school or organization. Look at the chat just in a few seconds. Okay. Oh yeah, there could be. So Doug, who's our moderator, is telling us there could be a lot more on YouTube stream. Actually, that's something that I did not realize at all. So that's great. So welcome, Jack. Jack is a student. Let's hear from Dennis, Maggie, and Anil. Dennis, are you here? Okay. All right. Oh, Anil is here. Well, he's a grandfather. We know Anil. Welcome, Anil. Good to see you here. Doug himself is a tech teacher in Buffalo. That's fantastic. All right. Okay, Dennis is in Colorado. He's a part-time maker. Fantastic. That's great. Okay, the only person we have not heard from so far is Maggie. It's from Maggie here. Okay, Jen, Maggie, and Catherine from California. Dorn grandkids panel. Oh, welcome. Welcome, Jen. Welcome, Maggie. Welcome, Catherine. All right, so let's get it started. And I'm sure there are a lot more people on YouTube stream who we don't know about, but hopefully Doug will find some time to maybe copy their introductions and just paste it here in the chat so we can see who they are. All right, so this is an interactive session, and I'm going to be asking you guys to complete several design exercises in a browser, and Google Chrome works the best. So if you have Google Chrome on your machine, Windows, or Chromebook or even a Mac machine, that should be fine. I will give you the URL for the website where you need to go, where our app is hosted, which is what you will be using today to do these design exercises. Again, while I'm talking, it's very hard for me to monitor the chat, so both Doug and Amaya will help me if there are any questions that I need to answer right away. Otherwise, we can always take some time to answer them at the end. But since this is supposed to be an interactive session, I would expect that you would have questions, and you should feel comfortable to ask those questions as and when they arise, okay? All right, so the first thing is that you should go to this URL that you see at the bottom of this slide, tinyurl.com/makerfair2020. And I will also, just escape it and put this URL into, let's see, into the chat, so it'll be easy for everybody to copy it. All right. Amaya, if you could do that too. Okay, I see Doug has already done that. That's fantastic. So I don't have to do this anymore. So over here, yeah, you can do that. You can if you go to this URL, you will find several files. Most important one is the PDF of this presentation. So this presentation that I'm giving right now, there's a PDF of it available. So download that, and that way you'll be able to follow along with me, and you will also be able to access these URLs without having to remember as to what they are. Okay. All right. So hopefully everybody has this address now, and they can get the PDF. Okay, so here's a very brief outline. I will talk a little bit about, as to where we are coming from, and why we are doing this, and what MotionGen Pro is, and what this is really part of. Then I'll talk a little bit about how we can do what we call mechanism design simulations. Okay, so mechanisms are generally part of any robot or any machine, and in fact, that's where the heart of a machine lies. That's where the heart of a robot lies. Physical prototyping of the robots is something that's another interesting topic that we will discuss again very briefly, because you're not really going to be doing any physical prototyping in this session, but you will see as to how you can do physical prototyping of robots and machines using a brand new robot kit called SnappyXO that I have been involved in developing and now trying to bring it to the market. And then we will do 4 exercises using MotionGen Pro, the app that runs in the browser. And these are fairly simple and interesting, at least we think of interesting exercises. And then we'll end with a Q&A and a survey that you can fill out, and a chance to get a robot kit. Okay. All right. So with that, let me give you a little bit of I don't know. Let me start with an apology, because I'm going to take you back like almost 250 years ago during the Industrial Revolution time, when really people were designing interesting machines and mechanisms that were making people's lives simpler. And then I'm going to bring you, back to the modern age, where we talk about machine learning combined with machine design, the kind of work that I'm doing, more recently. So it's going to be a bit of a roller coaster ride, but hopefully, you will stick around and find this whole thing interesting. So here's a very, very basic question, right? So when you look at this mechanism, this is part of James Watt's steam engine, right, which he invented more than 200 years ago. And one of the biggest question when he invented this mechanism was as to how he did it, right? Because if you look at it, you see so many moving parts in here. You see there is, a blue link number 2, that's doing a pure rotation. And then you see a pink link called link number 8 that's doing a straight up and down motion, right? And then in between you have all these different links, what you can think of them as simple levers that are connected together with hinge-like joints. So the biggest question that was posed by Franz Reuleaux, he was a German kinematician, and he's considered to be the father of modern kinematics, which is the area that I do research in. He asked this question as to how did he design it, right? And James Watt basically said that, he doesn't know himself as to how he designed it. Maybe he had a moment of eureka or whatever. But it is said that he was more proud of this mechanism than he was for the steam engine that actually he designed, right? So this is a very basic question. This is a question that I wanted to sort of work on and solve. So I approached NASA Science Foundation with a proposal to solve this problem, basically, ground up, figure out how do we design these kinds of mechanisms, right? So if you have a motion, how do we design these mechanisms? How do we decide their topology? How do we decide their dimension, right? So this was a big question, right? So now we are at a point where mostly artists design these kinds of things, not so much engineers, and this is where we want to change things. We want to make sure that the engineers have the right kind of tools available to them to design these interesting mechanisms that are part of important machines, as well as mechanisms that go into the robots. So this is forward, like fast forward now, we're talking about 2018, 2019, 2020, in the last 3 years. My research is bringing together, 3 separate disciplines: machine learning, which is part of the AI, rigid body kinematics, computational shape analysis. So there are disciplines over here from computer science, disciplines from mechanical engineering that we are bringing together to solve, some of the outstanding problems in machine design area. And one of those examples I presented to you just a few seconds ago. And another interesting project that I've been involved with is designing and developing basically a design-driven robotics education platform, all the way from K through 12 and college students and beyond. And again, this is also a big story, long story that goes back 6 years ago when I was basically teaching a freshman robotics class at Stony Brook, and I was really perturbed that the students really didn't get much design experience putting together these robots. Okay, they were mostly focusing on the programming side, but not so much on how do you design robot motion. So when you look at walking machines or walking robots, the biggest question is how do you put together the walking motion? Okay, it's not less about programming the motors and things like that. So I've been working on developing this platform called Snappy Exo Design, which has been now funded by several NSF programs and SUNY Research Foundation and several other state organizations, which have sort of helped us develop this platform now. It includes the hardware. You can see these are more plastic pieces, which are very simple to use by the kids. And then we have the MotionGen app, which is what we will be sort of working with today. And then curriculum and learning material and professional development material for the students and the teachers and the like. Okay. So this is where you're seeing some of the hardware. Again, the hardware is all locally manufactured. This is all laser cuts. So these are high precision pieces. They work with off-the-shelf electronics. They're very intuitive. You don't need that many parts to put very complex geometries together. And it works with different kinds of materials. And it integrates well with our app also, as you will see shortly. Okay, so let me show you a little video. This is a video of a robot project that students in my freshman robotics class do, and this was done by a group of 4 wonderful girls from my class. This was part of the theme wherein they had to design a robot toy that would entertain a 3 to 6 year old child. Okay, so let me play this video, and hopefully you will get the audio as well. Let me make sure that I share the sound. Okay, so you will see examples of mechanisms and Snappy Exo hardware here.
When life gets you down, you know what you gotta do? I don't wanna know what you gotta do. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. What do? We swim.
So the mouth is a 4-bar mechanism that is connected to a gear train, which is then connected to the servo. The gear train is used to amplify the torque of the servo and open up the mouth a little easier.
For the tail mechanism, we decided to work with a servo motor because of our ability to program the motor to go to set positions that would allow us to really create that wagging organic motion that we're looking for. And we just have Snappy Exo pieces creating the length of the tail, and to make that more fluid in itself, we connected each link by a rubber band, and that was chosen because of the restoring force, which would naturally cause the beams to snap back in a linear fashion.
For the body, we decided to build a box shape using beams that was covered entirely with cardboard. This was so that we would have the easiest access to the Arduino and breadboard while also keeping the bot lightweight for consumer usage.
All right, so let's get to the MotionGen Pro. So this is our software, which runs in the browser currently. In fact, if you go on the App Store, you will find an early version of MotionGen called simply MotionGen. If you do a search for that, you'll find it's a free app, so you of course welcome to download it. But our latest version runs inside the browser, so you don't need to really install anything. You don't need to download anything. You just need to have a computer with a modern browser like Google Chrome or Firefox. And this is the app that allows the students to basically design their own mechanisms for robot motion. Okay, and this is where they understand how the geometry of the parts that are connected with each other result into a certain kind of motion that they might design. Okay, at the same time, you can design your own custom, shapes. You can design your own custom robot geometries, which you can laser cut and 3D print. So these are some of the new things that we have done in the app. The app itself can do what we call N-bar planar linkage systems. So they can include hinges. They could have sliding joints. And I'll give you a quick demo of that. But first thing you need to do is go to this URL called motiongenpro.appspot.com. So if you have your Google Chrome or Firefox browser open, then you need to go over here. If you don't have an account, then it will prompt you to create an account. So if you can do that quickly and activate your account, then we can move on to the next thing. So I'll give you maybe a minute or two to do this, to create an account. You will get a confirmation email in your inbox. Sometimes it goes into the spam folder, I've been told. So if that's the case, you don't see it in the inbox, then check your spam folder. Sure. So there is a question from Doug about the kits. Yeah. So the robot kit itself, the hardware part, I'm assuming you're talking about that, Doug. Robot kit basically has a set of what we call the plastic pieces, plastic parts, and connectors. Think of them more like a modern version of Lego. The only difference is that they're all planar pieces, so they're rather easy to sort of work with. They're all made in a high-grade plastic called Delrin. And then we have kits for elementary students, for middle school students, but it's the same hardware that works all the way from elementary to high school and beyond. So it's one sort of a what we call a unified platform, universal platform. Just the complexity of the parts sort of increase, the number of parts increase as you go up in the kit. And then when you get to the middle school and high school level kits, then you get electronics also. So you get microcontroller. It works with off-the-shelf microcontroller like Arduino and Raspberry Pi. So far we have standardized on the Arduino. So most of our instruction material references to Arduino Uno in that term. So Jack is saying he cannot see it in the spam. It should be there. Okay, so Maggie says done. That's great. Okay, let me fix my share in the meantime. All right, I'll share my entire screen because I'll be switching between the presentation and browser. So let me make sure that I can do that. Yep. Okay. All right. Samaya, are we good to go? Are we good to move on to the exercise?
How about we wait for like just a couple of more minutes?
Okay.
A few people are waiting on the activation email.
Okay.
And yeah, so it should be there. It usually comes in. It's usually the activation email comes in maybe a minute or two, but it'll definitely be there. Just hold on. Yeah.
Right. Okay, for some reason I can't see the chat anymore. Oh, okay, it's here. Okay. All right. So Dennis said done. Jack found it. All right. So I think
just a couple of people are left. So I think under a minute, I think they'll also find it.
Okay. Right. So once you log in successfully, you should see a grid in the background. So what you're seeing right now on the screen in my presentation, that's something like that you should be seeing. Okay. So Jack logged in. So it looks like everybody is logged in now. All right. That's great. So we can move on to our first exercise. All right. So the first exercise is to basically create what we call a mech avatar, right? So you guys know about digital avatar, and mech avatar is my spin on a mechanism avatar. And basically, this is something that is going to represent you digitally today in a sort of a mechanism sense. And we will do this using what we call two RR serial link. Okay, so two RR serial links are basically like a serial robot, right? So what's a serial robot? Well, a serial robot is something that's an open chain, pretty much like my hand, right? I have a shoulder joint, I have an elbow joint, and then I have a forearm, right? So between the shoulder joint and the elbow joint, I have got my upper arm and I have forearm. So this is what we call a 2R, serial link or a serial robot arm, because I've got two joints over here, and each R is a revolute joint. Okay, so if you can put this Padlet into the chat, that'll be great. So I'm going to show you basically. I'm going to give a little demo of MotionGen Pro. Okay, and you just watch that for the time being, and it will be like a short demo. And then I'll give you basically this exercise to do, okay? And then once you have your result, you will basically post it into this Padlet, all right? So you take a screenshot, save the image, and then go to this Padlet, and you see a big plus sign icon at the bottom right corner, and you can click on that and upload it. Okay, so but before that, let me give you a quick sort of a demo of how MotionGen works, okay? So when you look at this interface, right, you see a series of icons on one side. So on the right-hand side, you see these icons. These are what we call mechanism modeling icons. This is using these icons, you can model a mechanism, you can synthesize a mechanism. On the top right, you see icons that allow you to do transformation and selection. So you can take something, you can rotate it, you can mirror it, you can scale it, and those kinds of things. On the top left, you see what we call view icons. And there are different views supported over here. So if you take your mouse and you hover over these icons, so it will tell you a schematic view, it will show you what we call a kinematic view, and there's a snappy XO view. So essentially, you can design whatever you want. And then in the snappy XO view, you can see basically how that mechanism would come together using snappy XO hardware, okay? And then there's something called freeform view, and this is particularly important for high school and college students who are trying to design their own robot parts. And so that way we don't restrict them to just using snappy XO hardware. There's a 3D view, and then you can record your animation, whatever you are playing. And this is what we call hamburger icon or the main menu. So if you click on it, you see the option to create new files, save files, open them. You can import an image, as you were seeing in my presentation. There was an image, and on top of that, I sketched something. You can export your geometry of the mechanism into different formats like PDF formats, format for 3D printing parts or laser cutting. This is where you can see multiple mechanisms that we have put in our library. And again, you can basically save them in your own account also, and they'll be available only to you. And then the settings. On the left side, you see a series of icons that allow you to basically design your own shapes and also be able to attach those shapes to different parts of the mechanism. Okay, so enough talking. Let me show you how we can put together something very simple. Okay, so the first thing I'll do is I'll basically click on this top icon on the right side called Draw RR Diet, and RR is, think of RR as just one robot arm. Okay, where the endpoints are revolute joints. So I click on this, and then I click anyone on the screen and drag. When I do this, basically I create what I call is an RR arm. Okay, this is just one link over here. All right. Now you see there is the endpoint of this is highlighted, right? So that means that this one is selected currently, and I'm still in this mode where you can draw another RR diet. So I can go ahead and just click again close to this point, which is highlighted, and drag in another location. And I get another RR diet or an RR link. And then I can click again here because this point is highlighted and go back to my original point. And if I do this, basically I create a triangular structure. And at this point, I think everybody here knows that triangles are, good things that go into the structures, right? So if I hit the play button, by default, this little green arrow shows you there is a motor connected over here. If I hit the play button, you see this entire thing is moving. Okay, so but this is one structure, and it is not very interesting to us because this is a structure. There is no relative motion between these three links, right? These three links, basically, they maintain their configuration, and the entire thing moves together as a whole. So in reality, this is just one single object we're talking about. So I'm not interested in this kind of a structure. Okay, what I'm interested in is a mechanism. And a mechanism requires at least 4 links, right? So here we have, 3 links basically, and what we need is basically a 4th link over here. So I'm going to press the undo button. And when I do that, you see my last action was deleted, right? Which was the 3rd link, okay? So at this point, what I'll do is, I wanna show you something else. I can click on the select entity. So I'll go into the select mode if I click here, or I can just click on the canvas anywhere and it'll go into the select mode. And I can select any of these points. So when I click on any of these points, they get highlighted. And once they're selected, I can click on them and I can drag them interactively. Okay, so I can do this. And now I'm happy with this location, let's say, all right, or I can move it further. What I want to do is I want to draw another RR diet or an RR link from this point. But this time, I'm not going to connect to the original joint. I'll just leave it here. And then I will fix this point, right? So for fixing it, we have this option called fix joint, which is the 4th last option. I'll click on that, and now this point gets fixed. So now what I have got over here are 3 links which are allowed to move, okay? I've got 3 links that are allowed to move, and I can move any of these anywhere I want. So you can see I am doing this. And as I'm doing that, you can see the trace of these points emerging. So you can see the trace of this point is a complete circle. That means that this link can do a full revolution. The link number 4, on the other hand, can only do an oscillation about this point as the center, right? So let me hit the play button and see how this whole thing works. This is what we call the simplest possible mechanism, 4-bar mechanism. It's called a 4-bar mechanism because you've got 4 links here. Now you may be wondering as to where are the 4 links? I only see 3 links. 3 links are moving. The 4th one, which you don't see, is actually the ground link, or what we call the frame. So that link is the one that connects from this fixed joint to this fixed joint. Okay, so this is still a 4-bar mechanism. The link number 1, which is not labeled over here, is a ground link over here. Okay, so let's say I was looking for this kind of motion, right? Imagine, you want to take a can of paint and you just want to shake it, right? Because you need to mix your paint before you use it. You have a DC motor that can do a continuous rotation, but you need this kind of oscillation. Imagine attaching your paint can to the link number 4, and then link number 2 is connected to your motor, and as the motor is turning, the link number 4 is basically doing back and forth oscillation, right? So if you want to convert a complete rotary motion into oscillation, something like this would suffice for you, right? Okay, but generally this is not very interesting because in the end, the link number 2 and link number 4 are still doing kind of a circular motion only, nothing more complicated, right? Link number 4 is doing oscillation, but it's really not that complicated. Now, interesting motions actually come from the link number 3. So what I can do is I can click on the link number 3, which is what I call the coupler, because it couples the link number 2 and 4. and convert it into what we call a triad, right? So if I click on it, that link becomes basically a triangle. And this particular point of the triangle is something that I can move in the space. In this plane, I can move anywhere I want, right? Now imagine if I have something like this, right? I bring it over here. Now I have an interesting sort of motion curve for this point. And what is that curve? Basically, this point is going down and it's coming back up, right? So imagine I'm trying to design a robot, and that robot has to have a mechanism that's going to bring something down. Maybe it's trying to hit something. Maybe it's like you were going to attach a hammer over here, and there's a nail over here on the ground, right? You can do sort of hit on the nail and come back up, right? Or you're trying to dig something through the ground. Maybe that's the action that your robot needs. You can put something like this together and then hit the play button, and you can verify whether it has the motion that you're looking for or not, right? So you get far more interesting motions from the link number 3 than you get from link number 2 and 4, because link number 3 does what we call a general sort of planar motion, right? So that's what we're doing over here, okay? Now, let me go to library, and I want to show you something. And I have put here an example called Dunkerfish, right? So Dunkerfish, if I open it, it basically is nothing but just a chamber, right? And again, I'll show you how we can draw these kinds of things. And I got a fish over here, and I need to move this fish because this fish is thirsty inside this chamber, right? So what I can do is, as you just saw, I can design a 4-bar mechanism. And right now you're going to do this kind of interactively, okay? So, but I'll show you another way to do this. Now I'm going to turn the link number 3 into a cup and a triad, and I bring it over here, all right? And you see how, you know, I can have the path that I was looking for, right? You see the path I'm looking for? It's, if I can have this fish move along this path, I can have it go inside this water and come out, right? Now, all I need to do is take this fish and somehow attach it to link number 3, right? So I can do this. Now, how did I model this fish? Let me show it to you. So on the left-hand side, I've got this close curve option, right? And if you don't see it, what you do is you long press, because any of these icons that have a triangle shaded kind of a thing over here, you basically long press on it, and then you can select whichever you want. It opens up basically, all right? So this is a group of icons. So I can draw a closed curve, and I'm going to draw something that might look like a fish, and my drawing is not very good. Okay, well, it doesn't have a mouth. So what I'll do is I'll draw another shape over here. Okay, but that doesn't look like a mouth. So I can do what we call Boolean operations, where I can add and subtract and do these kinds of things. So I'll long press, do a subtract this from this, right? Now I got my mouth. Okay, I also want to have a little eye, so I'm going to draw a little circle, and I will do another subtraction from the fish body to this, and let me give it some color, right? Because I like colorful fishes. Okay, so I get something like this. So this is how I can model these kinds of shapes, okay? So what I want to do is I want to attach this fish to link number 3. So there is an option here called attach shapes to links. I click on that, select my shape, select my link, and now those two are attached. So when I hit the play button this time, see what happens. The fish goes down, and this tank is definitely not large enough. But now I don't like that the fish is crossing the boundaries of this tank and so on. So what I can do is I can change these parameters, right? So I can move these, and I can see in the real time how these paths are changing. So as I move these pivots, or as I change the link length, I begin to see newer motions appearing, or newer motion curves appearing. So this looks kind of what I might like to do, right? So imagine trying to design a robot or a machine that basically does this for you, okay? So there are a ton of stuff here, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but I want to show you very quickly as to how to design a simple 4-bar mechanism, and then convert the coupler into a triangle, design your own shapes, and attach those shapes to whichever link you want, okay? So this is what we call a closed loop mechanism, because essentially the loop over here is closed, all right? So let me delete this whole thing, and I'm going to show you now another kind of mechanism. I can reset the view by clicking on this icon. So this is what we call a 2R link, right? And this is an open chain. This is not closed because we're not coming back to where we started, right? So it's open. So this is pretty much like my hand is, okay? Now, of course, this is not going to be sufficient to move. You don't see the play icon here. That means that you're missing an actuator here. You've got one actuator at the fixed joint, but I need one more at the elbow joint. So this is the shoulder joint, this is the elbow joint. So I'll select this, and I'll click on this option called Add Actuator. And the moment I do that, I see now interesting curves emerging, right? So I see the path of this point. I can also select this point and say, I want to see this path, okay? And if I do that, I will see the path of that point as well, okay? And if I click on this play button, I can see how this point is moving along a circle and this point is moving along, this path, right? Okay, so this brings us to our, first exercise, right? So what I want to do is I want to select the speed of this to be 3 RPM. I mean, actually, it's not 3 RPM, but it's probably for the sake of simplicity, think of this as 3 revolutions per minute. It's a different revolution unit over here. And this one is by default the same, but I want to change it. So I'm going to change it by increasing the speed and see, and I will make sure that this is a multiple of my base joint speed. So this was 3, and I'm making this to be 6. And I can increase it to 9, 12. And as I keep increasing it, I see interesting patterns emerging over here, right? And if it is a multiple of 3, and I will not go into the math of as to why this happens, but if it's a multiple of 3, then you will see complete closed and symmetric curves emerging, okay? So this is what I want you to do. I want you to put a 2R serial link together. I want you to specify the motors for both of these joints. This joint will be automatically specified. And then select the speed ratio, make this to be 3 and this to be a multiple of that, until you are looking at a pattern that maybe represents you today digitally, okay? And this is your Macau chart. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do this, and then we'll come back and discuss more, all right? So go ahead and start doing this. So put a 2R serial link up and then attach the motors. And if you have any questions, feel free to post it in the chat. So Jack, you have to click on the joint in the middle. So if you added the 2 links, then you click on the joint in the middle where you can see my cursor, and then you click on the option to add the motor or add actuator. This is the third last option on the right side, but you have to first select the middle joint. Yes, so if your midpoint of the 2 links is selected, then you should see this option called Add Actuator. So those of you who are probably looking at the Q&A with a number of questions from somebody called Neil Purwar. That's actually my son who was in 2nd grade, and he's super interested in MotionGen. But he definitely needs help from an adult to make this work. So I'll do that later on. Amir, you can just let him know that your dad is going to help you later. Okay. Doug, is there an option for us to be able to see maybe Jack's screen so that we can help him with this? If we can give our attendees permission to share their screen, then we can take a look as to what they're doing and maybe quickly just point out at the problem. So access to animate the image, you would have that animation pane available if you have the joints. You should see a play button in the bottom, but that would be visible only if you have the sufficient number of motors. So Maggie, did you put together this 2R serial link? I think it would be great if we can allow the attendees to maybe ask questions using their microphone.
Professor, if you could just show them the diode option and just sketch it once more on the side.
Sure.
In case they might have missed it before.
Okay, I'm going to start this process all over again. So first thing is you start with a blank screen, right? If you have anything that's not working, just press the delete button, everything will be gone. And then click on the draw RR diode, click anywhere and drag. Okay, and then do one more time by starting at the same location, the highlighted location. And this is what you should see. And of course, when you just have 2 links, then you're not going to see any animation options. So what you have to do is click on the elbow joint and then add an actuator there, which is the 3rd last option on the right side. So I click on that, and as soon as I do that, then I see these curves emerging, and then I see the play button. And at this joint is selected, so you can change its speed to whatever you want. And as the speed changes, you see all these different patterns emerging. Yes, Neil is not happy. Okay, so Doug is saying he can bring him as a presenter, but cannot allow him to share screen due to security issues. Okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. Jack, were you able to solve your problem? Okay. All right. Okay. So clearly, we're going to need a lot more time than what we have left in today's sessions. We have only 2 minutes left before the session ends. And let me ask Doug if how long can we really stay in this session before we truly have to wrap this up? Doug, do you have any feedback on that? By 20 after at the latest, so 6:20 I'm assuming. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, all right, so we have to basically leave by 6:20. All right, so let's see if anybody was able to complete this successfully. Let me see on the Padlet if anyone has put anything on the Padlet. Okay, I don't see anything here. These are all old. Maybe they are, but I cannot find it here because there's so many from other sessions. Okay, All right, so, because we don't have that much time left, so what I'm going to do is, of course, we're not going to have time to do all of these exercises that I have here, but, these slides are available to you nonetheless, and you can definitely go through these exercises on your own. In fact, at the very end of this presentation, there is a link to which you can click, and there are a few sort of tutorial videos that I have posted, which show you basically as to how to use MotionGen Pro. There are 4 videos. Each video is about 6 to 7 minutes long, so it's not really that big. And they basically give you an introduction to how to use MotionGen Pro. So what I have shown you here is probably just one of those videos. So you can definitely learn more over there. But what I want to show you in the remaining amount of time is a few examples that we have over here. Okay, so if you click on the library, open library, and you click on different examples over here. So for example, radial tire, you will see a mechanism that we have put together. This is a mechanism for designing the tires, basically, that can, or think of them as wheels that can sort of increase in size or decrease. So if you hit the play button, you will see as to how this whole thing works. So these are variable diameter tires we are talking about, right? So they can shrink and they can grow, and you can model these kinds of mechanisms over here. Okay, there are other interesting examples over here. Let's say we have an octopus here, I think. Oh, let's look at the pest control. So this is an Automata kit project mechanism where you can design your own mechanism, and then you can sort of put them together using SnappyXO hardware. So there are lots of interesting examples in the library, which I would encourage you to explore by clicking on this option, Open Library. But another interesting thing that I want to show you is the synthesis option over here. And this is rather new. This is what uses machine learning and kinematics and computer vision to solve the synthesis problem. So what I have shown you so far is just the modeling part, where you put a mechanism together, and then you look at the motion curves appearing. And if you're not happy with them, then you can tweak the mechanism parameters and get new paths. But this is the true synthesis option, where you can actually click on the draw path option, and then you can basically draw a path, okay? And when you draw this path and you let go of your mouse, the app is going to synthesize different kinds of mechanisms, where at a certain point of the coupler will trace that path for you, right? So you can see this is a humongous mechanism for a tiny path. So it may not be a very good choice, but you can click on this light bulb icon, and then you can go to the next one. So that's number 1, that's the second, and this is the third one. And this is what we call a 6-bar linkage system, which is slightly more complex than what you've been seeing so far. Let's look at the number 4. Okay, yeah, this is a good one. So this is the basis for designing a walking robot. So, if you want to design a walking robot, you want to have a mechanism, this is the kind of trace for a foot point that you'll be looking for. So something like this can be integrated into a frame. And if you have 4 of these, you'll essentially have a quadruped, okay? And we have actually put together something like this, which I can show you, since we don't have time to look into this. So this is one mechanism, right? And this is our sort of a hardware using which you can put this together, okay? And this is a video of how this whole robot actually works, just using a single motor. So you can see that you have 2 4-bar linkage system on each side of this frame, and the frame is really very minimalistic over here. It's a plate, and all of these battery pads and breadboard and everything is sort of mounted using our own connection system. So it doesn't really require any screws, any tools. The SnappyXO hardware allows you to physically prototype these robots, and MotionGen Pro allows you to design the mechanisms behind them. And if you are happy with what you design, or you want to figure out whether this is a good design or it's the correct design or not, you can take a picture of your mechanism and bring it back into the app. And I'll show that to you in a minute. So what you can do is you can click on the image option, and I put some of these images in your shared folder. So this is an old pattern drawing of a dough kneader. So this is the mechanism for kneading the dough. So you can sketch right on top of it. So imagine this was your creation. This was your own invention, your own patent, and you wanted to verify whether this was the way you've designed it. You can verify that. And let me just connect these two together. So this I will turn into a triangle length, and I will bring this point over here, and voila, I can see that I will get about the same path. So if I hit the play button, I will see how this works. So let me just increase the speed because 3 seems to be way too small. Oh, for some reason I can't do that. Okay, that's fine. So you can verify this is what we call completing the design cycle. All right, so I want to respect the time that is allotted to us here. And Doug said we could go on until 6:20, and this is 6:20. So we have to stop here. But I have shared the slides with you. There is a little survey at the end of this presentation, which I would, of course, like you guys to fill out. If we will do some sort of random lottery, I don't know how we will do it. I'll speak to Ami about that. And if you're selected, we'll send you a robot kit, at no cost. All right. Okay. If you have any questions, my email address is in the presentation. You can reach out to me. Thank you, everyone, for attending our workshop, and apologies for not being able to complete it as we planned.
Yes, thank you so much, and we really look forward to your feedback, and have an exciting Maker Faire ahead.
All right, thank you. Bye, everyone.
Okay, so I think we'll now be bumped back to attendees after the break.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we are here. So if the attendees have any question, I think we can still answer them, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me just thank everyone who was here.
Well, we hope you are enjoying the Empire State Maker Faire. I know I am. Make sure to stick around for more awesome learning.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this amazing program. This one is going to be all about robotics and animatronic puppets. My name is Steve Hanania, and I've been working with robotics and all kinds of mechanical equipment for a long time. But the puppets and animatronics that you see here developed over time. So some of these took over 10 years, even more, to build. So let me tell you a little bit about myself before I go into how I made these. And as you could see, they're all made from recycled parts. But let me tell you a little bit about myself. I started out as an electronic engineer and working in a company where we made air traffic control systems. Now, as you know, when planes are flying in the sky, they need to have a certain amount of distance. So we built systems that actually monitor what's going on in the sky and making sure that the planes are keeping a distance between each other. So my part of the design team was to build the communications between the equipment that the air traffic controllers have and the airplanes above. Just like we have to maintain a distance between each other because of COVID-19, the same thing was with airplanes. Now, this is a long time ago, and while I was an electronic engineer, I started building robotic devices, all kinds of moving objects and robots. And then I realized there were teachers and schools that were interested in the robots themselves. So I started developing an educational program with robotics, which later evolved into building these animatronic puppets. Just out of curiosity, if you wanted to know, there's an amazing article about me by the Make magazine. It's called Finding Jim Hansen in Junk Will Make You Smile. It's by Caleb Kraft. And it tells a little bit about what I do and how I use all kinds of recycled parts. So this is a brief introduction. And what I'm going to do is go over and go around my workshop and show you some of the animatronic puppets that I have. Just so you know, this is only a small part. There are more things that I make, and there are robots that are too big to have here. But let me start from this side, actually this side over here. And what you're looking at the end is Techno Duck. Techno Duck did not look like this when I first made this animatronic puppet, but it was one of the first ones that I made. This took almost over 20 years to develop, but originally it looked very much like this, if you could see the picture, and it was not able to turn around. It did not have the eyebrows that you're seeing, and it was very different. Now, let me just do something with this. And actually, as I said, it's called Techno Duck. Now watch this. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this amazing show. My name is Techno Duck. Oh, wait a second. I'm a robot duck. Oh, wait, no, I'm a wacky duck. Just so you know, I'm going to be running the show myself. So forget about Steven. I'm going to take over and run this show. So as you could see, I could also add voices into my animatronic puppets, which makes it very interesting. So there's a lot of different parts that go into this. There's the mechanics, there's the robotics, there's the engineering, there's the electronics. Now we can't go over everything today, it would take too much time. But let me go over briefly and show you the next one that I have here, which is the Wizard of Fun. This one was both Technoduck and the Wizard of Fun were at the Maker Faire in 2015, and they both won the 2 awards, and these were ribbons that were given to me so I could show you that. The red ribbon was the best in class, and the blue ribbon was editor's pick. And I was caught by surprise because I didn't know that they were so interesting. But again, what I'm going to do later is, let me just bring the camera back to me. What I'm going to do later is bring a close-up. I'll bring the camera close to each of the animatronic puppets so you could see how they're working inside. Let's go over to this one. And this is the most recent one. This is Pac-Man. And the interesting story about this is that I never knew that I would even build this. What happened was I had a, let me just set up the camera a little bit better. I had a globe like this, and it was actually, you could open and close the globe, and it looked like a round ball. And I said, why don't I convert that into a animatronic or puppet? And then I thought of the Pac-Man game, the video game that we used to play. And I was like, that was one of my favorite things. So I had this already. And then the whole idea was how to animate the mouth. So I'll get into this a little bit more later, but I decided to use the orange one because of colors. I think the orange is just a lot more lively. Now, before we leave this, I just want to show you something. This is what the wizard looked like originally. Okay, so you could see it was very, very plain. It was just, there were no eyebrows. It could not turn and it could not tilt. And the mouth was not very pleasing either. The mouth that you see over here took a lot of work because I had to develop it. And I'll get a little bit into this maybe now, just to show you how the mouth works. So originally, as I said, I had a problem getting the mouth to work really nicely. Now, when you speak, it's usually the bottom jaw that moves up and down. Let me bring the camera a little bit closer here. So it's not the upper part, it's the lower part. So I had a old video projector. And if you remember, the old projectors had tapes in them, and the videotapes would go into the machine, and there would be a special device that would retract the tape. So I decided, why don't I use the retractor as a way of building the mouth? So let's look at this a little more carefully. If we have something for the upper lip, I would need another, here we go. I would need something stationary like this, okay? And let me just set this down. And then what you could see as the mouth works, the lower jaw or the lower part would just go up and down, simulating some kind of sound of voice. All right, and the upper part would stay there. And that's exactly what's going on. You have the upper part here, and you have the lower part down here. So one of the things that are fun to do is have a simulation or recreation of how the mouth works. And this is a little project for anybody, because I also teach, when I teach robotics in schools, I give students ideas about how to develop their own animatronic robotics. And here's here's a very simple idea. You have 2 foam pieces that you can cut. Now, foam could be cut from a bigger piece like this. And what you then do is, using a hacksaw, you will just cut it out, okay? I'll just cut out a piece to show you how this is done. And so basically, it's like cutting a piece of cake. Now, I could turn this into 2 pieces just by cutting these 2 in halves, okay? And then I'll have 2 separate pieces. Now, what I like to do is then attach the 2 pieces together, and it almost becomes like a mouth that's talking. But if you realize in cartoons, they actually do that. But in real life, a mouth does not do that. It's just the low part that moves. So it would be more like this. I don't know if this is coming out clear, but it works more like this as a mouth. Here's another one that could be used. Now, and then we could go like this. Now, I simply attached a wire at the end to hold it to, but this is something you could start with. Once you start with this, you could develop into something more elaborate. Another way to make a mouth is use belts from a vacuum cleaner, okay? And again, all kinds of shapes, all kinds of, you know, patterns. You could do some very interesting things with these, all right? And here's kind of another way of doing this. So if you get into animatronics, what I suggest is you see how things work anatomically with other things, with toys, or even with people, the way they speak, the way they move their hands. Now, I just wanted to digress a little bit before I go on into something else. And I'm just going to shut down Pac-Man a little bit, so it's not going to be too noisy. Besides building these animatronic puppets and robots, as I said, when I first started out doing programs in schools, I built purely robotic devices. And one of them was how to recreate the hand movement, because that's a very, very interesting thing, because you got to be very precise and it's got to be functional. And so I designed a robotic hand, which I have over here, which is now just closing up, but I'll show you how this works in a second. But let's assume that for some reason I had a hand injury, okay, and I could not use my hand. So what I would have is a cast. Okay, so I'm putting on this cast, all right, and it's going to have to be pretty tight. Now, let's assume I cannot use my fingers, okay? So the question is, how do we attach the robotic hand as a substitute for my hand? So it would look like this. I want to make sure that this is caught on camera. So it would be like this. And then what I would want to use it is to do something functional. So first, let me try it out. I have a microphone. If I say close, all right, so it's now everybody closing up. If I say open, it's opening up. Now watch this. I'm going to pan over here, and I hope everybody could see that I have a soda can over here. All right, so I'm going to say again, open. It's going to open up. Close. So it's grabbing the can. Let me come back to me, and then I'm going to try to drink from the soda can, and then I'm going to try to put it back. Okay, and let's do that. And I'm going to say open. All right, and the gripper opens up. Now, when you look at this, let me just disconnect the power a little so you could see this a little better. This is built of all kinds of parts. These were Lego pieces, and actually you could design this completely from Lego. You don't need mechanics or metal pieces. Lego has what's called the EV3, and you could build a robotic hand, and it could be even using a microphone. But this was a little different because I wanted to use parts that I had laying around. So over here, I'm just making sure that you could see that. I have two gears. I have a warm gear in between, and I have the two grippers. It's a bit technical, but it does work. And then I have power that goes into a pack, a portable pack that you can wear. So you could walk around with this. And you also have, as I showed you before, the microphone. So the question is, a lot of kids ask me, why is there a microphone? But you could guess that sometimes people don't have, they only have the ability to use their voice. So it was built for two reasons. One, if they could not use the other hand and just use their voice to do that. So let me put this away, and let's go. I'm moving on to some other things that I do. And one other thing I wanted to show you in robotics is that before coming up with, again, with all these animatronic puppets, I used to work with something called Meccano. Meccano was a construction set. I want to make sure that the camera is able to see this. It's over here. It was a construction set, so it had a lot of mechanical pieces in it. It looks like this. Let me just angle the camera a little bit better so you could see me. All right. And this was built out of the Meccano or erector set. Now, and actually this is used even by older high school kids, even colleges, because it has parts that you could put together, and they're pretty accurate. And this was around for over 100 years, and people built with that. So this is what got me started in robotics. And I have one actually that will go up and down. It's supposed to be a ski lift, but we don't have the room in here to set up the whole thing. But what's important is when you build something like this, you also have to make sure that it's balanced. So there's issues with center of gravity, there's mechanics, there's geometry, there's construction and design. So this is a very interesting thing to work with. And the company that makes it is called Meccano and Erector. So again, if you want to get into robotics or animatronics, I would suggest checking something out like this. And give you a quick view, the company that makes it actually has some very interesting things. This is a crane that they actually show how to build, and these are like different parts that would go into the crane. And again, the company, just so you know, is called Meccano, and they've been around for a long time. So let's move on to something else. And this happened to me just 3 days ago. All right, I was going to show you my place and my tools, and I found this tool that I had. Okay, it's a very interesting tool. I think it's used by upholsterers or certain kind of very fine work, but what it is a cutter. Okay, and it has very sharp teeth, as you could see. But I said, you know, this could be turned into kind of a dinosaur animatronic puppet. All you need to use is the handle, add something to it, and I drew the little eyes just to sketch that out. I don't know if you could see that, but I thought it was pretty cool. Now watch this. I then looked in my closet, and I had a winter jacket that has fake fur. This is not real. This is synthetic fur. So I then said, why don't I put the fur on top of it, and it becomes like I'm sure you know what a ferret is, but it's really neat. I said, you know, this could be a future project. And what about if the neck just sticks out? So as it's animated, the neck is sticking out. You know, it goes back in, and maybe it's hiding, it's sticking out. So again, how would you animate this? You would use something called a servo motor. Servo motor is there's an electrical motor and gears that make this turn, and you actually need power and a signal to do that. But if you were to put a servo motor over here, correct, you could actually make this animated by the wheel over here, by actually the horn. This is called the horn on the servo motor, pulling this in and out. So this becomes almost an animated thing. And I just thought about this 3 days ago as I was putting the show together. So I want to just go over some things that are very important because I know for school students, when I do a program, they want to understand the process that goes into creating things. So first, I tell everybody, you got to come up with ideas, okay? And it could be something to help people, like the robotic hand that I had. It could be for entertainment, as these puppets are animatronic robotics, but it could also be for educational purposes. What I could not show you here, or maybe I'll take a second to show you, that's an amazing thing. I also build devices, robotic devices, to educate students about physics and science. And I'll show you a little clip. I could share that with you. And as we look down here, what I do, and I tell everybody, look for things around the house. It could be educational toys. Go to Home Depot and look around, see what they have. Take apart machines and toys. And let me just be more specific. For instance, I like taking apart big and small things. So bicycle parts, I have a lot of those. Printers, okay, printer parts are a big thing. Hard drives, mechanical toys, electrical tape, gears, Lego gears, RC radio control. Take things apart. But always, if you're not sure, just have somebody else helping you. Just to show you as an example, this came out from a printer, okay? So this actually was a typewriter, if I remember right. So typewriters have carriages that move back and forth, and they have a belt. So in doing that, I actually created an elevator that can rise and go down. And here's the electrical motor. It's a very simple thing. You have the electrical motor here. You have 2 gears, and you have the belt that goes up and down. Here's another printer, and this is a neat thing because this printer would move like this, would move left and right, okay? And what would animate this was the gear down here, okay? So, and this is called a spiral, by the way. And so when you go up and down, that would be called linear motion. And this would be called circular motion. So it's just that these things are very practical when you're building animatronic devices. Now, I want to go into something else that's totally different. This is my latest animatronic, I guess, robot puppet, whatever you want to call it. And there's a surprise here. I'm not going to tell you the surprise because I want to show you what it does first. Okay, so let me power this on so you could see. Okay, so basically what's going on here is there's a sensor. In robotics, we use all kinds of sensors, but there's a sensor that realizes there is some kind of pressure. And when I release the pressure, I release this air hose from, I have a pump back here. Watch what happens. It just stops moving the mouth. Now I could blow this manually and I could go like this. You see that? But I thought that was really neat. Now, the surprise comes in realizing that this is not just a mask, that this was kind of a party mask that I had, but when I take it off, this is a real mask. It was carved by some very good artists that cut the wood. And let me turn this around so you could see it a little bit better. Okay, let me give you a close-up of this. If you look back here, you could see that the wood was all carved out. So what I added was this motor that spins and pulls the jaw up and down. This was the hose that's blowing the balloon. So just give you a little sample. There's something here, okay? When this motor turns, you could see the upper wheel, it's actually pulling on a wire, which makes the jaw open and close, okay? But this was worn by people for some kind of ceremony, and these eyes were not there. So when you put it on, it actually, your eyes go through here. It actually looks pretty spooky. This would be a very interesting Halloween mask or something. But again, I was at a don't remember, kind of a specialty store, novelty store, and I saw this mask, and I said, you know, why don't I animate the mouth? And that's how this whole project started. But it's still evolving. And the motor that I used for animating this looks like this. This came out again from an old VCR machine, video recorder or videotape. Those machines have a lot of neat parts in there that you could use. And you could see the motor down here, and it's turning a wheel. Okay, it turns this larger wheel, and you could do things with it. And most things that work, small motors like this in VCR or videotapes, they only use 12 volts, but they will work with a 6-volt battery. So they're very easy to use. So that's another thing I was going to show you. Now, I'm going to get into another part of animatronics. The more sophisticated animatronics that you see, let me go back here and I'll direct the camera on me. The animatronics that you see at Disney World and you go to professional parks, places where there's a lot of amusement, do not always use motors. What they use is hydraulics. Hydraulic is either air pressure, water pressure, it could be oil also, because it's just a lot stronger. It doesn't fail as quickly. So there is a way to build robotics using air pressure. And this is another way for you to do it. Okay, so I wanted to keep it simple, but you could actually buy these syringes without the needles, just at hobby stores, on the internet. And all it is are 2 plastic syringes, and there's air in the line. So when I push one, watch what happens to the other one. The other one begins to lift up. When I push the other one will lift up. Okay? So I can transfer, what I'm doing from here, back here, is transferring the movement from one location to the other. So basically, I could make something move from a distance. And instead of sending electrical signals, I'm just sending air pressure to the line. Now, how does this work in real life? Okay, I have here a kind of an animatronic robotic, whatever we want to call it. We call it a tiger or something, a lion. And this came out from an original toy set called ROBOTIC. I don't think the company still makes these construction sets, but you can find sets on eBay. Okay, and I had one of them, but the mouth just, you know, was just by itself. It had a motorized motor, but I decided to convert it into hydraulics. So here's the syringe that's actually going to open the head part. Did you see that? And this is the other one I'm pushing over here. So when I push it, it goes down. Let me make sure that there's a good close-up of this so you could see what's happening. And then, oops, it's actually this way. All right, everybody see that? And then this will open. But the neat part about this, okay, let's just set this up on the table so you'll get a better view of this. And I'm going to move the camera over here so you could see it. So now it's right here in front of the camera. And watch this. So I'm not near it, and I'm back here, and I could make it. Everybody see that? So basically, I'm animating the whatever I built using air pressure. So that's another way to go with this. Now, in building robotics, as I mentioned, there's a process that you're developing in your mind. What do I want to do? How I want to do it? Where do I collect the parts? One thing I didn't show you here is I have on my workshop, I have a drill. A drill, this is more kind of a professional drill, but it's useful because it allows me to make holes and also cut out designs in wood. And this is one of my favorite sayings. If you read it, it says, "Time you enjoy wasting is not wasted time." This was written by Bertrand Russell. Okay, so I came across this and I said, this is good as long as you're doing something very constructive. Now, I just want to show you how Pac-Man works, which I did not do that yet. And basically, it will respond to some kind of movement. Did you see that? It just tilts the head forward. And let me move my hand back. All right. And then let's increase the volume. I can't see you. You're less than 4 feet. Okay. Originally, when I designed and built Pac-Man, I used these hands. Okay. And they were just too narrow and flimsy. I didn't think that I could do very much with them. I don't know, this came from some kind of party store. So the hands look neat, but it wasn't what I wanted. Because I wanted the hands to actually open and close. I had to put some mechanism in here. And I wanted the hand itself, the wrist, to do something. So this took a little bit of thinking and doing things. But I want to show you what it really does do, okay? So to demonstrate that, I'm going to use this is an old animatronic puppet that was made in the 80s, over 30 years ago. It was called Teddy Ruxpin. And actually with this thing, it was one of the very first things that they had. The eyes could open and close. The mouth could actually be animated as well, all right? But what we're going to do now, just show you what Pac-Man is going to do. So if something comes in front of it, this is what happens. Your height is 5 feet and 0 inches. So it actually tells you how tall you are. All right, we could do that one more time. Your height is 5 feet and 0 inches. Okay, I also want to show you something else, and that is we'll do a walk around to see things from close up so you could get an idea of what's going on. Let me just take the camera with me. And the first thing I want to show you is how Pac-Man would work. I'm holding the camera, and if I'm standing in front of it, okay. Your height is 4 feet and 8 inches. Okay, there's a solenoid here that's pulling the mouth and making it open and close. And okay, and there's also a motor that makes the Pac-Man go up and down. Okay, so let's go over here and look at the wizard itself. There are sensors in the front that track where the person is. And the wizard could do other things as well. It could actually bend up and down, which I'm going to do now. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so let me just see if I could. Yes, it's actually, what it does is it's tilting. So it's tracking somebody as they're coming close and moving far away. But look at the mouth mechanism. If I could show you a close-up, and you could see that you have the video tape retractor working inside the mouth itself. Okay, you have 2 stepper motor moving the eyes. You have the eyelashes moved by a stepper motor. And then you have in the back 2 separate motors that are actually the stepper motors that are moving the eyelids themselves. This is quite elaborate, and there's a lot of wiring involved in this also. Okay, let's go over here and look at Technoduck. which is a simpler design. You have the eyelashes, the eyelids, the glasses. You have the mouth that animated like that. It does that by using a solenoid that pushes up and down and it animates the mouth. It could also swivel and turn to look at you. And I have not actually powered that function on. So here's a little bit of my workshop. I use a lot of power supplies for different purposes. So one of them is the large power supply that's high voltage. And another one is maybe 20 volts, 10 amps. Another one is 1 amp at 15 volts. I have an oscilloscope. I have a signal generator. Oscilloscope allows us to see signals, track different signals that are happening in real time. A signal generator generates pulses. So those are very helpful things that I have. Then I have all kinds of tools. I'm sure you could see some of the tools back here. I have more tools and more tools. I have like an endless supply of tools. Okay, and there's also a lot of stuff back here that you normally can't see, but that's where I have my storage area. So this is a little bit of my room, and don't forget, I'm very limited with space because I have to do this all in one room, in one place itself. I just want to be sure that we are not running out of time. Okay, we have another 6-7 minutes to go. So let me show you a few other things. Let's say you are building a puppet out of scratch. Okay, so here's an idea I had. You could go to Home Depot, any hardware store, and buy a spring, okay? Attach a styrofoam ball, attach 2 eyes to it, and then it's kind of a movable thing. But when you put weight on it, I had this hat from some other thing, the whole thing becomes pretty neat. It looks like it's just swaying. And if you put something like that outside and there's wind, the thing will just move all the time. It looks like it's alive. And then you can add hands or something else to it. But that's just another idea of animatronic things. Another thing that inspired me a long time ago was this over here. I don't know if anybody has ever seen this before. I thought this was one of the coolest things I ever saw. Let me turn it on and you'll see what it does. Okay, so this is a xylophone, kind of a musical animatronic thing in a small package. It was made for the holidays. I don't know if they still have them, but I thought this was very neat. And these things are kind of nice. And if you want, you could take them apart as well. Now, I want to show you before I forget, one of the robotic projects that I worked on, when I go to a school, this is what I do. I have to just share this screen with you. So you're going to see it. Let me do that, okay? I'm going to share this video so you could see what I do at schools when I go there. This is a robotic platform that simulates a space ride if somebody's on a rocket ship. Okay, so this is a little clip. The teacher there is a very special friend and very special teacher. Her name is Julia Johnson, and she teaches a gifted program for very ambitious students. And I come and present a robotics program for that school. But this is what I do sometimes outside these animatronic robotic things. I build other things. So I believe we're almost out of time. I want to know if there are any questions. I'm going to check my chat line and just see if there are any questions. Let me see. Okay, so I want to mention one other thing. Let me go back. Okay, all right. I want to mention one other thing in case there are teachers, educators, or museums or schools that are interested in me providing a program. They could reach me at this email. Okay, it's stevesinnovations@gmail.com. Also, Maker Faire has my contact information as well. So I think the most important thing in doing this is learning something new, learning how to be creative, inventive, and also working together. You know, when I make something, it has to be applied to either fun, education, helping people, as I showed before. And anyway, I just feel that this has been very interesting. This is the first year we're doing this virtually. So when I do this in the Hall of Science or at a Maker Faire, I actually have this spread out on a large table, and people come up and see how each one of these work. I'm just trying to think if there's any other thing, but I think we covered one other thing I could cover very quickly. If you want to collect interesting parts, anybody know what this is? This is a hard drive. Okay, this is a hard drive from the old computer, desktop computers. And when you open it, there are amazing parts in there. There's the discs, and in between the discs, these aluminum washers are there. So I took the washers and I made them into glasses, but you could do all kinds of other things with these. They're just really, everything has something inside. And to think that this stored almost 800 megabytes of information, at that today we're in a terabyte, but at that time, 800 megabytes was a lot, 800 million bytes of information. But again, I'm just very fascinated by how things work. So this is one, and I think that, well, maybe one other thing I could quickly show you. This is not my invention, but people are curious about these things. This is an original phone. Okay, it was called the candlestick phone. Somebody invented it. To me, it's a very inspiring piece of technology because it worked. But there is something about this you're never going to see anywhere. This was not just a candlestick phone. This was, I don't know if you could see what it says here, 5 cents, and there's a little opening. This was actually a payphone. This is how a payphone looked like in the early 1900s, 1905, 1910, 1920 even. So looking at this, people were trusted to put the money in, okay? I just don't have right now anything to put in here, but actually that's how it worked. There was just a slot and you walk by, put the money and use the phone. And by the way, this weighs a lot. This is almost like 8 pounds and this is pretty heavy. If you go too fast, you're gonna break your ear or something. I mean, this is just weighs a lot. So it shows you how technology changes over years. I'm putting this back. And I think I need to sign off. Let me check the time. Yes, we have one more minute. Okay, so I'm gonna get ready to end the program. I just want to mention a few things for those who want to build and do things themselves. Okay, there is a wonderful company called Meccano, as I mentioned before. that makes the metal pieces, but Meccano started making robotics. So this is like a huge robot. I think it's 4.5 feet in size. It could move around. It could learn to understand your commands. And this is, I think, the XL2. Then I have something more recent. But again, actually, there's a picture here of what the robot looks like. And this is how it's made to be built. So again, there's all kinds of things out there for those who really want to do things. But I think the neatest part is when you develop your own ideas, you build your own kind of creations, and then, you know, and then you have fun with it. But again, it takes a lot of time, a lot of discipline. Okay, want to show you one other thing. I don't know if I showed you this, but these were the awards that I got for the Wizard of Fun and Technodoc. The red ribbon was for best in class and blue ribbon for editor's pick. And so those were the two. I sometimes work with other animatronic things. This is a snowman that I kind of took and adapted it to something, and what's standing next to it is a nut marionette on strings, but I've not used it yet. Let's see what else I have. Again, if one of the early robots that I built was this robot, okay, and it was actually a hand gripper. You could see it that would dunk a ball into a basket. Okay, and again, these evolved over years and years, and eventually I ended up building more of these animatronic puppets. So I think I covered almost everything, which is really good. I'm just checking out what I still have to show you very quickly. How did I get the eyelids? This came from an Easter plastic egg. I cut it out. I cut it into smaller pieces, and I had the eyelids for the Wizard of Fun. Then this came from another animatronic toy. I think it was Wabi Robotics. And there you have it. I think that's basically it. Okay, so let me wish everybody good luck and happy explorations. Whatever you do, have fun, enjoy, learn as much as you can when you have a chance to do it. So take care, and I'll say goodbye.
Hi there, I'm Dan Schneiderman, lead producer behind the Empire State Maker Faire. The Empire State Maker Faire was originally inspired as a way to bring the New York State maker community together this year, one way or another, and not let 2020 be the year that New York State doesn't have at least one Maker Faire taking place. What started as a few phone calls and video chats back in late June became a statewide uniting event. And I am ecstatic to say that not only do we have makers from every region of the state represented, but we have makers from around the world that have joined in too. I have been lucky enough to work with members of this team before the Empire State Maker Faire, and they have fantastic stories. They have stories of how their fairs have impacted both their maker communities and themselves. And now I would like to invite you to hear their stories too.
I'm Pauline Lynn Shostak, co-producer of the Maker Faire Syracuse in Syracuse, New York. And we were scheduled to have our inaugural Maker Faire on September 26, 2020. Unfortunately, we were unable to do that, but we are so excited to be able to participate with our other regional Maker Fairs from across New York State to bring you this great Empire State Maker Faire event. We hope you have a wonderful time at this event. We've enjoyed putting it together for you and hope that it gives you a little snippet, a little idea of what a Maker Faire is like. And if all goes well, we hope to see you in 2021 in Syracuse.
Hello from Rochester. I'm Pat Rapp, and I'm one of the producers of Maker Faire Rochester. You know, usually at this time of year, we would be in the final stages of planning our event that normally takes place in November. But as you know, this year is anything but normal. So instead, we've teamed up with other maker fairs from all across New York State to create one online event called Empire State Maker Faire. Now, we want to do this because we love the maker community and we miss you. And we would love to see you in person, but we're happy to see you online. One of the things we all look so forward to seeing each year is the wonderful contributions from our makers. Our makers bring their ingenuity and their creativity and their imagination and their ideas, and they spark other ideas in other people. And it's just such a wonderful thing to see. And we also do this because we love to see the faces light up of the people who attend Maker Faire. You bring your enthusiasm and your excitement and your energy, and that combined with the makers, it just creates this wonderful experience for everyone. Well, one of the most amazing things for me personally to see is when somebody comes to Maker Faire, they don't know what to expect. They don't really know what a Maker Faire is, but they come in and you see their eyes get wide and you see their faces light up and you see the wheels start turning and the ideas start turning. And then sometimes they come back next year as makers. And this is so rewarding, almost as rewarding as the excitement on the face of a young child to see the sheer joy on their faces when they come in and they're doing hands-on things or they're learning something new or they're interacting or they're being excited. This is why we do what we do. This is what gets us up in the morning. We're glad to have you here. We hope to see you in person next year, but we don't know how that will go. So if we're not in person, we will be online. Thank you for being here, and we hope you have a really great time.
Hi, I am Deb Brimmer from the Twin Tiers Maker Faire. We are located in the Elmira Corning region of the southern tier of New York State. We have been producing maker fairs for many years. We love providing local makers the opportunity to share their talents with others and watch people of all ages tap into their own creativity. We all have something deep inside of us that is just waiting to be discovered. Thank you to all the makers for stepping out of your comfort zones to make this happen virtually on such a tight schedule. We could never have a maker faire without you. We are thrilled that in the current situation, we were able to come up with a way to share Maker Faire with you all. Thank you so much for coming, and we sincerely hope that we will be able to do it in person next year. See you then.
Hi everyone, this is Danny Kirk from the New York Hall of Science, and I'm super excited to be here representing the World Maker Faire today. It's so amazing to have come together with all these other fairs from around New York State to put together this amazing event and to have you all here today to be part of it. So we're really excited for all the future Maker Fairs and for future events at the New York Hall of Science. Enjoy your time at the Empire State Maker Faire, and we hope to see you all in person soon.
Greetings from Buffalo, New York. I'm Douglas Wierzinski, and like many of you, I'm a maker. But I didn't always realize it. In 2007, I came across this old magazine called Make, and I was instantly hooked. In 2012, I attended my first Maker Faire, the New York City World Maker Faire, and I knew this was something I needed to bring back to my community. So working with a team from the Buffalo Museum of Science, I helped create the Buffalo Maker Faire. We are proud to be part of the Empire State Maker Faire to bring us all together from one end of the state to the other and include some of our friends from around the world. It is with that spirit of cooperation, I'm glad to announce the Buffalo and the Fredonia Maker Faire are combining to become the Western New York Region Maker Faire. We look forward to seeing you again at our event currently being planned for Saturday, May 8th, so save the date. Until then, I want to thank you for participating and supporting your local fair and this, the Empire State Fair. Make sure you get your t-shirt and I'll sell you a maker shed. Now I want you to go out there and make something. From robots to microbits, 3D printers to letterpress, knitting or baking, painting or plastics, welding or woodworking, we are all makers. And we want to hear from you. Join, follow, or friend your local fair, and we'll be seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Colette Rodriguez. I'm Director of Digital Media Marketing at the Long Island Explorium, a children's museum that specializes in STEM-based learning, and we co-produce Long Island's currently only Maker Faire Long Island. If you're not familiar with Long Island, as the name indicates, we're the southeast part of New York, and we're the easternmost part of New York State. 2020 was to be our signature year, our 5th year celebration of doing a fair. And with fairs and conventions around the world on pause, we knew we needed to do something on a larger scale, and we were very excited to partner with fairs throughout New York State to bring this event free to the public. It was important for us to continue to support science and exploration and inspire wonder. And for us, that's what Maker Fairs are, a celebration of wonder and ingenuity. And we're very excited to be part of this all.
I would like to take this chance to thank all of our makers who have participated in the Empire State Maker Faire this weekend. We have loved watching all of your talks, your panels, learning new skills at your workshops, getting a tour and behind the scenes look of your spaces. It has been inspirational. I would also like to take this moment to thank all of our host organizations and sponsors that not only make events like today possible, but make all of our Maker Fairs possible. Please join me in thanking NYSCATE, the New York State Association for Computers and Technology in Education, the Corning Museum of Glass, the Southeast Steuben County Library, SUNY Corning Community College, the Long Island Explorium Children's Museum of Science and Engineering, the New York Hall of Science, Tyler Weingartner Filmworks, Clement County Library District, Onondaga Community College, the Rochester Institute of Technology, and Kids Out and About. I would especially like to give a huge shout out to the entire Empire State Maker Faire team. It has been incredible working with all of you over the last couple of months, and I hope we all get to work together on better circumstances. Thank all of you for joining in this weekend, as it has been a fantastic experience to share with all of you, and we hope to see all of you in the future, either at our fairs, online, but together and making in one form or another. So keep safe and remember to keep on making.